Chapter 1 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4, by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 1, Joshua, the servant of Moses. The early history of the first Jewish conqueror in some respects is like the early history of the first Jewish legislator. Moses was rescued from a watery grave and raised at the court of Egypt. Joshua in infancy was swallowed by a whale, and wonderful to relate, did not perish. At a distant point of the seacoast, the monster spewed him forth unharmed. He was found by compassionate passers-by and grew up ignorant of his descent. The government appointed him to the office of hangman. As luck would have it, he had to execute his own father. By the law of the land, the wife of the dead man fell to the share of his executioner, and Joshua was on the point of adding to parricide another crime equally heinous. He was saved by a miraculous sign. When he approached his mother, milk flowed from her breasts. His suspicions were aroused, and through the inquiries he set afoot regarding his origin, the truth was made manifest. Later, Joshua, who was so ignorant that he was called a fool, became the minister of Moses, and God rewarded his faithful service by making him the successor to Moses. He was designated as such to Moses when, at the bidding of his master, he was carrying on war with the Amalekites. In this campaign, God's care of Joshua was plainly seen. Joshua had condemned a portion of the Amalekites to death by lot, and the heavenly sword picked them out for extermination. Yet there was as great a difference between Moses and Joshua as between the sun and the moon. God did not withdraw his help from Joshua, but he was by no means so close to him as to Moses. This appeared immediately after Moses had passed away. At the moment when the Israelitish leader was setting out on his journey to the great beyond, he summoned his successor and bade him put questions upon all points about which he felt uncertain. Conscious of his own industry and devotion, Joshua replied that he had no questions to ask, seeing that he had carefully studied the teachings of Moses. Straightway he forgot 300 halakot, and doubts assailed him concerning 700 others. The people threatened Joshua's life because he was not able to resolve their difficulties in the law. It was vain to turn to God, for the Torah, once revealed, was subject to human, not to heavenly authority. Directly after Moses' death, God commanded Joshua to go to war so that the people might forget its grievance against him. But it is false to think that the great conqueror was nothing more than a military hero. When God appeared to him to give him instructions concerning the war, he found him with the book of Deuteronomy in his hand, whereupon God called to him, "Be strong and of good courage. The book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth." Entering the Promised Land. The first step in preparation for war was the selection of spies. To guard against a repetition of what had happened to Moses, Joshua chose as his messengers Caleb and Phinehas, on whom he could place dependence in all circumstances. They were accompanied on their mission by two demons, the husbands of the she-devils Lilith and Mahlah. When Joshua was planning his campaign, these devils offered their services to him. They proposed that they be sent out to reconnoiter the land. Joshua refused the offer, but formed their appearance so frightfully that the residents of Jericho were struck with fear of them. In Jericho, the spies put up with Rahab. She had been leading an immoral life for 40 years, but at the approach of Israel she paid homage to the true God, lived the life of a pious convert, and as the wife of Joshua became the ancestress of 8 prophets and of the prophetess Huldah. She had opportunity in her own house of beholding the wonders of God. When the king's bailiffs came to make their investigations, and Rahab wanted to conceal the Israelitish spies, Phinehas calmed her with the words, "I am a priest, and priests are like angels, visible when they wish to be seen, invisible when they do not wish to be seen." After the return of the spies, Joshua decided to pass over the Jordan. The crossing of the river was the occasion for wonders, the purpose of which was to clothe him with authority in the eyes of the people. Scarcely had the priests, who at this solemn moment took the place of the Levites as bearers of the ark, set foot in the Jordan, when the waters of the river were piled up to a height of 300 miles. All the peoples of the earth were witnesses of the wonder. In the bed of the Jordan, Joshua assembled the people around the ark. A divine miracle caused the narrow space between its staves to contain the whole concourse. Joshua then proclaimed the conditions under which God would give Palestine to the Israelites, and he added, if these conditions were not accepted, the waters of the Jordan would descend straight upon them. Then they marched through the river. When the people arrived on the further shore, the holy ark, which had all the while been standing in the bed of the river, set forward of itself, and dragging the priests after it, overtook the people. The day continued eventful. Unassailed, the Israelites marched 70 miles to Mount Gerizim and Mount Ebal, and there performed the ceremony bidden by Moses in Deuteronomy. 6 of the tribes ascended Mount Gerizim, and 6 Mount Ebal. The priests and the Levites grouped themselves about the holy ark in the vale between the 2 peaks. With their faces turned toward Gerizim, the Levites uttered the words, "Happy the man that maketh no idol, an abomination unto the Lord." And all the people answered, Amen. After reciting 12 blessings, similar to this in form, the Levites turned to Mount Ebal and recited 12 curses, counterparts of the blessings, to each of which the people responded again with Amen. Thereupon an altar was erected on Mount Ebal with the stones, each weighing 40 seim, which the Israelites had taken from the bed of the river while passing through the Jordan. The altar was plastered with lime, and the Torah written upon it in 70 languages, so that the heathen nations might have the opportunity of learning the law. At the end, it was said explicitly that the heathen outside of Palestine, if they would but abandon the worship of idols, would be received kindly by the Jews. All this happened on one day, on the same day on which the Jordan was crossed, and the assembly was held on Gerizim and Ebal, the day on which the people arrived in Gilgal, where they left the stones of which the altar had been built. At Gilgal, Joshua performed the rite of circumcision on those born in the desert, who had remained uncircumcised on account of the rough climate and for other reasons. And here it was that the manna gave out. It had ceased to fall at the death of Moses, but the supply that had been stored up had lasted some time longer. As soon as the people were under the necessity of providing for their daily wants, they grew negligent in the study of the Torah. Therefore the angel admonished Joshua to loose his shoes from off his feet, for he was to mourn over the decline of the study of the Torah, and bare feet are a sign of mourning. The angel reproached Joshua in particular with having allowed the preparations for war to interfere with the study of the Torah and with the ritual service. Neglect of the latter might be a venial sin, but neglect of the former is worthy of condign punishment. At the same time, the angel assured Joshua that he had come to aid him, and he entreated Joshua not to draw back from him like Moses, who had refused the good offices of the angel. He who spoke to Joshua was none other than the archangel Michael. Conquest of the land. Joshua's first victory was the wonderful capture of Jericho. The whole of the city was declared anathema because it had been conquered on the Sabbath day. Joshua reasoned that as the Sabbath is holy, so also that which conquered on the Sabbath should be holy. The brilliant victory was followed by the luckless defeat at Ai. In this engagement perished Jair, the son of Manasseh, whose loss was as great as if the majority of Sanhedrin had been destroyed. Presently Joshua discovered that the cause of the defeat was the sinfulness of Israel, brought upon it by Achan, who had laid hands on some of the spoils of Jericho. Achan was a hardened transgressor and criminal from of old. During the life of Moses, he had several times appropriated to his own use things that had been declared anathema, and he had committed other crimes worthy of the death penalty. Before the Israelites crossed the Jordan, God had not visited Achan's sins upon the people as a whole, because at that time it did not form a national unit yet. But when Achan abstracted an idol and all its appurtenances from Jericho, the misfortune of Ai followed at once. Joshua inquired of God why trouble had befallen Israel, but God refused to reply. He was no talebearer. The evildoer who had caused the disaster would have to be singled out by lot. Joshua first of all summoned the high priest from the assembly of the people. It appeared that while the other jewels in his breastplate gleamed bright, the stone representing the tribe of Judah was dim. By lot, Achan was set apart from the members of his tribe. Achan, however, refused to submit to the decision by lot. He said to Joshua, "Among all living men, thou and Phinehas are the most pious. Yet if lots were cast concerning you two, one or other of you would be declared guilty. Thy teacher Moses has been dead scarcely 1 month, and thou hast already begun to go astray, for thou hast forgotten that a man's guilt can be proved only through 2 witnesses." Endued with the Holy Spirit, Joshua divined that the land was to be assigned to the tribes and families of Israel by lot, and he realized that nothing ought to be done to bring this method of deciding into disrepute. He therefore tried to persuade Achan to make a clean breast of his transgression. Meantime, the Judeans, the tribesmen of Achan, rallied about him, and throwing themselves upon the other tribes, they wrought fearful havoc and bloodshed. This determined Achan to confess his sins. The confession cost him his life, but it saved him from losing his share in the world to come. In spite of the reverses at Ai, the terror inspired by the Israelites grew among the Canaanitish peoples. The Gibeonites planned to circumvent the invaders and form an alliance with them. Now, before Joshua set out on his campaign, he had issued 3 proclamations. The nation that would leave Canaan might depart unhindered. The nation that would conclude peace with the Israelites should do it at once, and the nation that would choose war should make its preparations. If the Gibeonites had sued for the friendship of the Jews when the proclamation came to their ears, there would have been no need for subterfuges later. But the Canaanites had to see with their own eyes what manner of enemy awaited them, and all the nations prepared for war. The result was that the 31 kings of Palestine perished, as well as the satraps of many foreign kings who were proud to own possessions in the Holy Land. Only the Girgashites departed out of Palestine, and as a reward for their docility, God gave them Africa as an inheritance. The Gibeonites deserved no better fate than all the rest, for the covenant made with them rested upon a misapprehension. Yet Joshua kept his promise to them in order to sanctify the name of God, by showing the world how sacred an oath is to the Israelites. In the course of events, it became obvious that the Gibeonites were by no means worthy of being received into the Jewish communion, and David, following Joshua's example, excluded them forever, a sentence that will remain in force even in the Messianic time. The son obeys Joshua. The task of protecting the Gibeonites involved in the offensive and defensive alliance made with them, Joshua fulfilled scrupulously. He had hesitated for a moment whether to aid the Gibeonites in their distress, but the words of God sufficed to recall him to his duty. God said to him, "If thou dost not bring near them that are far off, thou wilt remove them that are near by." God granted Joshua peculiar favor in his conflict with the assailants of the Gibeonites. The hot hailstones which, at Moses' intercession, had remained suspended in the air when they were about to fall upon the Egyptians, were now cast down upon the Canaanites. Then happened the great wonder of the sun standing still, the 6th of the great wonders since the creation of the world. The battle took place on a Friday. Joshua knew it would pain the people deeply to be compelled to desecrate the holy Sabbath day. Besides, he noticed that the heathen were using sorcery to make the heavenly hosts intercede for them in the fight against the Israelites. He therefore pronounced the name of the Lord, and the sun, moon, and stars stood still. The sun at first refused to obey Joshua's behest, seeing that he was older than man by 2 days. Joshua replied that there was no reason why a freeborn youth should refrain from enjoining silence upon an old slave whom he owns. And had not God given heaven and earth to our father Abraham? Nay, more than this, had not the sun himself bowed down like a slave before Joseph? But, said the sun, who will praise God if I am silent? Whereupon Joshua, be thou silent, and I will intone a song of praise. And he sang thus. 1. Thou hast done mighty things, O Lord. Thou hast performed great deeds. Who is like unto thee? My lips shall sing unto thy name. 2. My goodness and my fortress, my refuge, I will sing a new song unto thee. With thanksgiving I will sing unto thee. Thou art the strength of my salvation. 3. All the kings of the earth shall praise thee. The princes of the world shall sing unto thee. The children of Israel shall rejoice in thy salvation. They shall sing and praise thy power. 4. In thee, O God, did we trust. We said, Thou art our God, for thou wast our shelter and our strong tower against our enemies. 5. To thee we cried, and we were not ashamed. In thee we trusted, and we were delivered. When we cried unto thee, thou didst hear our voice. Thou didst deliver our souls from the sword. 6. Thou hast shown unto us thy mercy. Thou didst give unto us thy salvation. Thou didst rejoice our hearts with thy strength. 7. Thou wentest forth for our salvation. With the strength of thy arm thou didst redeem thy people. Thou didst console us from the heavens of thy holiness. Thou didst save us from tens of thousands. 8. Sun and moon stood still in heaven, and thou didst stand in thy wrath against our oppressors, and thou didst execute thy judgments upon them. 9. All the princes of the earth stood up. The kings of the nations had gathered themselves together. They were not moved at thy presence. They desired thy battles. 10. Thou didst rise against them in thine anger, and thou didst bring down thy wrath upon them. Thou didst destroy them in thy fury, and thou didst ruin them in thy rage. 11. Nations raged from fear of thee. Kingdoms tottered because of thy wrath. Thou didst wound kings in the day of thine anger. 12. Thou didst pour out thy fury upon them. Thy wrathful anger took hold of them. Thou didst turn their iniquity upon them, and thou didst cut them off in their wickedness. 13. They spread a trap. They fell therein. In the net they hid, their foot was caught. 14. Thine hand found all thine enemies, who said, through their sword they possessed the land, through their arm they dwelt in the city. 15. Thou didst fill their faces with shame. Thou didst bring their horns down to the ground. 16. Thou didst terrify them in thy wrath, and thou didst destroy them from before thee. 17. The earth quaked and trembled from the noise of thy thunder against them. Thou didst not withhold their souls from earth, and thou didst bring down their lives to the grave. 18. Thou didst pursue them in thy storm. Thou didst consume them in the whirlwind. Thou didst turn their rain into hail. They fell in floods, so that they could not rise. 19. Their carcasses were like rubbish cast out in the middle of the streets. 20. They were consumed, and they perished before thee. Thou hast delivered thy people in thy might. 21. Therefore our hearts rejoice in thee, our souls exult in thy salvation. 22. Our tongues shall relate thy might, we will sing and praise thy wondrous works. 23. For thou didst save us from our enemies, thou didst deliver us from those who rose up against us, thou didst destroy them from before us, and depress them beneath our feet. 24. Thus shall all thine enemies perish, O Lord, and the wicked shall be like chaff driven by the wind, and thy beloved shall be like trees planted by the waters. War with the Arameans. Joshua's victorious course did not end with the conquest of the land. His war with the Arameans after Palestine was subdued marked the climax of his heroic deeds. Among the 31 kings whom Joshua had slain, there was one whose son Shobach by name was king of Armenia. With the purpose of waging war with Joshua, he united the 45 kings of Persia and Media, and they were joined by the renowned hero Japheth. The allied kings in a letter informed Joshua of their design against him as follows: the noble, distinguished council of the kings of Persia and Media to Joshua, peace. Thou wolf of the desert, we well know what thou didst to our kinsmen. Thou didst destroy our palaces. Without pity thou didst slay young and old. Our fathers thou didst mow down with the sword, and their cities thou didst turn into desert. Know then that in the space of 30 days we shall come to thee, we the 45 kings, each having 60,000 warriors under him, all them armed with bows and arrows, girt about with swords, all of us skilled in the ways of war. and with us the hero Japheth. Prepare now for the combat, and say not afterward that we took thee at unawares." The messenger bearing the letter arrived on the day before the Feast of Weeks. Although Joshua was greatly wrought up by the contents of the letter, he kept his counsel until after the feast in order not to disturb the rejoicing of the people. Then at the conclusion of the feast he told the people of the message that had reached him, so terrifying that even he, the veteran warrior, trembled at the heralded approach of the enemy. Nevertheless, Joshua determined to accept the challenge. From the first words his reply was framed to show the heathen how little their fear possessed him whose trust was set in God. The introduction to his epistle reads as follows: "In the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, who saps the strength of the iniquitous warrior and slays the rebellious sinner, he breaks up the assemblies of marauding transgressors, and he gathers together in council the pious and the just scattered abroad. He, the God of all gods, the Lord of all lords, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God is the Lord of war. From me, Joshua, the servant of God, and from the holy and chosen congregation to the impious nations who pay worship to images and prostrate themselves before idols. Know peace unto you, saith my God. Know that ye acted foolishly to awaken the slumbering lion, to rouse up the lion's whelp, to excite his wrath. I am ready to pay you your recompense. Be ye prepared to meet me, for within a week I shall be with you to slay your warriors to a man." Joshua goes on to recite all the wonders God had done for Israel, who need fear no power on earth, and he ends his missive with the words, "If the hero Japheth is with you, we have in the midst of us the hero of heroes, the highest above all the high." The heathen were not a little alarmed at the tone of Joshua's letter. Their terror grew when the messenger told of the exemplary discipline maintained in the Israelitish army, of the gigantic stature of Joshua, who stood 5 ells high, of his royal apparel, of his crown graven with the name of God. At the end of 7 days, Joshua appeared with 12,000 troops. When the mother of King Shobach, who was a powerful witch, espied the host, she exercised her magic art and enclosed the Israelitish army in 7 walls. Joshua thereupon sent forth a carrier pigeon to communicate his plight to Nebiah, the king of the Transjordanic tribes. He urged him to hasten to his help and bring the priest Phinehas and the sacred trumpets with him. Nebiah did not tarry. Before the relief detachment arrived, his mother reported to Shobach that she beheld a star arise out of the east, against which her machinations were vain. Shobach threw his mother from the wall, and he himself was soon afterward killed by Nebiah. Meantime Phinehas arrived, and at the sound of his trumpets the wall toppled down. A pitched battle ensued, and the heathen were annihilated. Allotment of the land. At the end of 7 years of warfare, Joshua could at last venture to parcel out the conquered land among the tribes. This was the way he did it. The high priest Eleazar, attended by Joshua and all the people, and arrayed in the Urim and Thummim, stood before 2 urns. One of the urns contained the names of the tribes, the other the names of the districts into which the land was divided. The Holy Spirit caused him to exclaim, "Zebulun." When he put his hand into the first urn, lo, he drew forth the word Zebulun, and from the other came the word Akko, meaning the district of Akko. Thus it happened with each tribe in succession. In order that the boundaries might remain fixed, Joshua had had the Hazubah planted between the districts. The rootstock of this plant, once established in a spot, it can be extirpated only with the greatest difficulty. The plow may draw deep furrows over it, yet it puts forth new shoots and grows up again amid the grain, still marking the old division lines. In connection with the allotment of the land, Joshua issued 10 ordinances intended in a measure to restrict the rights in private property. Pasturage in the woods was to be free to the public at large. Anyone was permitted to gather up bits of wood in the field. The same permission to gather up all grasses, wherever they might grow, unless they were in a field that had been sown with fenugreek, which needs grass for protection. For grafting purposes, twigs could be cut from any plant except the olive trees. Water springs belonged to the whole town. It was lawful for anyone to catch fish in the Sea of Tiberias, provided navigation was not impeded. The area adjacent to the outer side of a fence about a field might be used by any passerby to ease nature. From the close of the harvest until the 17th day of Marsheshwan, fields could be crossed. A traveler who lost his way among vineyards could not be held responsible for the damage done in the effort to recover the right path. A dead body found in a field was to be buried on the spot where it was found. The allotment of the land to the tribes and subdividing each district among the tribesmen took as much time as the conquest of the land. When the 2 tribes and a half from the land beyond Jordan returned home after an absence of 14 years, they were not a little astonished to hear that the boys who had been too young to go to the wars with them had in the meantime shown themselves worthy of the fathers. They had been successful in repulsing the Ishmaelitish tribes who had taken advantage of the absence of the men capable of bearing arms to assault their wives and children. After a leadership of 28 years marked with success in war and in peace, Joshua departed this life. His followers laid the knives he had used in circumcising the Israelites into his grave, and over it they erected a pillar as a memorial of the great wonder of the sun standing still over Ajalon. However, the mourning for Joshua was not so great as might justly have been expected. The cultivation of the recently conquered land so occupied the attention of the tribes that they came nigh forgetting the man to whom chiefly they owed their possession of it. As a punishment for their ingratitude, God soon after Joshua's death brought also the life of the high priest Eleazar and of the other elders to a close, and the mount on which Joshua's body was interred began to tremble and threatened to engulf the Jews. End of chapter 1, Joshua. Chapter 2, Part 1 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4 by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 2, The Judges, Part 1. The First Judge. After the death of Joshua, the Israelites inquired to God whether they were to go up against the Canaanites in war. They were given the answer, "If ye are pure of heart, go forth unto the combat. But if your hearts are sullied with sin, then refrain." They inquired furthermore how to test the heart of the people. God ordered them to cast lots and set apart those designated by lot, for they would be the sinful among them. Again, when the people besought God to give it a guide and leader, an angel answered, "Cast lots in the tribe of Caleb." The lot designated Kenaz, and he was made prince over Israel. His first act was to determine by lot who were the sinners in Israel, and what their inward thought. He declared before the people, "If I and my house be set apart by lot, deal with us as we deserve, burn us with fire." The people assenting, lots were cast, and 345 of the tribe of Judah were singled out, 560 of Reuben, 775 of Simon, 150 of Levi, 665 of Issachar, 545 of Zebulun, 380 of Gad, and 665 of Asher, 480 of Manasseh, 448 of Ephraim, and 267 of Benjamin. So 6,110 persons were confined in prison until God should let it be known what was to be done with them. The united prayers of Kenaz, Eleazar, the high priest, and the elders of the congregation were answered thus: "Ask these men now to confess their iniquity, and they shall be burnt with fire." Kenaz thereupon exhorted them, "Ye know that Achan, the son of Zabdi, committed the trespass of taking the anathema, but the lot fell upon him, and he confessed his sin. Do ye likewise confess your sins, that ye may come to life with those whom God will revive on the day of the resurrection." One of the sinful, a man by the name of Elah, said in reply thereto, "If thou desirest to bring forth the truth, address thyself to each of the tribes separately." Kenaz began with his own, the tribe of Judah. The wicked of Judah confessed to the sin of worshipping the golden calf, like unto their forefathers in the desert. The Reubenites had burnt sacrifices to idols. The Levites said, "We desire to prove whether the tabernacle is holy." Those of the tribe of Issachar replied, "We consulted idols to know what will become of us." The sinners of Zebulun, "We desire to eat the flesh of our sons and daughters to know whether the Lord loves them." The Danites admitted they had taught their children out of the books of the Amorites, which they had hidden then under Mount Abarim, where Kenaz actually found them. The Naphtalites confessed to the same transgression, only they had concealed the books in the tent of Elah, and there they were found by Kenaz. The Gadites acknowledged having led an immoral life, and the sinners of Asher that they had found and had hidden under Mount Shechem the 7 golden idols called by the Amorites the holy nymphs, the same 7 idols which had been made in a miraculous way after the deluge by the 7 sinners, Cana, Put, Shelah, Nimrod, Elath, Diul, and Shuah. They were of precious stones from Havilah, which radiated light, making night bright as day. Besides, they possessed a rare virtue. If a blind Amorite kissed one of the idols, and at the same time touched its eyes, his sight was restored. After the sinners of Asher, those of Manasseh made their confession they had desecrated the Sabbath. The Ephraimites owned to having sacrificed their children to Moloch. Finally, the Benjamites said, "We desired to prove whether the law emanated from God or from Moses." At the command of God, these sinners and all their possessions were burnt with fire at the brook of Pishon. Only the Amorite books and the idols of precious stones remained unscathed. Neither fire nor water could do them harm. Kenaz decided to consecrate the idols to God, but a revelation came to him saying, "If God were to accept what has been declared anathema, why should not man?" He was assured that God would destroy the things over which human hands had no power. Kenaz, acting under divine instruction, bore them to the summit of a mountain where an altar was erected. The books and the idols were placed upon it, and the people offered many sacrifices and celebrated the whole day as a festival. During the night following, Kenaz saw dew rise from the ice in paradise and descend upon the books. The letters of their writing were obliterated by it, and then an angel came and annihilated what was left. During the same night an angel carried off the 7 gems and threw them to the bottom of the sea. Meanwhile a second angel brought 12 other gems, engraving the names of the 12 sons of Jacob upon them, 1 name upon each. No 2 of these gems were alike. The first to bear the name of Reuben was like sardius, the second for Simon like topaz, the third Levi like emerald, the fourth Judah like carbuncle, the fifth Issachar like sapphire, the sixth Zebulun like jasper, the seventh Dan like ligure, the 8th Naphtali like amethyst, the 9th Gad like agate, the 10th Asher like chrysolite, the 11th Joseph like beryl, and the 12th Benjamin like onyx. Now God commanded Kenaz to deposit 12 stones in the holy ark, and there they were to remain until such time as Solomon should build the temple and attach them to the cherubim. Furthermore, this divine communication was made to Kenaz, and it shall come to pass, when the sin of the children of men shall have been completed by defiling my temple, the temple they themselves shall build, that I will take these stones together with the tables of the law, and put them in the place whence they were removed of old, and there they shall remain until the end of all time, when I will visit the inhabitants of the earth. Then I will take them up, and they shall be an everlasting light to those who love me and keep my commandments. When Kenaz bore the stones to the sanctuary, they illumined the earth like unto the sun at midday. Campaigns of Kenaz. After these preparations, Kenaz took the field against the enemy with 300,000 men. The first day he slew 8,000 of the foe, and the second day 5,000. But not all the people were devoted to Kenaz. Some murmured against him, and calumniating him, said, Kenaz stays at home while we expose ourselves on the field. The servants of Kenaz reported these words to him. He ordered the 37 men who had railed against him to be incarcerated, and he swore to kill them if God would but grant him assistance for the sake of his people. Thereupon he assembled 300 men of his attendants, supplied them with horses, and bade them be prepared to make a sudden attack during the night, but to tell none of the plans he harbored in his mind. The scouts sent ahead to reconnoiter reported that the Amorites were too powerful for him to risk an engagement. Kenaz, however, refused to be turned away from his intention. At midnight he and his 300 trusty attendants advanced upon the Amorite camp. Close upon it he commanded his men to halt, but to resume their march and follow him when they should hear the notes of the trumpet. If the trumpet was not sounded, they were to return home. Alone Kenaz ventured into the very camp of the enemy. Praying to God fervently, he asked that a sign be given him. Let this be the sign of the salvation thou wilt accomplish for me this day. I shall draw my sword from its sheath and brandish it so that it glitters in the camp of the Amorites. If the enemy recognize it as the sword of Kenaz, then I shall know thou wilt deliver them into my hand. If not, I shall understand thou hast not granted my prayer, but dost propose to deliver me into the hand of the enemy for my sins. He heard the Amorites say, Let us proceed to give battle to the Israelites, for our sacred gods, the nymphs, are in their hands and will cause their defeat. When he heard these words, the Spirit of God came over Kenaz. He arose and swung his sword above his head. Scarce had the Amorites seen it gleam in the air when they exclaimed, Verily, this is the sword of Kenaz, who has come to inflict wounds and pain. But we know that our gods, who are held by the Israelites, will deliver them into our hands. Up then to battle. Knowing that God had heard his petition, Kenaz threw himself upon the Amorites and mowed down 45,000 of them, and as many perished at the hands of their own brethren, for God had sent the angel Gabriel to his aid, and he had struck the Amorites blind, so that they fell upon one another. On account of the vigorous blows dealt by Kenaz on all sides, his sword stuck to his hand. A fleeing Amorite, whom he stopped to ask him how to loose it, advised him to slay a Hebrew and let his warm blood flow over his hand. Kenaz accepted his advice, but only in part. Instead of a Hebrew, he slew the Amorite himself, and his blood freed his hand from the sword. When Kenaz came back to his men, he found them sunk in profound sleep, which had overtaken them, that they might not see the wonders done for their leader. They were not a little astonished on awakening to behold the whole plain strewn with the dead bodies of the Amorites. Then Kenaz said to them, Are the ways of God like unto the ways of man? Through me the Lord hath sent deliverance to this people. Arise now and go back to your tents. The people recognized that a great miracle had happened, and they said, Now we know that God hath wrought salvation for his people. He hath no need of numbers, but only of holiness. On his return from the campaign, Kenaz was received with great rejoicing. The whole people now gave thanks to God for having put him over them as their leader. They desired to know how he had won the great victory. Kenaz only answered, Ask those who were with me about my deeds. His men were thus forced to confess that they knew nothing. Only on awakening they had seen the plain full of dead bodies without being able to account for their being there. Then Kenaz turned to the 37 men imprisoned before he left for the war, for having cast aspersions upon him. Well, he said, What charge have you to make against me? Seeing that death was inevitable, they confessed they were of the sort of sinners whom Kenaz and the people had executed, and God had now surrendered them to him on account of their misdeeds. They too were burnt with fire. Kenaz reigned for a period of 57 years. When he felt his end draw nigh, he summoned the two prophets Phinehas and Jabez, together with the priest Phinehas the son of Eleazar. To these he spake, I know the heart of this people, it will turn from following after the Lord. Therefore do I testify against it. Phinehas the son of Eleazar replied, As Moses and Joshua testified, so do I testify against it. For Moses and Joshua prophesied concerning the vineyard, the beautiful planting of the Lord, which knew not who had planted it, and did not recognize him who cultivated it, so that the vineyard was destroyed and brought forth no fruit. These are the words my father commanded me to say unto this people. Kenaz broke out into loud wailing, and with him the elders and the people, and they wept until eventide, saying, Is it for the iniquity of the sheep that the shepherd must perish? May the Lord have compassion upon his inheritance, that it may not work in vain. The Spirit of God descended upon Kenaz, and he beheld a vision. He prophesied that this world would continue to exist only 7,000 years, to be followed then by the kingdom of heaven. These words spoken, the prophetical spirit departed from him, and he straightway forgot what he had uttered during his vision. Before he passed away, he spoke once more, saying, If such be the rest which the righteous obtain after their death, it were better for them to die than live in this corrupt world and see its iniquities. As Kenaz left no male heirs, Zebul was appointed his successor. Mindful of the great service Kenaz had performed for the nation, Zebul acted a father's part toward the 3 unmarried daughters of his predecessor. At his instance, the people assigned a rich marriage portion to each of them. They were given great domains as their property. The oldest of the 3, Athema by name, he married to Elizaphan, the second Phila to Odahel, and the youngest Zilpah to Doel. Zebul the judge instituted a treasury at Shiloh. He bade the people bring contributions, whether of gold or of silver. They were only to take heed not to carry anything thither that had originally belonged to an idol. His efforts were crowned with success. The free will offerings to the temple treasure amounted to 20 talents of gold and 250 talents of silver. Zebul's reign lasted 25 years. Before his death, he admonished the people solemnly to be God-fearing and observant of the law. Othniel. Othniel was a judge of a very different type. His contemporaries said that before the son of Joshua went down, the son of Othniel, his successor in the leadership of the people, appeared on the horizon. The new leader's real name was Judah. Othniel was one of his epithets, as Jabez was another. Among the judges, Othniel represents the class of scholars. His acumen was so great that he was able, by dint of dialect reasoning, to restore the 1700 traditions which Moses had taught the people, and which had been forgotten in the time of mourning for Moses. Nor was his zeal for the promotion of the study of the Torah inferior to his learning. The descendants of Jethro left Jericho, the district assigned to them, and journeyed to Arad, only that they might sit at the feet of Othniel. His wife, the daughter of his half-brother Caleb, was not so well pleased with him. She complained to her father that her husband's house was bare of all earthly goods, and his only possession was knowledge of the Torah. The first event to be noted in Othniel's 40 years' reign is his victory over Adoni-Bezek. This chief did not occupy a prominent position among the Canaanitish rulers. He was not even accounted a king. Nevertheless, he had conquered 70 foreign kings. The next event was the capture of Luz by the Israelites. The only way to gain entrance into Luz was by a cave, and the road to the cave lay through a hollow almond tree. If the secret approach to the city had not been betrayed by one of its residents, it would have been impossible for the Israelites to reach it. God rewarded the informer who put the Israelites in the way of capturing Luz. The city he founded was left unmolested both by Sennacherib and Nebuchadnezzar, and not even the angel of death has power over its inhabitants. They never die, unless, weary of life, they leave the city. The same good fortune did not mark Othniel's reign throughout. For 8 years Israel suffered oppression at the hands of Cushan, the evildoer, who in former days had threatened to destroy the patriarch Jacob, as he was now endeavoring to destroy the descendants of Jacob, for Cushan is only another name for Laban. Othniel, however, was held so little answerable for the causes that had brought on the punishment of the people that God granted him eternal life. He is one of the few who reached paradise alive. Boaz and Ruth. The story of Ruth came to pass 100 years after Othniel's reign. Conditions in Palestine were of such a nature that if a judge said to a man, "Remove the mote from thine eye," his reply was, "Do thou remove the beam from thine own." To chastise the Israelites, God sent down them one of the 10 seasons of famine which he had ordained as disciplinary measures for mankind from the creation of the world until the advent of Messiah. Elimelech and his sons, who belonged to the aristocracy of the land, attempted neither to improve the sinful generation whose transgressions had called forth the famine, nor alleviated the distress that prevailed about them. They left Palestine and thus withdrew themselves from the needy who had counted upon their help. They turned their faces to Moab. There, on account of their wealth and high descent, they were made officers in the army. Mahlon and Chilion, the sons of Elimelech, rose to still higher distinction. They married the daughters of the Moabite king Eglon. But this did not happen until after the death of Elimelech, who was opposed to intermarriage with the heathen. Neither the wealth nor the family connections of the two men helped them before God. First they sank into poverty, and as they continued in their sinful ways, God took their life. Naomi, their mother, resolved to return to her home. Her 2 daughters-in-law were very dear to her on account of the love they had borne her sons, a love strong even in death, for they refused to marry again. Yet she would not take them with her to Palestine, because she foresaw contemptuous treatment in store for them as Moabitish women. Orpah was easily persuaded to remain behind. She accompanied her mother-in-law a distance of 4 miles, and then she took leave of her, shedding only 4 tears as she bade her farewell. Subsequent events showed that she had not been worthy of entering into the Jewish communion, for scarcely had she separated from Naomi when she abandoned herself to an immoral life. But with God nothing goes unrewarded. For the 4 miles which Orpah traveled with Naomi, she was recompensed by bringing forth 4 giants, Goliath and his 3 brothers. Ruth's bearing and history were far different. She was determined to become a Jewess, and her decision could not be shaken by what Naomi, in compliance with the Jewish injunction, told her of the difficulties of the Jewish law. Naomi warned her that the Israelites had been enjoined to keep Sabbaths and feast days, and that the daughters of Israel were not in the habit of frequenting the theaters and circuses of the heathen. Ruth only affirmed her readiness to follow Jewish customs, and when Naomi said, "We have one Torah, one law, one command, the eternal our God is one, there is none beside him," Ruth answered, "Thy people shall be my people, thy God my God." So the 2 women journeyed together to Bethlehem. They arrived there on the very day on which the wife of Boaz was buried, and the concourse assembled for the funeral saw Naomi as she returned to her home. Ruth supported herself and her mother-in-law sparsely with the ears of grain which she gathered in the fields. Association with so pious a woman as Naomi had already exercised great influence upon her life and ways. Boaz was astonished to notice that if the reapers let more than 2 ears fall, in spite of her need, she did not pick them up, for the gleaning assigned to the poor by law does not refer to quantities of more than 2 ears inadvertently dropped at one time. Boaz also admired her grace, her decorous conduct, her modest demeanor. When he learned who she was, he commended her for her attachment to Judaism. To his praise she returned, "Thy ancestors found no delight even in Timnah, the daughter of a royal house. As for me, I am a member of a low people, abominated by thy God, and excluded from the assembly of Israel." For the moment Boaz failed to recollect the halakah bearing on the Moabites and Ammonites. A voice from heaven reminded him that only their males were affected by the command of exclusion. This he told to Ruth, and he also told her of a vision he had had concerning her descendants. For the sake of the good she had done to her mother-in-law, kings and prophets would spring from her womb. Boaz showed kindness not only to Ruth and Naomi, but also to their dead. He took upon himself the decent burial of the remains of Elimelech and his 2 sons. All this begot in Naomi the thought that Boaz harbored the intention of marrying Ruth. She sought to coax the secret, if such there was, from Ruth. When she found that nothing could be elicited from her daughter-in-law, she made Ruth her partner in a plan to force Boaz into a decisive step. Ruth adhered to Naomi's directions in every particular, except that she did not wash and anoint herself and put on fine raiment until after she had reached her destination. She feared to attract the attention of the lustful if she walked along the road decked out in unusual finery. The moral conditions in those days were very reprehensible. Though Boaz was high-born and a man of substance, yet he slept on the threshing floor, so that his presence might act as a check upon profligacy. In the midst of his sleep, Boaz was startled to find someone next to him. At first he thought it was a demon. Ruth calmed his disquietude with these words, "Thou art the head of the court. Thy ancestors were princes. Thou art thyself an honorable man and a kinsman of my dead husband. As for me, who am in the flower of my years, since I left the home of my parents, where homage is rendered unto idols, I have been constantly menaced by the dissolute young men around. So I have come hither that thou, who art the Redeemer, mayest spread out thy skirt over me." Boaz gave her the assurance that if his older brother Tob failed her, he would assume the duties of a redeemer. The next day he came before the tribunal of the Sanhedrin to have the matter adjusted. Tob soon made his appearance, for an angel led him to the place where he was wanted, that Boaz and Ruth might not have long to wait. Tob, who was not learned in the Torah, did not know that the prohibition against the Moabites had reference only to male. Therefore he declined to marry Ruth. So she was taken to wife by the octogenarian Boaz. Ruth herself was 40 years old at the time of her second marriage, and it was against all expectations that her union with Boaz should be blessed with offspring, a son, Obed the pious. Ruth lived to see the glory of Solomon, but Boaz died on the day after the wedding. End of chapter 2, part 1, The Judges. Chapter 2, part 2 of the Legends of the Jews, volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4, by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 2, The Judges, Part 2. Deborah. Not long after Ruth, another ideal woman arose in Israel, the prophetess Deborah. When Ehud died, there was none to take his place as judge, and the people fell off from God and his law. God therefore sent an angel to them with the following message: "Out of all the nations on earth, I chose a people for myself, and I thought, so long as the world stands, my glory will rest upon them. I sent Moses unto them, my servant, to teach them goodness and righteousness, but they strayed from my ways. And now I will arouse their enemies against them, to rule over them, and they will cry out, because we forsook the ways of our fathers, hath this come over us. Then I will send a woman unto them, and she will shine for them as a light for 40 years. The enemy whom God raised up against Israel was Jabin, the king of Hazor, who oppressed him sorely. But worse than the king himself was his general Sisera, one of the greatest heroes known to history. When he was 30 years old, he had conquered the whole world. At the sound of his voice, the strongest of walls fell in a heap, and the wild animals in the woods were chained to the spot by fear. The proportions of his body were vast beyond description. If he took a bath in the river and dived beneath the surface, enough fish were caught in his beard to feed a multitude, and it required no less than 900 horses to draw the chariot in which he rode. To rid Israel of this tyrant, God appointed Deborah and her husband Barak. Barak was an ignoramus, like most of his contemporaries. It was a time singularly deficient to scholars. In order to do something meritorious in connection with the divine service, he carried candles, at his wife's instance, to the sanctuary, wherefrom he was called Lipidoth, flames. Deborah was in the habit of making the wicks on the candles very thick, so that they might burn a long time. Therefore God distinguished her. He said, Thou takest pains to shed light in my house, and I will let thy light, thy flame, shine abroad in the whole land. Thus it happened that Deborah became a prophetess and a judge. She dispensed judgment in the open air, for it was not becoming that men should visit a woman in her house. Prophetess though she was yet subject to the frailties of her sex. Her self-consciousness was inordinate. She sent for Barak to come to her instead of going to him, and in her song she spoke more of herself than was seemly. The result was that the prophetical spirit departed from her for a time while she was composing her song. The salvation of Israel was effected only after the people, assembled on the Mount of Judah, had confessed their sins publicly before God and besought his help. A 7 days' fast was proclaimed for men and women, for young and old. Then God resolved to help the Israelites, not for their sakes, but for the sake of keeping the oath he had sworn to their forefathers never to abandon their seed. Therefore he sent Deborah unto them. The task allotted to Deborah and Barak to lead the attack upon Sisera was by no means slight. It is comparable with nothing less than Joshua's undertaking to conquer Canaan. Joshua had triumphed over only 31 of the 62 kings of Palestine, leaving at large as many as he had subdued. Under the leadership of Sisera, these 31 unconquered kings opposed Israel. No less than 40,000 armies, each counting 100,000 warriors, were arrayed against Deborah and Barak. God aided Israel with water and fire. The river Kishon and all the fiery hosts of heaven, except the star Meros, fought against Sisera. The Kishon had long before been pledged to play its part in Sisera's overthrow. When the Egyptians were drowned in the Red Sea, God commanded the angel of the sea to cast their corpses on the land, that the Israelites might convince themselves of the destruction of their foes, and those of little faith might not say afterward that the Egyptians, like the Israelites, had reached dry land. The angel of the sea complained of the impropriety of withdrawing a gift. God mollified him with the promise of future compensation. The Kishon was offered as security that he would receive half as many bodies again as he was now giving up. When Sisera's troops sought relief from the scorching fire of the heavenly bodies in the coolness of the waters of the Kishon, God commanded the river to redeem its pledge, and so the heathen were swept down into the sea by the waves of the river Kishon, whereat the fishes in the sea exclaimed, "And the truth of the Lord endureth forever." Sisera's lot was no better than the lot of the men. He fled from the battle on horseback after witnessing the annihilation of his vast army. When Jael saw him approach, she went to meet him arrayed in rich garments and jewels. She was unusually beautiful, and her voice was the most seductive ever a woman possessed. These are the words she addressed to him: "Enter and refresh thyself with food, and sleep until evening, and then I will send my attendants with thee to accompany thee, for I know thou wilt not forget me, and thy recompense will not fail." When Sisera, on stepping into her tent, saw the bed strewn with roses which Jael had prepared for him, he resolved to take her home to his mother as his wife, as soon as his safety should be assured. He asked her for milk to drink, saying, "My soul burns with the flame which I saw in the stars contending for Israel." Jael went forth to milk her goat, meantime supplicating God to grant her his help. "I pray to thee, O Lord, to strengthen thy maidservant against the enemy. By this token shall I know that thou wilt aid me if, when I enter the house, Sisera will awaken and ask for water to drink." Scarcely had Jael crossed the threshold when Sisera awakened and begged for water to quench his burning thirst. Jael gave him wine mixed with water, which caused him to drop into a sound sleep again. The woman then took a wooden spike in her left hand, approaching the sleeping warrior, and said, "This shall be the sign that thou wilt deliver him into my hand if I draw him from the bed down on the ground without awaking him." She tugged at Sisera, and in very truth he did not awaken, even when he dropped from the bed to the floor. Then Jael prayed, "O God, strengthen the arm of thy maidservant this day, for thy sake, for the sake of thy people, and for the sake of those that hope in thee." With a hammer she drove the spike into the temple of Sisera, who cried out as he was expiring, "Oh, that I should lose my life by the hand of a woman!" Jael's mocking retort was, "Descend to hell, and join thy fathers, and tell them that thou didst fall by the hand of a woman." Barak took charge of the body of the dead warrior, and he sent it to Sisera's mother, Themach, with the message, "Here is thy son, whom thou didst expect to see returning laden with booty." He had in mind the vision of Themach and her women in waiting. When Sisera went forth to battle, their conjuring tricks had shown him to them as he lay on the bed of a Jewish woman. This they had interpreted to mean that he would return with Jewish captives. "One damsel, 2 damsels for every man," they had said. Great, therefore, was the disappointment of Sisera's mother. No less than 100 cries did she utter over him. Deborah and Barak thereupon intoned a song of praise, thanking God for the deliverance of Israel out of the power of Sisera, and reviewing the history of the people since the time of Abraham. After laboring for the weal of her nation for 40 years, Deborah departed this life. Her last words to the weeping people were an exhortation not to depend upon the dead. They can do nothing for the living. So long as a man is alive, his prayers are efficacious for himself and for others. They avail naught once he is dead. The whole nation kept a 70 days period of mourning in honor of Deborah, and the land was at peace for 7 years. Gideon. Elated by the victory over Sisera, Israel sang a hymn of praise, the song of Deborah, and God, to reward them for their pious sentiments, pardoned the transgression of the people. But they soon slipped back into the old ways, and the old troubles harassed them. Their backsliding was due to the witchcraft of a Midianite priest named Og. He made the sun shine at midnight, and so convinced the Israelites that the idols of Midian were mightier than God, and God chastised them by delivering them into the hands of the Midianites. They worshipped their own images reflected in the water, and they were stricken with dire poverty. They could not bring so much as a meal offering, the offering of the poor. On the eve of one Passover, Gideon uttered the complaint, "Where are all the wondrous works which God did for our fathers in this night, when he slew the firstborn of the Egyptians, and Israel went forth from slavery with joyous hearts?" God appeared unto him and said, "Thou who art courageous enough to champion Israel, thou art worthy that Israel should be saved for thy sake." An angel appeared, and Gideon begged him for a sign that he would achieve the deliverance of Israel. He excused his petition with the precedent of Moses, the first prophet, who likewise had asked for a sign. The angel bade him pour water on the rock, and then gave him the choice of how he would have the water transformed. Gideon desired to see one half changed into blood, and one half into fire. Thus it happened. The blood and the fire mingled with each other, yet the blood did not quench the fire, nor did the fire dry out the blood. Encouraged by this and other signs, Gideon undertook to carry on the war against the Midianites with a band of 300 God-fearing men, and he was successful. Of the enemy, 120,000 corpses covered the field, and all the rest fled precipitately. Gideon enjoyed the privilege of bringing salvation to Israel because he was a good son. His old father feared to thresh his grain on account of the Midianites, and Gideon once went out to him in the field and said, "Father, thou art too old to do this work. Go thou home, and I shall finish thy task for thee. If the Midianites should surprise me out here, I can run away, which thou canst not do, on account of thy age." The day on which Gideon gained his great victory was during the Passover, and the cake of barley bread that turned the camp of the enemy upside down, of which the Midianite dreamed, was a sign that God would espouse the cause of his people to reward them for bringing a cake of barley bread as an omer offering. After God had favored Israel with great help through him, Gideon had an ephod made. In the high priest's breastplate, Joseph was represented among the 12 tribes by Ephraim alone, not by Manasseh too. To wipe out this slight upon his own tribe, Gideon made an ephod bearing the name of Manasseh. He consecrated it to God, but after his death, homage was paid to it as an idol. In those days the Israelites were so addicted to the worship of Beelzebub that they constantly carried small images of this god with them in their pockets, and every now and then they were in the habit of bringing the image forth and kissing it fervently. Of such idolaters were the vain and light fellows who helped Abimelech, the son of Gideon, by his concubine from Shechem to assassinate the other sons of his father. But God is just. As Abimelech murdered his brothers upon a stone, so Abimelech himself met his death through a millstone. It was proper then that Jotham, in his parable, should compare Abimelech to a thorn bush, while he characterized his predecessors, Othniel, Deborah, and Gideon, as an olive tree, or a fig tree, or a vine. This Jotham, the youngest of the sons of Gideon, was more than a teller of parables. He knew then that long afterward the Samaritans would claim sanctity for Mount Gerizim, on account of the blessing pronounced from it upon the tribe. For this reason he chose Gerizim, from which to hurl his curse upon Shechem and its inhabitants. The successor to Abimelech equaled, if he did not surpass him, in wickedness. Jair erected an altar unto Baal, and on penalty of death he forced the people to prostrate themselves before it. Only 7 men remained firm in the true faith, and refused to the last to commit idolatry. Their names were Duel, Abbot, Israel, Jekuthiel, Shalom, Ashur, Jehonadab, and Shemiel. They said to Jair, "We are mindful of the lessons given us by our teachers and our mother Deborah. Take ye heed," they said, "that your heart lead you not astray to the right or to the left. Day and night ye shall devote yourselves to the study of the Torah. Why then dost thou seek to corrupt the people of the Lord, saying, Baal is God, let us worship him? If he really is what thou sayest, then let him speak like a god, and we will pay him worship." For the blasphemy they had uttered against Baal, Jair commanded that the 7 men be burnt. When his servants were about to carry out his order, God sent the angel Nathaniel, the Lord over the fire, and he extinguished the fire, though not before the servants of Jair were consumed by it. Not only did the 7 men escape the danger of suffering death by fire, but the angel enabled them to flee unnoticed by striking all the people present with blindness. Then the angel approached Jair and said to him, "Hear the words of the Lord ere thou diest. I appointed thee as prince over my people, and thou didst break my covenant, seduce my people, and seek to burn my servants with fire. But they were animated and freed by the living, the heavenly fire. As for thee, thou wilt die, and die by fire, a fire in which thou wilt abide forever." Thereupon the angel burnt him with 1,000 men, whom he had taken in the act of paying homage to Baal. Jephthah. The first judge of any importance after Gideon was Jephthah. He too fell short of being the ideal Jewish ruler. His father had married a woman of another tribe, an unusual occurrence in a time when a woman who left her tribe was held in contempt. Jephthah, the offspring of this union, had to bear the consequences of his mother's irregular conduct. So many annoyances were put upon him that he was forced to leave his home and settle in a heathen district. At first Jephthah refused to accept the rulership which the people offered him in an assembly at Mizpah, for he had not forgotten the wrongs to which he had been subjected. In the end, however, he yielded and placed himself at the head of the people in the war against Jezebel, the king of the Ammonites. At his departure he vowed before God to sacrifice to him whatsoever came forth out of the doors of his house to meet him when he returned a victor from the war. God was angry and said, "So Jephthah has vowed to offer unto me the first thing that shall meet him. If a dog were the first to meet him, would a dog be sacrificed to me? Now shall the vow of Jephthah be visited on his firstborn, on his own offspring, yea, his prayer shall be visited on his only daughter. But I assuredly shall deliver my people, not for Jephthah's sake, but for the sake of the prayers of Israel." The first to meet him after his successful campaign was his daughter Shelah. Overwhelmed by anguish, the father cried out, "Rightly was the name Shelah, the one who is demanded, given to thee, that thou shouldst be offered up as a sacrifice. Who shall set my heart in the balance, and my soul as the weight, that I may stand and see whether that which happened to me is joy or sorrow? But because I opened my mouth to the Lord and uttered a vow, I cannot take it back." Then Shelah spoke, saying, "Why dost thou grieve for my death, since the people was delivered? Dost thou not remember what happened in the day of our forefathers, when the father offered his son as a burnt offering, and the son did not refuse, but consented gladly, and the offerer and the offered were both full of joy? Therefore do as thou hast spoken. But before I die, I will ask a favor of thee. Grant me that I may go with my companions upon the mountains, sojourn among the hills, and tread upon the rocks, to shed my tears, and deposit there the grief for my lost youth. The trees of the field shall weep for me, and the beasts of the field mourn for me. I do not grieve for my death, nor because I have to yield up my life, but because when my father vowed his heedless vow, he did not have me in mind. I fear, therefore, that I may not be an acceptable sacrifice, and that my death shall be for nothing." Shelah and her companions went forth and told her case to the sages of the people, but none of them could give her any help. Then she went up to Mount Telag, where the Lord appeared to her at night, saying unto her, "I have closed the mouth of the sages of my people in this generation, that they cannot answer the daughter of Jephthah a word, that my vow be fulfilled, and nothing of what I have thought remain undone. I know her to be wiser than her father, and all the wise men, and now her soul shall be accepted at her request, and her death shall be very precious before my face all the time. Sheila began to bewail her fate in these words: "Hearken, ye mountains, to my lamentations, and ye hills to the tears of my eyes, and ye rocks, testify to the weeping of my soul. My words will go up to heaven, and my tears will be written in the firmament. I have not been granted the joy of wedding, nor was the wreath of my betrothal completed. I have not been decked with ornaments, nor have I been scented with myrrh and with aromatic perfumes. I have not been anointed with the oil that was prepared for me. Alas, O mother, it was in vain thou didst give birth to me. The grave was destined to be my bridal chamber. The oil thou didst prepare for me will be spilled, and the white garments my mother sewed for me, the moth will eat them. The bridal wreath my nurse wound for me will wither, and my garments in blue and purple, the worms will destroy them, and my companions will all their days lament over me. And now, ye trees, incline your branches, and weep over my youth. Ye beasts of the forest, come and trample upon my virginity, for my years are cut off, and the days of my life grow old in darkness." Her lamentations were of as little avail as her arguments with her father. In vain she sought to prove to him from the Torah that the law speaks only of animal sacrifices, never of human sacrifices. In vain she cited the example of Jacob, who had vowed to give God a tenth of all the possessions he owned, and yet did not attempt later to sacrifice one of his sons. Jephthah was inexorable. All he would yield was a respite during which his daughter might visit various scholars, who were to decide whether he was bound by his vow. According to the Torah, his vow was entirely invalid. He was not even obliged to pay his daughter's value in money. But the scholars of his time had forgotten this halakha, and they decided that he must keep his vow. The forgetfulness of the scholars was of God, ordained as a punishment upon Jephthah for having slaughtered thousands of Ephraim. One man there was living at the time who, if he had been questioned about the case, would have been able to give a decision. This was the high priest Phinehas, but he said proudly, "What? I, a high priest, the son of a high priest, should humiliate myself and go to an ignoramus?" Jephthah, on the other hand, said, "What? I, the chief of the tribes of Israel, the first prince of the land, should humiliate myself and go to one of the rank and file?" So only the rivalry between Jephthah and Phinehas caused the loss of a young life. Their punishment did not miss them. Jephthah dies a horrible death. Limb by limb his body was dismembered. As for the high priest, the Holy Spirit departed from him, and he had to give up his priestly dignity. As it had been Jephthah's task to ward off the Ammonites, so his successor Abdon was occupied with protecting Israel against the Moabites. The king of Moab sent messengers to Abdon, and they spoke thus: "Thou well knowest that Israel took possession of cities that belonged to me. Return them." Abdon's reply was, "Know ye not how the Ammonites fared? The measure of Moab's sins, it seems, out against the enemy, slew 45,000 of their number, and routed the rest." Samson. The last judge but one, Samson, was not the most important of the judges, but he was the greatest hero of the period, and, except Goliath, the greatest hero of all times. He was the son of Manoah of the tribe of Dan, and his wife Zelalponit of the tribe of Judah, and he was born to them at a time when they had given up all hope of having children. Samson's birth is a striking illustration of the short-sightedness of human beings. The judge Ibzan had not invited Manoah and Zelalponit to any of the 120 feasts in honor of the marriage of his 60 children, which were celebrated at his house and at the house of their parents-in-law, because he thought that the sterile she-mule would never be in a position to repay his courtesy. It turned out that Samson's parents were blessed with an extraordinary son, while Ibzan saw his 60 children die during his lifetime. Samson's strength was superhuman, and the dimensions of his body were gigantic. He measured 60 ells between the shoulders. Yet he had one imperfection: he was maimed in both feet. The first evidence of his gigantic strength he gave when he uprooted 2 great mountains and rubbed them against each other. Such feats he was able to perform as often as the Spirit of God was poured out over him. Whenever this happened, it was indicated by his hair. It began to move and emit a bell-like sound, which could be heard far off. Besides, while the Spirit rested upon him, he was able with one stride to cover a distance equal to that between Zorah and Eshtaol. It was Samson's supernatural strength that made Jacob think that he would be the Messiah. When God showed him Samson's latter end, then he realized that the new era would not be ushered in by the hero judge. Samson won his first victory over the Philistines by means of the jawbone of the ass on which Abraham had made his way to Mount Moriah. It had been preserved miraculously. After this victory, a great wonder befell. Samson was at the point of perishing from thirst when water began to flow from his own mouth as from a spring. Besides physical prowess, Samson possessed also spiritual distinctions. He was unselfish to the last degree. He had been of exceeding great help to the Israelites, but he never asked the smallest service for himself. When Samson told Delilah that he was a Nazarite unto God, she was certain that he had divulged the true secret of his strength. She knew his character too well to entertain the idea that he would couple the name of God with an untruth. There was a weak side to his character, too. He allowed sensual pleasures to dominate him. The consequences was that he who went astray after his eyes lost his eyes. Even this severe punishment produced no change of heart. He continued to lead his old life of profligacy in prison, and he was encouraged thereto by the Philistines, who set aside all considerations of family purity in the hope of descendants who should be the equals of Samson in giant strength and stature. As throughout life Samson had given proofs of superhuman power, so in the moment of death he entreated God to realize in him the blessing of Jacob and endow him with divine strength. He expired with these words upon his lips: O Master of the world, vouchsafe unto me in this life a recompense for the loss of one of my eyes. For the loss of the other I will wait to be rewarded in the world to come. Even after his death Samson was a shield unto the Israelites. Fear of him had so cowed the Philistines that for 20 years they did not dare attack the Israelites. The crime of the Benjamites. A part of the money which Delilah received from the Philistine lords as the price of Samson's secret she gave to her son Micah, and he used it to make an idol for himself. This sin was the more unpardonable as Micah owed his life to a miracle performed by Moses. During the times of the Egyptian oppression, if the prescribed number of bricks was not furnished by the Israelites, their children were used as building material. Such would have been Micah's fate if he had not been saved in a miraculous way. Moses wrote down the name of God and put the words on Micah's body. The dead boy came to life, and Moses drew him out of the wall of which he made a part. Micah did not show himself worthy of the wonder done for him. Even before the Israelites left Egypt, he made his idol, and it was he who fashioned the golden calf. At the time of Othniel the judge, he took up his abode at a distance of not more than 3 miles from the sanctuary at Shiloh, and won over the grandson of Moses to officiate as priest before his idol. The sanctuary which Micah erected harbored various idols. He had 3 images of boys, and 3 of calves, 1 lion, an eagle, a dragon, and a dove. When a man came who wanted a wife, he was directed to appeal to the dove. If riches were his desire, he worshipped the eagle. For daughters, both to the calves, to the lion for strength, and to the dragon for long life. Sacrifices and incense alike were offered to these idols, and both had to be purchased with cash money from Micah, even didrachms for a sacrifice, and 1 for incense. The rapid degeneration in the family of Moses may be accounted for by the fact that Moses had married the daughter of a priest who ministered to idols. Yet the grandson of Moses was not an idolater of ordinary caliber. His sinful conduct was not without a semblance of morality. From his grandfather he had heard the rule that a man should do avodah zarah for hire rather than be dependent upon his fellow creatures. The meaning of avodah zarah here naturally is strange in the sense of unusual work, but he took the term in its ordinary acceptation of service of strange gods. So far from being a whole-souled idolater, he adopted methods calculated to harm the cause of idol worship. Whenever anyone came leading an animal with the intention of sacrificing it, he would say, "What good can the idol do thee? It can neither see nor hear nor speak." But as he was concerned about his own livelihood, and did not want to offend the idolaters too grossly, he would continue, "If thou bringest a dish of flour and a few eggs, it will suffice." This offering he would himself eat. Under David, he filled the position of treasurer. David appointed him because he thought that a man who was willing to become priest to an idol only in order to earn his bread must be worthy of confidence. However sincere his repentance may have been, he relapsed into his former life when he was removed from his office by Solomon, who filled all position with new incumbents at his accession to the throne. Finally, he abandoned his idolatrous ways wholly and became so pure a man that he was favored by God with the gift of prophecy. This happened on the day on which the man of God out of Judah came to Jeroboam, for the grandson of Moses is none other than the old prophet at Bethel, who invited the man of God out of Judah to come to his house. The mischief done by Micah spread further and further. Especially the Benjamites distinguished themselves for their zeal in paying homage to his idols. God therefore resolved to visit the sins of Israel and Benjamin upon them. The opportunity did not delay to come. It was not long before the Benjamites committed the outrage of Gibeah before the house of Bethak, a venerable old man that imitated the disgraceful conduct of the Sodomites before the house of Lot. When the other tribes exacted amends from the Benjamites and were denied satisfaction, bloody combats ensued. At first the Benjamites prevailed, in spite of the fact that the Urim and Thummim questioned by Phinehas had encouraged the Israelites to take up the conflict with the words, "Up to war, I shall deliver them into your hands." After the tribes had again and again suffered defeat, they recognized the intention of God to betray them as a punishment for their sins. They therefore ordained a day of fasting and convocation before the holy ark, and Phinehas the son of Eleazar entreated God in their behalf. "What means this, that thou leadest us astray? Is the deed of the Benjamites right in thine eyes? Then why didst thou not command us to desist from the combat? But if what our brethren have done is evil in thy sight, then why dost thou cause us to fall before them in battle? O God of our fathers, hearken unto my voice. Make it known this day unto thy servant whether the war waged with Benjamin is pleasing in thine eyes, or whether thou desirest to punish thy people for its sins. Then the sinners among us will amend their ways. I am mindful of what happened in the days of my youth at the time of Moses. In the zeal of my soul I slew two for the sin of Zimri, and when his well-wishers sought to kill me, thou didst send an angel, who cut off 24,000 of them and delivered me. But now 11 of thy tribes have gone forth to do thy bidding, to avenge and slay, and lo, they have themselves been slain, so that they are made to believe that thy revelations are lying and deceitful. O Lord, God of our forefathers, naught is hidden before thee. Make it manifest why this misfortune has overtaken us." God replied to Phinehas at great length, setting forth why 11 tribes had suffered so heavily. The Lord had wanted to punish them for having permitted Micah and his mother Delilah to pursue their evil ways undisturbed, though they were zealous beyond measure in avenging the wrong done to the woman at Gibeah. As soon as all those had perished who were guilty of having aided and abetted Micah in his idolatrous practices, whether directly or indirectly, God was willing to help them in their conflicts with the Benjamites. So it came, in the battle fought soon after, 75,000 Benjamites fell slain. Only 600 of the tribe survived. Fearing to remain in Palestine, the small band emigrated to Italy and Germany. At the same time, the punishment promised them by God overtook the two chief sinners. Micah lost his life by fire, and his mother rotted alive. Worms crawled from her body. In spite of the great mischief caused by Micah, he had one good quality, and God permitted it to plead for him when the angels stood up against him as his accusers. He was extremely hospitable. His house always stood wide open to the wanderer, and to his hospitality he owed it that he was granted a share in the future world. In hell, Micah is the first in the 6th division, which is under the guidance of the angel Hadriel, and he is the only one in the division who is spared hell tortures. Micah's son was Jeroboam, whose golden calves were sinful far beyond anything his father had done. In those days God spake to Phinehas, Thou art 120 years old, thou hast reached the natural term of man's life. Go now, betake thyself to the mountain Danaben, and remain there many years. I will command the eagles to sustain thee with food, so that thou returnest not to men until the time when thou lockest fast the clouds, and openest them again. Then I will carry thee to the place where those are who were before thee, and there thou wilt tarry until I visit the world, and bring thee thither to taste of death. End of chapter 2, part 2, the Judges. Chapter 4 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4, by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 4, Samuel and Saul, Elkanah and Hannah. The period of the Judges is linked to the period of the kingdom by the prophet Samuel, who anointed both Saul and David as kings. Not only was Samuel himself a prophet, but his forebears also had been prophets, and both his parents, Elkanah and Hannah, were endowed with the gift of prophecy. Aside from this gift, Elkanah possessed extraordinary virtue. He was a second Abraham, the only pious man of his generation, who saved the world from destruction when God, made wroth by the idolatry of Micah, was on the point of annihilating it utterly. His chief merit was that he stimulated the people by his example to go on pilgrimages to Shiloh, the spiritual center of the nation. Accompanied by his whole household, including kinsmen, he was in the habit of making the 3 prescribed pilgrimages annually, and though he was a man of only moderate means, his retinue was equipped with great magnificence. In all the towns through which it passed, the procession caused commotion. The lookers-on invariably inquired into the reason of the rare spectacle, and Elkanah told them, "We are going to the house of the Lord at Shiloh, for thence come forth the law. Why should you not join us?" Such gentle, persuasive words did not fail of taking effect. In the first year, 5 households undertook the pilgrimage, the next year 10, and so on until the whole town followed his example. Elkanah chose a new route every year. Thus he touched at many towns, and their inhabitants were led to do a pious deed. In spite of his God-fearing ways, Elkanah's domestic life was not perfectly happy. He had been married 10 years, and his union with Hannah had not been blessed with offspring. The love he bore his wife compensated him for his childlessness, but Hannah herself insisted upon his taking a second wife. Peninnah embraced every opportunity of vexing Hannah. In the morning her decisive greeting to Hannah would be, "Dost thou not mean to rise and wash thy children, and send them to school?" Such jeers were to keep Hannah mindful of her childlessness. Perhaps Peninnah's intentions were laudable. She may have wanted to bring Hannah to the point of praying to God for children. However it may have been forced from her, Hannah's petition for a son was fervent and devout. She entreats God, "Lord of the world, hast thou created aught in vain? Our eyes thou hast destined for sight, our ears for hearing, our mouth for speech, our nose to smell therewith, our hands for work. Didst thou not create these breasts above my heart to give suck to a babe? O grant me a son, that he may draw nourishment therefrom. Lord, thou reignest over all beings, the mortal and the heavenly beings. The heavenly beings neither eat nor drink, they do not propagate themselves, nor do they die, but they live forever. Mortal man eats, drinks, propagates his kind, and dies. If now I am of the heavenly beings, let me live forever. But if I belong to mortal mankind, let me do my part in establishing the race. Eli, the high priest, who at first misinterpreted Hannah's long prayer, dismissed her with the blessing, "May the son to be born unto thee acquire great knowledge in the law." Hannah left the sanctuary, and at once her grief-furrowed countenance changed. She felt beyond a doubt that the blessing of Eli would be fulfilled. The youth of Samuel. Hannah's prayer was heard. At the end of 6 months and a few days, Samuel was born to her in the 19th year of her married life, and the 130th of her age. Samuel was of a frail constitution and required tender care and nurture. For this reason, he and his mother could not accompany Elkanah on his pilgrimages. Hannah withheld her boy from the sanctuary for some years. Before Samuel's birth, a voice from heaven had proclaimed that in a short time a great man would be born, whose name would be Samuel. All men, children of that time, were accordingly named Samuel. As they grew up, the mothers were in the habit of getting together and telling of their children's doings in order to determine which of them satisfied the expectations the prophecy had aroused. When the true Samuel was born, and by his wonderful deed excelled all his companions, it became plain to whom the word of God applied. His preeminence now being undisputed, Hannah was willing to part with him. The following incident is an illustration of Samuel's unusual qualities, manifested even in infancy. He was 2 years old when his mother brought him to Shiloh to leave him there permanently. An occasion at once presented itself for the display of his learning and acumen, which were so great as to arouse the astonishment of the high priest Eli himself. On entering the sanctuary, Samuel noticed that they were seeking a priest to kill the sacrificial animal. Samuel instructed the attendants that a non-priest was permitted to kill the sacrifice. The high priest Eli appeared at the moment when, by Samuel's directions, the sacrifice was being killed by a non-priest. Angered by the child's boldness, he was about to have him executed, regardless of Hannah's prayer for his life. "Let him die," he said. "I shall pray for another in his place." Hannah replied, "I lent him to the Lord. Whatever betide, he belongs neither to thee nor to me, but to God." Only then, after Samuel's life was secure, Hannah offered up her prayer of thanksgiving. Beside the expression of her gratitude, it contains also many prophecies regarding Samuel's future achievements, and it recited the history of Israel from the beginning until the advent of Messiah. Her prayer, incidentally, brought relief to the sons of Korah. Since the earth had swallowed them, they had been constantly sinking lower and lower. When Hannah uttered the words, "God bringeth down to Sheol and bringeth up," they came to a standstill in their downward course. Hannah was spared to witness not only the greatness of her son, but also the undoing of her rival. Every time Hannah bore a child, Peninnah lost 2 of hers, until 8 of her 10 children had died, and she would have had to surrender all had not Hannah interceded for her with prayer. Eli and his sons. Shortly before Samuel entered upon his novitiate in the sanctuary, Eli succeeded to the 3 highest offices in the land. He was made high priest, president of the Sanhedrin, and ruler over the political affairs of Israel. Eli was a pious man and devoted to the study of the Torah, wherefore he attained to a good old age and to high honors. In his office as high priest, he was successor to no less a personage than Phinehas, who had lost his high priestly dignity on account of his haughty bearing toward Jephthah. With Eli, the line of Ithamar rose to power instead of the line of Eleazar. However, the iniquitous deed of his 2 sons brought dire misfortune upon Eli and upon his family, though the scriptural account of their conduct may not be taken literally. The sons of Eli transgressed only in that they sometimes kept the women waiting who came to the sanctuary to bring the purification offerings, and so they retarded their return to their families. This was bad enough for a priest of God. Their misdeeds recoiled upon their father, who was not strict enough in rebuking them. Eli's punishment was that he aged prematurely, and besides, he had to give up his various offices. During his lifetime, his youngest son Phinehas, the worthier of the 2, officiated as high priest. The only reproach to which Phinehas laid himself open was that he made no attempt to mend his brother's ways. The worst of God's decree against Eli he learned from Elkanah, the man of God, who came unto Eli and who announced that the high priestly dignity would be wrested from his house and once more conferred upon the family of Eleazar, and furthermore his descendants would all die in their prime. The latter doom can be averted by good deeds, devotion in prayer, and zealous study of the Torah. These means were often employed successfully, but against the loss of the high priest's office there is no specific. The house of Eli forfeited it irrevocably. Abiathar, the great-grandson of Eli's son Phinehas, the last of the high priests of the line of Ithamar, had to submit to the fate of seeing David transfer his dignity to Zadok, in whose family it remained forever. The sons of Eli brought misfortune also upon the whole of Israel. To their sins and the ease with which the people condoned them was attributed the unhappy issue of the war with the Philistines. The holy ark, the receptacle for the broken table of the law, which accompanied the people to the camp, did not have the expected effect of compelling victory for the Israelites. What Eli feared happened. He enjoined upon his sons not to appear before him if they should survive the capture of the ark. But they did not survive it. They died upon the battlefield on which their nation had suffered bitter defeat. The Philistines, to be sure, had to pay dearly for their victory, especially those who had spoken contemptuous words when the holy ark had appeared in the Israelitish camp. The God of the Israelites had 10 plagues, and those he expended upon the Egyptians. He no longer has it in his power to do harm. But God said, "Do ye but wait to see, I shall bring plague down upon you, like of which hath never been." This new plague consisted in mice crawling forth out of the earth and jerking the entrails out of the bodies of the Philistines, while they eased nature. If the Philistines sought to protect themselves by using brass vessels, the vessels burst at the touch of the mice, and as before, the Philistines were at their mercy. After some months of suffering, when they realized that their god Dagon was the victim instead of the victor, they resolved to send the ark back to the Israelites. Many of the Philistines, however, were not yet convinced of God's power. The experiment with the milch kine, on which there had come no yoke, was to establish the matter for them. The result was conclusive. Scarcely had the cows begun to draw the cart containing the ark when they raised their voices in song. Arise, thou, O acacia, soar aloft in the fullness of thy splendor, thou who art adorned with gold embroidery, thou who art reverenced within the holiest of the palace, thou who art covered by the 2 cherubim. When the holy ark was thus brought into the Israelitish domain, there was exceeding great rejoicing, yet the people were lacking in due reverence. They unloaded the holy vessel while doing their usual work. God punished them severely. The 70 members of the Sanhedrin perished, and with them 50,000 of the people. The punishment was meet for another reason. At first sight of the ark, some of the people had exclaimed, "Who vexed these that thou didst feel offended, and what had mollified thee now?" The activities of Samuel. In the midst of the defeats and other calamities that overwhelmed the Israelites, Samuel's authority grew and the respect for him increased until he was acknowledged the helper of his people. His first efforts were directed toward counteracting the spiritual decay in Israel. When he assembled the people of Mizpah for prayer, he sought to distinguish between the faithful and the idolatrous in order to mete out punishment to the disloyal. He had all the people drink water, whose effect was to prevent idolaters from opening their lips. The majority of the people repented of their sins, and Samuel turned to God in their behalf. Lord of the world, thou requirest naught of man, but that he should repent of his sins. Israel is penitent, do thou pardon him. The prayer was granted, and when after his sacrifice Samuel led an attack upon the Philistines, victory was not withheld from the Israelites. God terrified the enemy first by an earthquake, and then by thunder and lightning. Many were scattered and wandered about aimlessly. Many were precipitated into the rents torn in the earth. The rest had their faces scorched, and in their terror and pain their weapons dropped from their hands. In peace as in war, Samuel was the type of a disinterested, incorruptible judge, who even refused compensation for the time, trouble, and pecuniary sacrifices entailed upon him by his office. His sons fell far short of resembling their father in these respects. Instead of continuing Samuel's plan of journeying from place to place to dispense judgment, they had the people come to them, and they surrounded themselves with a crew of officials who preyed upon the people for their maintenance. In a sense, therefore, the curse with which Eli threatened Samuel in his youth was accomplished. Both he and Samuel had sons unworthy of their fathers. Samuel at least had the satisfaction of seeing his sons mend their ways. One of them is the prophet Joel, whose prophecy forms a book of the Bible. Though, according to this account, the sons of Samuel were by no means so iniquitous as might be inferred from the severe expressions of the Scripture, still the demand for a king made by the leaders of the people was not unwarranted. All they desired was a king in the place of a judge. What enkindled the wrath of God and caused Samuel vexation was the way in which the common people formulated the demand. "We want a king," they said, "that we may be like the other nations." The reign of Saul. There were several reasons for the choice of Saul as king. He had distinguished himself as a military hero in the unfortunate engagement of the Philistines with Israel under the leadership of the sons of Eli. Goliath captured the tables of the law. When Saul heard of this in Shiloh, he marched 60 miles to the camp, wrested the tables from the giant, and returned to Shiloh on the same day, bringing Eli the report of the Israelitish misfortune. Besides, Saul possessed unusual beauty, which explains why the maidens whom he asked about the seer in their city sought to engage him in a lengthy conversation. At the same time, he was exceedingly modest. When he and his servant failed to find the asses they were looking for, he said, "My father will take thought of us," putting his servants on a level with himself. And when he was anointed king, he refused to accept the royal dignity until the Urim and Thummim were consulted. His chief virtue, however, was his innocence. He was as free from sin as a 1-year-old child. No wonder, then, he was held worthy of the prophetic gift. The prophecies he uttered concerned themselves with the war of Gog and Magog, the meting out of reward and punishment at the last judgment. Finally, his choice as king was due also to the merits of his ancestors, especially his grandfather Abiel, a man interested in the public welfare, who would have the streets lighted so that people might go to the houses of study after dark. Saul's first act as king was his successful attack upon Nahash, king of the Ammonites, who had ordered the Gileadites to remove the injunction from the Torah barring the Ammonites from the congregation of Israel. In his next undertaking, the campaign against the Philistines, he displayed his piety. His son Jonathan had fallen under the severe ban pronounced by Saul against all who tasted food on a certain day, and Saul did not hesitate to deliver him up to death. Jonathan's trespass was made known by the stones in the breastplate of the high priest. All the stones were bright. Only the one bearing the name Benjamin had lost its brilliancy. By lot, it was determined that its dimmed luster was due to the Benjamite Jonathan. Saul desisted from his purpose of executing Jonathan only when it appeared that he had transgressed his father's command by mistake. A burnt offering and his weight in gold paid to the sanctuary were considered an atonement for him. In the same war, Saul had occasion to show his zeal for the scrupulous observance of the sacrificial ordinances. He reproached his warriors with eating the meat of the sacrifices before the blood was sprinkled on the altar, and he made it his task to see to it that the slaughtering knife was kept in the prescribed condition. As recompense, an angel brought him a sword, there being none besides Saul in the whole army to bear one. Saul manifested a different spirit in the next campaign, the war with the Amalekites, whom at the bidding of God he was to exterminate. When the message of God's displeasure was conveyed to Saul by the prophet Samuel, he said, "If the Torah ordains that a heifer of the herd shall be beheaded in the valley as an atonement for the death of a single man, how great must be the atonement required for the slaughter of so many men? And granted they are sinners, what wrong have their cattle done to deserve annihilation? And granted that the adults are worthy of their fate, what have the children done?" Then a voice proclaimed from heaven, "Be not overjust." Later on, when Saul commissioned Doeg to cut down the priests at Nob, the same voice was heard to say, "Be not over wicked." It was this very Doeg, destined to play so baleful a part in his life, who induced Saul to spare Agag, the king of Amalekites. His argument was, the law prohibits the slaying of an animal and its young on the same day. How much less permissible is it to destroy at one time old and young, men and children? As Saul had undertaken the war of extermination against Amalek, only because forced into it, he was easily persuaded to let the people keep a part of the cattle alive. As far as he himself was concerned, he could have had no personal interest in the booty, for he was so affluent that he took a census of the army by giving a sheep to every one of his soldiers, distributing not less than 200,000 sheep. Compared with David's sins, Saul's were not sufficiently grievous to account for the withdrawal of the royal dignity from him and his family. The real reason was Saul's too great mildness, a drawback in a ruler. Moreover, his family was of such immaculate nobility that his descendants might have become too haughty. When Saul disregarded the divine command about the Amalekites, Samuel announced to him that his office would be bestowed upon another. The name of his successor was not mentioned on that occasion, but Samuel gave him a sign by which to recognize the future king. He who would cut off the corner of Saul's mantle would reign in his stead. Later on, when David met Saul in the cave and cut off a piece of the king's skirt, Saul knew him for a certainty to be his destined successor. So Saul lost his crown on account of Agag, and yet did not accomplish his purpose of saving the life of the Amalekite king. For Samuel inflicted a most cruel death upon Agag, and that not in accordance with Jewish, but with heathen forms of justice. No witnesses of Agag's crime could be summoned before the court, nor could it be proved that Agag, as the law requires, had been warned when about to commit the crime. Though due punishment was meted out to Agag, in a sense it came too late. Had he been killed by Saul in the course of the battle, the Jews would have been spared the persecution devised by Haman, for in the short span of time that elapsed between war and his execution, Agag became the ancestor of Haman. The Amalekite War was the last of Saul's notable achievements. Shortly afterward he was seized by the evil spirit, and the rest of his days were passed mainly in persecuting David and his followers. Saul would have died immediately after the Amalekite War if Samuel had not interceded for him. The prophet prayed to God that the life of the disobedient king be spared, at least so long as his own years had not come to their destined close. Thou regardest me equal to Moses and Aaron. As Moses and Aaron did not have their handiwork destroyed before their eyes during their life, so may my handiwork not cease during my life. God said, What shall I do? Samuel will not let me put an end to Saul's days, and if I let Samuel die in his prime, people will speak ill of him. Meanwhile, David's time is approaching, and one reign may not overlap the time assigned to another by his hairbreadth. God determined to let Samuel age suddenly, and when he died at 52, the people were under the impression the days of an old man had come to an end. So long as he lived, Saul was secure. Scarcely was he dead when the Philistines began to menace the Israelites and their king. Soon it appeared how well justified had been the mourning services for the departed prophet in all the Israelitish towns. It was not remarkable that the mourning for Samuel should have been universal. During his active administration as judge, he had been in the habit of journeying through every part of the country, and so he was known personally to all the people. This practice of his testifies not only to the zeal with which he devoted himself to his office, but also to his wealth, for the expenses entailed by these journeys were defrayed from his own purse. Only one person in all the land took no part in the demonstrations of grief. During the very week of mourning, Nabal held feasts. What? God exclaimed. All weep and lament over the death of the pious, and this reprobate engages in revelry? Punishment was not withheld. 3 days after the week of mourning for Samuel, Nabal dies. There was none that felt the death of Samuel more keenly than Saul. Left alone and isolated, he did not shrink from extreme measures to enter into communication with the departed prophet. With his 2 adjutants, Abner and Amasa, he betook himself to Abner's mother, the witch of Endor. The king did not reveal his identity, but the witch had no difficulty in recognizing her visitor. In necromancy, the peculiar rule holds good that, unless it is summoned by a king, a spirit raised from the dead appears head downward and feet in the air. Accordingly, when the figure of Samuel stood upright before them, the witch knew that the king was with her. Though the witch saw Samuel, she could not hear what he said, while Saul heard his words, but could not see his person, another peculiar phenomenon in necromancer. The conjurer sees the spirit, and he for whom the spirit has been raised only hears it. Any other person present neither sees nor hears it. The witch's excitement grew when she perceived a number of spirits arise by the side of Samuel. The dead prophet, when he was summoned back to earth, thought that the judgment day had arrived. He requested Moses to accompany him and testify to his always having executed the ordinances of the Torah as Moses had established them. With these two great leaders, a number of the pious arose, all believing that the day of judgment was at hand. Samuel was apparelled in the upper garment his mother had made for him when she surrendered him to the sanctuary. This he had worn throughout his life, and in it he was buried. At the resurrection, all the dead wear their grave clothes, and so it came about that Samuel stood before Saul in his well-known upper garment. Only fragments of the conversation between Samuel and Saul have been preserved in the Scriptures. Samuel reproached Saul with having disturbed him. "Was it not enough," he said, "for thee to enkindle the wrath of thy Creator by calling up the spirits of the dead? Must thou need change me into an idol? For is it not said that like unto the worshippers, so shall the worshipped be punished?" Samuel then consented to tell the king God's decree, that he had resolved to rend the kingdom out of his hand, and invest David with the royal dignity. Whereupon Saul, "These are not the words thou spakest to me before, when we dwelt together," rejoined Samuel. "I was in the world of lies. Now I abide in the world of truth, and thou heardest lying words from me, for I feared thy wrath and thy revenge. Now I abide in the world of truth, and thou hearest words of truth from me. As to the thing the Lord hath done unto thee, thou hast deserved it, for thou didst not obey the voice of the Lord, nor execute his fierce wrath upon Amalek." Saul asked, "Can I still save myself by flight?" "Yes," replied Samuel, "if thou fleest, thou art safe. But if thou acceptest God's judgment, by tomorrow thou wilt be united with me in paradise." When Abner and Amasa questioned Saul about his interview with Samuel, he replied, "Samuel told me I should go into battle tomorrow and come forth victorious. More than that, my sons will be given exalted positions in return for their military prowess." The next day his 3 sons went with him to the war, and all were stricken down. God summoned the angels and said to them, "Behold the being I have created in my world." A father, as a rule, refrains from taking his sons even to a banquet, lest he expose them to the evil eye. Saul goes to war knowing that he will lose his life, yet he takes his sons with him and cheerfully accepts the punishment I ordain. So perished the first Jewish king as a hero and a saint. His latter days were occupied with regrets on account of the execution of the priest of Nob, and his remorse secured pardon for him. Indeed, in all respects his piety was so great that not even David was his equal. David had many wives and concubines. Saul had but one wife. David remained behind, fearing to lose his life in battle with his son Absalom. Saul went into the combat, knowing he should not return alive. Mild and generous, Saul led the life of a saint in his own house, observing even the priestly laws of purity. Therefore God reproached David with having pronounced a curse upon Saul in his prayer. Also David in his old age was punished for having cut off the corner of Saul's mantle, for no amount of clothing would keep him warm. Finally, when a great famine fell upon the land during the reign of David, God told him it had been inflicted upon him because Saul's remains had not been buried with the honor due to him. And at that moment a heavenly voice resounded, calling Saul the elect of God. The court of Saul. The most important figure at the court of Saul was his cousin Abner, the son of the witch of Endor. He was a giant of extraordinary size. A wall measuring 6 ells in thickness could be moved more easily than one of Abner's feet. David once chanced to get between the feet of Abner as he lay asleep, and he was almost crushed to death, when fortunately Abner moved them, and David made his escape. Conscious of his vast strength, he once cried out, "If only I could seize the earth at some point, I should be able to shake it." Even in the hour of death, wounded mortally by Joab, he grasped his murderer like a worsted ball. He was about to kill him, but the people crowded round them and said to Abner, "If thou killest Joab, we shall be orphaned, and our wives and children will be prey to the Philistines." Abner replied, "What can I do? He was about to extinguish my light." The people consoled him, "Commit thy cause to the true judge." Abner thereupon loosed his hold upon Joab, who remained unharmed, while Abner fell dead instantly. God had decided against him. The reason was that Joab was in a measure justified in seeking to avenge the death of his brother Asahel. Asahel, the supernaturally swift runner, so swift that he ran through a field without snapping the ears of wheat, had been the attacking party. He had sought to take Abner's life, and Abner contended that in killing Asahel he had but acted in self-defense. Before inflicting the fatal wound, Joab held a formal court of justice over Abner. He asked, "Why didst thou not render Asahel harmless by wounding him rather than kill him?" Abner replied that he could not have done it. "What," said Joab, incredulous, "if thou wast able to strike him under the 5th rib, dost thou mean to say thou couldst not have made him innocuous by a wound, and saved him alive?" Although Abner was a saint, even a lion in the law, he perpetuated many a deed that made his violent death appear just. It was in his favor that he had refused to obey Saul's command to do away with the priests of Nob. Yet a man of his stamp should not have rested content with passive resistance. He should have interposed actively and kept Saul from executing his blood design. And granted that Abner could not have influenced the king's mind in this matter, at all events he is censurable for having frustrated a reconciliation between Saul and David. When David, holding in his hand the corner of the king's mantle, which he had cut off, sought to convince Saul of his innocence, it was Abner who turned the king against the suppliant fugitive. "Concern not thyself about it," he said to Saul. "David found the rag on a thorn bush in which thou didst catch the skirt of thy mantle as thou didst pass it." On the other hand, no blame attaches to Abner for having espoused the cause of Saul's son against David for 2 years and a half. He knew that God had designated David for the royal office, but according to an old tradition, God had promised 2 kings to the tribe of Benjamin, and Abner considered it his duty to transmit his father's honor to the son of Saul, the Benjamite. Another figure of importance during Saul's reign, but a man of radically different character, was Doeg. Doeg, the friend of Saul from the days of his youth, died when he was 34 years old. Yet at that early age he had been president of the Sanhedrin and the greatest scholar of his time. He was called Edomi, which means not Edomite, but he who causes the blush of shame, because by his keen mind and his learning he put to shame all who entered into argument with him. But his scholarship lay only on his lips. His heart was not concerned in it, and his one aim was to elicit admiration. Small wonder, then, that his end was disastrous. At the time of his death, he had sunk so low that he forfeited all share in the life to come. Wounded vanity caused his hostility to David, who had got the better of him in a learned discussion. From that moment he bent all his energies to the task of ruining David. He tried to poison Saul's mind against David by praising the latter inordinately, and so arousing Saul's jealousy. Again, he would harp on David's Moabite descent and maintain that on account of it he could not be admitted into the congregation of Israel. Samuel and other prominent men had to bring to bear all the weight of their authority to shield David against the consequences of Doeg's sophistry. Doeg's most grievous transgression, however, was his informing against the priests of Nob, whom he accused of high treason and executed as traitors. For all his iniquitous deeds he pressed the law into his service, and derived justification of his conduct from it. Abimelech, the high priest of Nob, admitted that he had consulted the Urim and Thummim for David. This served Doeg as the basis for the charge of treason, and he stated it as an unalterable halakha, that the Urim and Thummim may be consulted only for a king. In vain, Abner and Amasa and all the other members of the Sanhedrin demonstrated that the Urim and Thummim may be consulted for any on whose undertaking concerns the general welfare. Doeg would not yield, and as no one could be found to execute the judgment, he himself officiated as hangman. When the motive of revenge actuated him, he held cheap alike the life and honor of his fellow man. He succeeded in convincing Saul that David's marriage with the king's daughter Michal had lost its validity from the moment David was declared a rebel. As such, he said, David was as good as dead, since a rebel was outlawed. Hence his wife was no longer bound to him. Doeg's punishment accorded with his misdeeds. He who had made impious use of his knowledge of the law completely forgot the law, and even his disciples rose up against him and drove him from the house of study. In the end he died a leper. Dreadful as this death was, it was not accounted an atonement for his sins. One angel burned his soul, and another scattered his ashes in all the house of study and prayer. The son of Doeg was Saul's armor-bearer, who was killed by David for daring to slay the king, even though he longed for death. Along with Abner and Doeg, Jonathan distinguished himself in the reign of his father. His military capacity was joined to deep scholarship. To the latter he owed his position as Ab-bet-din. Nevertheless, he was one of the most modest men known in history. Abinadab was another one of Saul's sons who was worthy of his father, wherefore he was sometimes called Ishvi. As for Saul's grandson, Mephibosheth, he too was reputed a great man. David himself did not scorn to sit at his feet, and he revered Mephibosheth as his teacher. The wrong done him by David in granting one half his possessions to Ziba, the slave of Mephibosheth, did not go unavenged. When David ordered the division of the estate of Mephibosheth, a voice from heaven prophesied, Jeroboam and Rehoboam shall divide the kingdom between themselves. End of chapter 4, Samuel and Saul. Chapter 4, Part 1 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4 by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 4, David. David's birth and descent. David, the elect of God, was descended from a family which itself belonged to the elect of Israel, those ancestors of his who are enumerated in the Bible by name are all of them men of distinguished excellence. Besides, David was a descendant of Miriam, the sister of Moses, and so the strain of royal aristocracy was reinforced by the priestly aristocracy. Nor was David the first of his family to occupy the throne of a ruler. His great-grandfather Boaz was one and the same person with Ibzan, the judge of Bethlehem. Othniel, too, the first judge in Israel after the death of Joshua, and Caleb, the brother of Othniel, were connected with David's family. As examples of piety and virtue, David had his grandfather, and more particularly his father, before him. His grandfather's whole life was a continuous service of God, whence his name Obed, the servant, and his father Jesse was one of the greatest scholars of his time, and one of the four who died wholly untainted by sin. If God had not ordained death for all the descendants of our first parents after their fall, Jesse would have continued to live forever. As it was, he died at the age of 400, and then a violent death by the hand of the Moabite king, in whose care David, trusting in the ties of kinship between the Moabites and the seed of Ruth, left his family when he was fleeing before Saul. Jesse's piety will not go unrewarded. In the Messianic time, he will be one of the 8 princes to rule over the world. In spite of his piety, Jesse was not always proof against temptation. One of his slaves caught his fancy, and he would have entered into illicit relations with her had his wife Nazbat, the daughter of Abdiel, not frustrated the plan. She disguised herself as the slave, and Jesse, deceived by the ruse, met his own wife. The child born by Nazbat was given out as the son of the freed slave, so that the father might not discover the deception practiced upon him. This child was David. In a measure, David was indebted for his life to Adam. At first, only 3 hours of existence had been allotted to him. When God caused all future generations to pass in review before Adam, he besought God to give David 70 of the 1,000 years destined for him. A deed of gift signed by God and the angel Metatron was drawn up. 70 years were legally conveyed from Adam to David, and in accordance with Adam's wishes, beauty, dominion, and poetical gift went with them. Anointed King. Beauty and talent, Adam's gifts to David, did not shield their possessor against hardship. As the supposed son of a slave, he was banished from association with his brothers, and his days were passed in the desert tending his father's sheep. It was his shepherd life that prepared him for his later exalted position. With gentle consideration he led the flocks entrusted to him. The young lambs he guided to pastures of tender grass. The patches of less juicy herbs he reserved for the sheep, and the full-grown sturdy rams were given the tough weeds for food. Then God said, "David knows how to tend sheep, therefore he shall be the shepherd of my flock, Israel." In the solitude of the desert, David had opportunities of displaying his extraordinary physical strength. One day he slew 4 lions and 3 bears, though he had no weapons. His most serious adventure was with the reem. David encountered the mammoth beast asleep, and taking it for a mountain, he began to ascend it. Suddenly the reem awoke, and David found himself high up in the air on its horns. He vowed, if he were rescued, to build a temple to God 100 ells in height, as high as the horns of the reem. Thereupon God sent a lion. The king of beasts inspired even the reem with awe. The reem prostrated himself, and David could easily descend from his perch. At that moment a deer appeared. The lion pursued after him, and David was saved from the lion as well as the reem. He continued to lead the life of a shepherd until at the age of 28 he was anointed king by Samuel, who was taught by a special revelation that the despised youngest son of Jesse was to be king. Samuel's first charge had been to anoint one of the sons of Jesse, but he was not told which one. When he saw the oldest, Eliab, he thought him the king of God's choice. God had allowed him to be deceived in order to punish Samuel for his excessive self-consciousness in calling himself the seer. It was thus proved to him that he could not foresee all things. However, Samuel's error was pardonable. God's first choice had rested upon Eliab. Only on account of his violent nature, his swiftness to anger against David, the position destined for him was transferred to his youngest brother. Eliab was in a sense compensated by seeing his daughter become the wife of Rehoboam. Thus he too enjoys the distinction of being among the ancestors of the Judaic kings, and Samuel's vision of Eliab as king was not wholly false. The election of David was obvious from what happened with the holy oil with which he was anointed. When Samuel had tried to pour the oil on David's brothers, it had remained in the horn, but at David's approach it flowed of its own accord and poured itself out over him. The drops on his garments changed into diamonds and pearls, and after the act of anointing him, the horn was as full as before. The amazement was great that the son of a slave should be made king. Then the wife of Jesse revealed her secret and declared herself the mother of David. The anointing of David was for a time kept a secret, but its effect appeared in the gift of prophecy, which manifested itself in David and in his extraordinary spiritual development. His new accomplishments naturally earned envy for him. None was more bitterly jealous than Doeg, the greatest scholar of his time. When he heard that Saul was about to have David come to court as his attendant, Doeg began to praise David excessively, with the purpose of arousing the king's jealousy and making David hateful in his eyes. He succeeded, yet Saul did not relinquish his plan of having David at court. David had become known to Saul in his youth, and at that time the king had conceived great admiration for him. The occasion was one on which David had shown cleverness as well as love of justice. A rich woman had had to leave her home temporarily. She could not carry her fortune with her, nor did she wish to entrust it to anyone. She adopted the device of hiding her gold in honey jars, and these she deposited with a neighbor. Accidentally, he discovered what was in the jars, and he abstracted the gold. On her return, the woman received her vessels, but the gold concealed in them was gone. She had no evidence to bring up against her faithless neighbor, and the court dismissed her complaint. She appealed to the king, but he was equally powerless to help. When the woman came out of the palace of the king, David was playing with his companions. Seeing her dejection, he demanded an audience of the king, that truth might prevail. The king authorized him to do as he saw fit. David ordered the honey jars to be broken, and 2 coins were found to adhere to the inner side of the vessels. The thief had overlooked them, and they proved his dishonesty. Encounter with Goliath. David was not long permitted to enjoy the ease of life at court. The aggressive manner assumed by Goliath drove him to the front. It was a curious chance that designated David to be the slayer of Goliath, who was allied with him by the ties of blood. Goliath, it will be remembered, was the son of the Moabitess Orpah, the sister-in-law of David's ancestress Ruth, and her sister as well, both having been the daughters of the Moabite king Eglon. David and Goliath differed as widely as their granddames, for in contrast to Ruth, the pious religious Jewess, Orpah had led a life of unspeakable infamy. Her son Goliath was jeered at as the son of 100 fathers and 1 mother. But God lets naught go unrewarded, even in the wicked. In return for the 40 steps Orpah had accompanied her mother-in-law Naomi, Goliath the Philistine, her son, was permitted to display his strength and skill for 40 days. And in return for the 4 tears Orpah had shed on parting from her mother-in-law, she was privileged to give birth to 4 giant sons. Of the 4, Goliath was the strongest and greatest. What the Scriptures tell about him is but a small fraction of what might have been told. The Scriptures refrain intentionally from expatiating upon the prowess of the miscreant, nor do they tell how Goliath, impious as he was, dared challenge the God of Israel to combat with him, and how he tried by every means in his power to hinder the Israelites in their divine worship. Morning and evening he would appear in the camp at the very time when the Israelites were preparing to say the Shema. All the more cause, then, for David to hate Goliath and determine to annihilate him. His father encouraged him to oppose Goliath, for he considered it David's duty to protect Saul, the Benjamite, against the giant, as Judah, his ancestor, had in ancient days pledged himself for the safety of Benjamin, the ancestor of Saul. For Goliath was intent upon doing away with Saul. His grievance against him was that once, when in a skirmish between the Philistines and the Israelites, Goliath had succeeded in capturing the holy tables of the law, Saul had wrested them from the giant. In consequence of his malady, Saul could not venture to cross swords with Goliath, and he accepted David's offer to enter into combat in his place. David put on Saul's armor, and when it appeared that the armor of the powerfully built king fitted the erstwhile slender youth, Saul recognized that David had been predestined for the serious task he was about to undertake. But at the same time, David's miraculous transformation did not fail to arouse his jealousy. David, for this reason, declined to array himself as a warrior for his contest with Goliath. He wanted to meet him as a simple shepherd. 5 pebbles came to David of their own accord, and when he touched them, they all turned into 1 pebble. The 5 pebbles stood for God, the 3 patriarchs, and Aaron. Hophni and Phinehas, the descendants of the last, had only a short time before been killed by Goliath. Scarcely did David begin to move toward Goliath when the giant became conscious of the magic power of the youth. The evil eye David cast on his opponent sufficed to afflict him with leprosy, and in the very same instant he was rooted to the ground, unable to move. Goliath was so confused by his impotence that he scarcely knew what he was saying, and he uttered the foolish threat that he would give David's flesh to the cattle of the field, as though cattle ate flesh. One can see, David said to himself, that he is crazy, and there can be no doubt he is doomed. Sure of victory, David retorted that he would cast the carcass of the Philistine to the fowls of the air. At the mention of fowls, Goliath raised his eyes skyward to see whether there were any birds about. The upward motion of his head pushed his visor slightly away from his forehead, and in that instant the pebble aimed by David struck him on the exposed spot. An angel descended and cast him to the ground, face downward, so that the mouth that had blasphemed God might be choked with earth. He fell in such wise that the image of Dagon, which he wore on his breast, touched the ground, and his head came to lie between the feet of David, who now had no difficulty in dispatching him. Goliath was encased from top to toe in several suits of armor, and David did not know how to remove them and cut off the head of the giant. At this juncture Uriah the Hittite offered him his services, but under the condition that David secure him an Israelitish wife. David accepted the condition, and Uriah in turn showed him how the various suits of armor were fastened together at the heels of the giant's feet. David's victory naturally added fuel to the fire of Saul's jealousy. Saul sent Abner, his general, to make inquiry whether David, who he knew was of the tribe of Judah, belonged to the clan of the Perez or to the clan of the Zerah. In the former case, his suspicion that David was destined for kingship would be confirmed. Doeg, David's enemy from of old, observed that David, being the descendant of the Moabitess Ruth, did not even belong to the Jewish communion, and Saul need entertain no fears from that quarter. A lively discussion arose between Abner and Doeg as to whether the law in Deuteronomy regarding Moabites affected women as well as men. Doeg, an expert dialectician, brilliantly refuted all of Abner's arguments in favor of the admission of Moabitish women. Samuel's authority had to be appealed to in order to establish for all times the correctness of Abner's view. Indeed, the dispute could be settled only by recourse to threats of violence. Ithra, the father of Amasa, in Arab fashion, for which reason he was sometimes called the Ishmaelite, threatened to hew down anyone with his sword who refused to accept Samuel's interpretation of the law that male Moabites and male Ammonites are forever excluded from the congregation of Israel, but not Moabite and Ammonite women. Pursued by Saul. As God stood by David in his duel with Goliath, so he stood by him in many other of his difficulties. Often when he thought all hope lost, the arm of God suddenly succored him, and in unexpected ways, not only bringing relief, but also conveying instruction on God's wise and just guidance of the world. David once said to God, "The world is entirely beautiful and good with the one exception of insanity. What use does the world derive from a lunatic who runs hither and thither, tears his clothes, and is pursued by a mob of hooting children?" "Verily, a time will come," said God in reply, "when thou wilt supplicate me to afflict thee with madness." Now it happened when David on his flight before Saul came to Achish, the king of the Philistines who lived in Gath, that the brothers of Goliath formed the heathen king's bodyguard, and they demanded that their brother's murderer be executed. Achish, though a heathen, was pious, for which reason he is called Abimelech in the Psalms, after the king of Gerar, who also was noted for piety. He therefore sought to pacify David's enemies. He called their attention to the fact that Goliath had been the one to challenge the Jews to combat, and it was meet, therefore, that he should be left to bear the consequences. The brothers rejoined, if that view prevailed, then Achish would have to give up his throne to David, for according to the conditions of the combat, the victor was to have dominion over the vanquished as his servants. In his distress, David besought God to let him appear a madman in the eyes of Achish and his court. God granted his prayer. As the wife and daughter of the Philistine king were both bereft of reason, we can understand his exclamation, "Do I lack madmen, that ye have brought this fellow to play the madman in my presence?" Thus it was that David was rescued. Thereupon he composed the psalm beginning with the words, "I will bless the Lord at all times," which includes even the time of lunacy. On another occasion, David expressed his doubt of God's wisdom in having formed such apparently useless creatures as spiders are. They do nothing but spin a web that has no value. He was to have striking proof that even a spider's web may serve an important purpose. On one occasion he had taken refuge in a cave, and Saul and his attendants, in pursuit of him, were about to enter and seek him there. But God sent a spider to weave its web across the opening, and Saul told his men to desist from fruitless search in the cave, for the spider's web was undeniable proof that no one had passed through its entrance. Similarly, when David became indebted to one of them for his life, he was cured of his scorn for wasps. He had thought them good for nothing but to breed maggots. David once surprised Saul and his attendants while they were fast asleep in their camp, and he resolved to carry off, as proof of his magnanimity, the cruse that stood before the feet of the giant Abner, who, like the rest, was sleeping. Fortunately, his knees were drawn up so that David could carry out his intention unhindered. But as David was retiring with the cruse, Abner stretched out his feet and pinned David down as with two solid pillars. His life would have been forfeit if a wasp had not stung Abner, who mechanically in his sleep moved his feet and released David. There were still other miracles that happened to David in his flight. Once, when Saul and his men compassed David round about, an angel appeared and summoned him home to repulse the raid of the Philistines upon the land. Saul gave up the pursuit of David, but only after a majority had so decided, for some had been of the opinion that the seizure of David was quite as important as the repulse of the Philistines. Again, in his battle with the Amalekites, David enjoyed direct intervention from above. Lightning and flashes and sheets illumined the dark night, so enabling him to carry on the struggle. Wars. David's first thought after ascending the throne was to wrest Jerusalem, sacred since the days of Adam, Noah, and Abraham, from the grasp of the heathen. The plan was not easy of execution for various reasons. The Jebusites, the possessors of Jerusalem, were the posterity of those sons of Heth, who had ceded the cave of Machpelah to Abraham only on condition that their descendants should never be forcibly dispossessed of their capital city, Jerusalem. In perpetuation of this agreement between Abraham and the sons of Heth, monuments of brass were erected, and when David approached Jerusalem with hostile intent, the Jebusites pointed to Abraham's promise engraven upon them and still plainly to be read. They maintained that before David could take the city, which they had surrounded with a high wall, he would have to destroy the monuments. Joab devised a plan of getting into Jerusalem. He set up a tall cypress tree near the wall, bent it downward, and standing on David's head, he grasped the very tip of the tree. When the tree rebounded, Joab sat high above the wall and could jump down upon it. Once in the city, he destroyed the monuments and possessed himself of Jerusalem. For David, a miracle had happened. The wall had lowered itself before him so that he could walk into the city without difficulty. David, however, was not desirous of using forcible means. He therefore offered the Jebusites 600 shekels, 50 shekels for each Israelitish tribe. The Jebusites accepted the money and gave David a bill of sale. Jerusalem having been acquired, David had to prepare for war with the Philistines, in which the king gave proof at once of his heroic courage and his unshakable trust in God. The latter quality he displayed signally in the battle that took place in the Valley of the Giants. God had commanded David not to attack the host of the Philistines until he heard the sound of marching in the tops of the mulberry trees. God desired to pass judgment upon the tutelary angels of the heathen before surrendering the heathen themselves to the pious, and the motion of the tops of the trees was to indicate that the battle could proceed. The enemy advanced until there were but 4 ells between them and the Israelites. The latter were about to throw themselves against the Philistines, but David restrained them, saying, God forbade me to attack the Philistines before the tops of the trees begin to move. If we transgress God's command, we shall certainly die. If we delay, it is probable that we shall be killed by the Philistines, but at least we shall die as pious men that keep God's command. Above all, let us have confidence in God. Scarcely had he ended his speech when the tops of the trees rustled, and David made a successful assault upon the Philistines. Whereupon God said to the angels, who were constantly questioning him as to why he had taken the royal dignity from Saul and given it to David, see the difference between Saul and David. Of David's other campaigns, the most notable is his war with Sheba the Aramean, whom he conquered in spite of his gigantic size and strength. Shobach was very tall as a dovecote, and one look at him sufficed to strike terror to the heart of the beholder. The Aramean general indulged in the belief that David would treat the Syrians gently on account of the monument still in existence at that time, which Jacob and Laban had erected on the frontier between Palestine and Aram, as a sign of their covenant that neither they nor their descendants should wage war with each other. But David destroyed the monument. Similarly, the Philistines had placed trust in a relic from Isaac, the bridle of a mule, which the patriarch had given to Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, as a pledge of the covenant between Israel and his people. David took it from them by force. However, David was as just as he was bold. disregard of the covenants made by the patriarchs was far removed from his thoughts. Indeed, before departing for the wars with the Arameans and the Philistines, he had charged the Sanhedrin to investigate carefully the claims of the two nations. The claims of the Philistines were shown to be utterly unfounded. In no sense were they the descendants of those Philistines who had concluded a treaty with Isaac. They had emigrated from Cyprus at a much later date. The Arameans, on the other hand, had forfeited their claims upon considerate treatment, because under the Aramean Balaam, and later again in the time of Othniel, under their king Cushan-Rishathaim, they had attacked and made war upon the Israelites. Ahithophel. Among David's courtiers and attendants, a prominent place is occupied by his counselor Ahithophel, with whom the king was connected by family ties, Bathsheba being his granddaughter. Ahithophel's wisdom was supernatural, for his counsels always coincided with the oracles rendered by the Urim and Thummim, and great as was his wisdom, it was equaled by his scholarship. Therefore David did not hesitate to submit himself to his instruction, even though Ahithophel was a very young man at the time of his death, not more than 33 years old. The one thing lacking in him was sincere piety, and this it was that proved his undoing in the end, for it induced him to take part in Absalom's rebellion against David. Thus he forfeited even his share in the world to come. To this dire course of action he was misled by astrologic and other signs, which he interpreted as prophecies of his own kingship, when in reality they pointed to the royal destiny of his granddaughter Bathsheba. Possessed by his erroneous belief, he cunningly urged Absalom to commit an unheard-of crime. Thus Absalom would profit nothing by his rebellion, for though he accomplished his father's ruin, he would yet be held to account and condemned to death for his violation of family purity, and the way to the throne would be clear for Ahithophel, the great sage in Israel. The relation between David and Ahithophel had been somewhat strained even before Absalom's rebellion. Ahithophel's feelings had been hurt by his being passed over at the time when David, shortly after ascending the throne, invested on a single day no less than 90,000 functionaries with positions. On that day a remarkable incident occurred. When the ark was to be brought up from Sheba to Jerusalem, the priests who attempted to take hold of it were raised up in the air and thrown violently to the ground. In his despair the king turned for advice to Ahithophel, who retorted mockingly, "Ask thy wise men, whom thou hast but now installed in office." It was only when David uttered a curse on him who knows a remedy and withholds it from the sufferer, that Ahithophel advised that a sacrifice should be offered at every step taken by the priests. Although the measure proved efficacious and no further disaster occurred in connection with the ark, yet Ahithophel's words had been insincere. He knew the real reason of the misadventure and concealed it from the king. Instead of following the law of having the ark carried on the shoulders of priests, David had had it put on a wagon, and so incurred the wrath of God. Ahithophel's hostility toward David showed itself also on the following occasion. When David was digging the foundations of the temple, a shard was found at a depth of 1,500 cubits. David was about to lift it when the shard exclaimed, "Thou canst not do it." "Why not?" asked David. "Because I rest upon the abyss." "Since when?" "Since the hour in which the voice of God was heard to utter the words from Sinai, I am the Lord thy God, causing the earth to quake and sink into the abyss. I lie here to cover up the abyss." Nevertheless, David lifted the shard, and the waters of the abyss rose and threatened to flood the earth. Ahithophel was standing by, and he thought to himself, "Now David will meet with his death, and I shall be king." Just then David said, "Whoever knows how to stem the tide of waters and fails to do it, will one day throttle himself." Thereupon Ahithophel had the name of God inscribed upon the shard, and the shard thrown into the abyss. The waters at once commenced to subside, but they sank to so great a depth that David feared the earth might lose her moisture, and he began to sing the 15 songs of ascents to bring the waters up again. Nevertheless, David's curse was realized. Ahithophel ended his days by hanging himself. His last will contained the following 3 rules of conduct. 1. Refrain from doing aught against a favorite of fortune. 2. Take heed not to rise up against the royal house of David. 3. If the feast of Pentecost falls on a sunny day, then sow wheat. Posterity has been favored with the knowledge of but a small part of Ahithophel's wisdom, and that little through 2 widely different sources, through Socrates, who was his disciple, and through a fortune book written by him. Joab the warrior was a contrast to Ahithophel in every essential. He was David's right hand. It was said if Joab had not been there to conduct his wars, David would not have had leisure to devote himself to the study of the Torah. He was the model of a true Jewish hero, distinguished at the same time for his learning, piety, and goodness. His house stood wide open for all comers, and the campaigns which he undertook redounded invariably to the benefit of the people. They were indebted to him for luxuries even, and more than that, he took thought for the welfare of scholars, he himself being the president of the Sanhedrin. It interested Joab to analyze the character of men and their opinions. When he heard King David's words, like as a father pitieth his children, so the Lord pitieth them that fear him, he expressed his astonishment that the comparison should be made with the love of a father for a child, and not with the love of a mother. Mother love, as a rule, is considered the stronger and the more self-sacrificing. He made up his mind to keep his eyes open and observe whether David's idea was borne out by facts. On one of his journeys he happened into the house of a poor old man who had 12 children, all of whom the father supported, however meagerly, with the toil of his own hands. Joab proposed that he sell him one of the 12 children. He would thus be relieved of the care of one, and the selling price could be applied to the better support of the rest. The good father rejected the proposition brusquely. Then Joab approached the mother, offering her 100 gold denarii for one of the children. At first she resisted the temptation, but finally she yielded. When the father returned in the evening, he cut the bread, as was his wont, into 14 pieces for himself, his wife, and his 12 children. In allotting the portions, he missed a child, and insisted upon being told its fate. The mother confessed what had happened during his absence. He neither ate nor drank, and next morning he set out, firmly resolved to return the money to Joab, and to slay him if he should refuse to surrender the child. After much parleying, and after the father had threatened him with death, Joab yielded the child to the old man with the exclamation, "Yes, David was right when he compared God's love for men to a father's love for his child. This poor fellow, who has 12 children to support, was prepared to fight me to the death for one of them, which the mother, who calmly stayed at home, had sold to me for a price." Among all the heroic achievements of Joab, the most remarkable is the taking of the Amalekite capital. For 6 months the flower of the Israelitish army, 12,000 in number under the leadership of Joab, had been besieging the capital city of the Amalekites without result. The soldiers made representations to their general that it would be well for them to return home to their wives and children. Joab urged that this not only would earn for them contempt and derision, but also would invite new danger. The heathen would be encouraged to unite against the Israelites. He proposed that they hurl him into the city by means of a sling, and then wait 40 days. If at the end of this period they saw blood flow from the gates of the fortress, it should be a sign to them that he was still alive. His plan was executed. Joab took with him 1,000 pieces of money and his sword. When he was cast from the sling, he fell into the courtyard of a widow, whose daughter caught him up. In a little while he regained consciousness. He pretended to be an Amalekite taken prisoner by the Israelites and thrown into the city by his captors, who thus wished to inflict death. As he was provided with money, which he dispensed lavishly among his entertainers, he was received kindly and was given the Amalekite garb. So apparelled, he ventured after 10 days on a tour of inspection through the city, which he found to be of enormous size. His first errand was to an armorer to have him mend his sword, which had been broken by his fall. When the artisan scanned Joab's weapon, he started back. He had never seen a sword like it. He forged a new one, which snapped in two almost at once when Joab grasped it firmly. So it happened with a second sword and with a third. Finally, he succeeded in fashioning one that was acceptable. Joab asked the smith whom he would like him to slay with the sword, and the reply was, Joab, the general of the Israelitish king. I am he, said Joab. And when the smith, in astonishment, turned to look at him, Joab ran him through so skillfully that the victim had no realization of what was happening. Thereupon he hewed down 500 Amalekite warriors whom he met on his way, and not one escaped to betray him. The rumor arose that Asmodeus, the king of demons, was raging among the inhabitants of the city and slaying them in large numbers. After another period of 10 days, which he spent in retirement with his hosts, Joab sallied forth a second time and caused such bloodshed among the Amalekites that his gory weapon clave to his hand, and his right hand lost all power of independent motion. It could be made to move only in a piece with his arm. He hastened to his lodging place to apply hot water to his hand and free it from the sword. On his way thither, the woman who had caught him up when he fell into the city called to him, Thou eatest and drinkest with us, yet thou slayest our warriors. Seeing himself betrayed, he could not but kill the woman. Scarcely had his sword touched her when it was separated from his hand, and his hand could move freely, for the dead woman had been with child, and the blood of the unborn babe loosed the sword. After Joab had slain thousands, the Israelites without, at the very moment when they were beginning to mourn their general as dead, saw blood issue from the city, and joyfully they cried out with one accord, Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. Joab mounted a high tower and in stentorian tones shouted, The Lord will not forsake his people. Inspired with high and daring courage, the Israelites demanded permission to assault the city and capture it. As Joab turned to descend from the tower, he noticed that 6 verses of a psalm were inscribed on his foot, the first verse running thus, The Lord answers thee in the day of trouble. The name of the God of Jacob is thy defense. Later, David added 3 verses and completed the psalm. Thereupon the Israelites took the Amalekite capital, destroyed the heathen temples in the city, and slew all its inhabitants, except the king, whom, with his crown of pure gold on his head, they brought before David. End of chapter 4, part 1. David. Chapter 4, part 2 of the Legends of the Jews, volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4 by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 4, Part 2, David. David's piety and his sin. Neither his great achievements in war nor his remarkable good fortune moved David from his pious ways, or in aught changed his mode of life. Even after he became king, he sat at the feet of his teachers, Ira the Jairite and Mephibosheth. To the latter he always submitted his decisions on religious questions to make sure that they were in accordance with law. Whatever leisure time his royal duties afforded him, he spent in study and prayer. He contented himself with 60 breaths of sleep, At midnight the strings of his harp, which were made of the gut of the ram sacrificed by Abraham on Mount Moriah, began to vibrate. The sound they emitted awakened David, and he would arise at once to devote himself to the study of the Torah. Besides study, the composition of psalms naturally claimed a goodly portion of his time. Pride filled his heart when he had completed the Psalter, and he exclaimed, "O Lord of the world, is there another creature in the universe who, like me, proclaims thy praise?" A frog came up to the king and said, "Be not so proud. I have composed more psalms than thou, and besides, every psalm my mouth has uttered I have accompanied with 3,000 parables." And truly, if David indulged in conceit, it was only for a moment. As a rule, he was the exemplar of modesty. The coins which were stamped by him bore a shepherd's crook and pouch on the obverse, and on the reverse the Tower of David. In other respects, too, his bearing was humble, as though he were still the shepherd and not the king. His great piety invested his prayer with such efficacy that he could bring things in heaven down to earth. It is natural that so godly a king should have used the first respite granted by his wars to carry out his design of erecting a house of worship to God. But in the very night in which David conceived the plan of building the temple, God said to Nathan the prophet, "Hasten to David. I know him to be a man with whom execution follows fast upon the heels of thought, and I should not like him to hire laborers for the temple work, and then, disappointed, complain of me. I furthermore know him to be a man who obligates himself by vows to do good deeds, and I desire to spare him the embarrassment of having to apply to the Sanhedrin for absolution from his vow." When David heard Nathan's message for him, he began to tremble, and he said, "Ah, verily, God hath found me unworthy to erect his sanctuary." But God replied with these words, "Nay, the blood shed by thee I consider as sacrificial blood, but I do not care to have thee build the temple, because then it would be eternal and indestructible." "But that would be excellent," said David. Whereupon the reply was vouchsafed him, "I foresee that Israel will commit sins. I shall wreak my wrath upon the temple, and Israel will be saved from annihilation. However, thy good intentions shall receive their due reward. The temple, though it be built by Solomon, shall be called thine." David's thinking and planning were wholly given to what is good and noble. He is one of the few pious men over whom the evil inclination had no power. By nature he was not disposed to commit such evil doing as his relation to Bathsheba involved. God himself brought him to his crime, that he might say to other sinners, "Go to David and learn how to repent." Nor indeed may David be charged with gross murder and adultery. There were extenuating circumstances. In those days it was customary for warriors to give their wives bills of divorce, which were to have validity only if the soldier husbands did not return at the end of the campaign. Uriah having fallen in battle, Bathsheba was a regularly divorced woman. As for the death of her husband, it cannot be laid entirely at David's door, for Uriah had incurred the death penalty by his refusal to take his ease in his own house, according to the king's bidding. Moreover, from the first, Bathsheba had been destined by God for David, but by way of punishment for having lightly promised Uriah the Hittite, an Israelitish woman to wife, in return for his aid in unfastening the armor of the prostrate Goliath, the king had to undergo bitter trials before he won her. Furthermore, the Bathsheba episode was a punishment for David's excessive self-consciousness. He had fairly besought God to lead him into temptation, that he might give proof of his constancy. It came about thus. He once complained to God, "O Lord of the world, why do people say God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, and why not God of David?" The answer came, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were tried by me, but thou hast not yet been proved. David entreated, Then examine me, O Lord, and try me. And God said, I shall prove thee, and I shall even grant thee what I did not grant the patriarchs. I shall tell thee beforehand that thou wilt fall into temptation through a woman. Once Satan appeared to him in the shape of a bird. David threw a dart at him. Instead of striking Satan, it glanced off and broke a wicker screen which hid Bathsheba combing her hair. The sight of her aroused passion in the king. David realized his transgression, and for 22 years he was a penitent. Daily he wept a whole hour and ate his bread with ashes, but he had to undergo still heavier penance. For a half year he suffered with leprosy, and even the Sanhedrin, which usually was in close personal attendance upon him, had to leave him. He lived not only in physical, but also in spiritual isolation, for the Shekinah departed from him during that time. Absalom's rebellion. Of all the punishments, however, inflicted upon David, none was so severe as the rebellion of his own son. Absalom was of such gigantic proportions that a man who was himself of extraordinary size, standing in the eye socket of his skull, sank in down to his nose. As for his marvelous hair, the account of it in the Bible does not convey a notion of its abundance. Absalom had taken the vow of a Nazirite. As his vow was for life, and because the growth of his hair was particularly heavy, the law permitted him to clip it slightly every week. It was of this small quantity that the weight amounted to 200 shekels. Absalom arranged for his audacious rebellion with great cunning. He secured a letter from his royal father, empowering him to select 2 elders for his suite in every town he visited. With this document he traveled through the whole of Palestine. In each town he went to the 2 most distinguished men, and invited them to accompany him, at the same time showing them what his father had written, and assuring them that they had been chosen by him because he had a particular affection for them. So he succeeded in gathering the presidents of 200 courts about him. This having been accomplished, he arranged a large banquet, at which he seated one of his emissaries between every 2 of his guests, for the purpose of winning them over to his cause. The plan did not succeed wholly, for though the elders of the town stood by Absalom, in their hearts they hoped for David's victory. The knowledge that a part of Absalom's following sided with him in secret, that though he was pursued by his son, his friends remained true to him, somewhat consoled David in his distress. He thought that in these circumstances, if the worst came to the worst, Absalom would at least feel pity for him. At first, however, the despair of David knew no bounds. He was on the point of worshipping an idol, when his friend Hushai the Archite approaching him, saying, The people will wonder that such a king should serve idols. David replied, Should a king such as I am be killed by his own son? It is better for me to serve idols than that God should be held responsible for my misfortune, and his name thus be desecrated. Hushai reproached him, Why didst thou marry a captive? There is no wrong in that, replied David. It is permitted according to the law. Thereupon Hushai, But thou didst disregard the connection between the passage permitting it and the one that follows almost immediately after it in the Scriptures, dealing with the disobedient and rebellious son, the natural issue of such a marriage. Hushai was not the only faithful friend and adherent David had. Some came to his rescue unexpectedly, as, for instance, Shobi, the son of Nahash, who is identical with the Ammonite king Hanun, the enemy of David at first, and later his ally. Barzillai, another one of his friends in need, also surprised him by his loyalty, for on the whole his moral attitude was not the highest conceivable. Absalom's end was beset with terrors. When he was caught in the branches of the oak tree, he was about to sever his hair with a sword stroke, but suddenly he saw hell yawning beneath him, and he preferred to hang in the tree to throwing himself into the abyss alive. Absalom's crime was indeed of a nature to deserve the supreme torture, for which reason he is one of the few Jews who have no portion in the world to come. His abode is in hell, where he is charged with the control of 10 heathen nations in the second division. Whenever the avenging angels sit in judgment on the nations, they desire to visit punishment on Absalom too, but each time a heavenly voice is heard to call out, "Do not chastise him, do not burn him. He is an Israelite, the son of my servant David." Whereupon Absalom is set upon his throne and is accorded the treatment due to a king. That the extreme penalties of hell were thus averted from him was on account of David's eightfold repetition of his son's name in his lament over him. Besides, David's intercession had the effect of reattaching Absalom's severed head to his body. At his death, Absalom was childless, for all his children, his 3 sons and his daughter, died before him as a punishment for his having set fire to a field of grain belonging to Joab. David's atonement. All these sufferings did not suffice to atone for David's sin. God once said to him, "How much longer shall this sin be hidden in thy hand and remain unatoned? On thy account the priestly city of Nob was destroyed. On thy account Doeg the Edomite was cast out of the communion of the pious. And on thy account Saul and his 3 sons were slain. What dost thou desire now? That thy house should perish, or that thou thyself shouldst be delivered into the hands of thine enemies?" David chose the latter doom. It happened one day when he was hunting, Satan, in the guise of a deer, enticed him further and further into the very territory of the Philistines, where he was recognized by Ishbi the giant, the brother of Goliath, his adversary. Desirous of avenging his brother, he seized David and cast him into a winepress, where the king would have suffered a torturous end, if by a miracle the earth beneath him had not begun to sink, and so saved him from instantaneous death. His plight, however, remained desperate, and it required a second miracle to rescue him. In that hour, Abishai, the cousin of David, was preparing for the advent of the Sabbath, for the king's misfortune happened on Friday, as the Sabbath was about to come in. When Abishai poured out water to wash himself, he suddenly caught sight of drops of blood in it. Then he was startled by a dove that came to him plucking out her plumes and moaning and wailing. Abishai exclaimed, "The dove is the symbol of the people of Israel. It cannot be but that David, the king of Israel, is in distress." Not finding the king at home, he was confirmed in his fears, and he determined to go on a search for David on the swiftest animal at his command, the king's own saddle beast. But first he had to obtain the permission of the sages to mount the animal ridden by the king, for the law forbids a subject to avail himself of things set aside for the personal use of a king. Only the impending danger could justify the exception made in this case. Scarcely had Abishai mounted the king's animal when he found himself in the land of the Philistines, for the earth had contracted miraculously. He met Orpah, the mother of the 4 giant sons. She was about to kill him, but he anticipated the blow and slew her. Ishbi, seeing that he now had 2 opponents, stuck his lance into the ground and hurled David up in the air, in the expectation that when he fell he would be transfixed by the lance. At that moment Abishai appeared, and by pronouncing the name of God, he kept David suspended twixt heaven and earth. Abishai questioned David how such evil plight had overtaken him, and David told him of his conversation with God, and how he himself had chosen to fall into the hands of the enemy rather than permit the ruin of his house. Abishai replied, "Reverse thy prayer, Plead for thyself, and not for thy descendants. Let thy children sell wax, and do thou not afflict thyself about their destiny." The two men joined their prayers and pleaded with God to avert David's threatening doom. Abishai again uttered the name of God, and David dropped to earth uninjured. Now both of them ran away swiftly, pursued by Ishbi. When the giant heard of his mother's death, his strength forsook him, and he was slain by David and Abishai. Visitations. Among the sorrows of David are the visitations that came upon Palestine during his reign, and he felt them all the more as he had incurred them through his own fault. There was first the famine, which was so desolating that it is counted among the 10 severest that are to happen from the time of Adam to the time of the Messiah. During the first year that it prevailed, David had an investigation set on foot to discover whether idolatry was practiced in the land and was keeping back the rain. His suspicion proved groundless. The second year he looked into the moral conditions of his realm, for lewdness can bring about the same punishment as idolatry. Again he was proved wrong. The third year he turned his attention to the administration of charity. Perhaps the people had incurred guilt in this respect, for abuses in this department also were visited with the punishment of famine. Again his search was fruitless, and he turned to God to inquire of him the cause of the public distress. God's reply was not Saul a king anointed with holy oil? Did he not abolish idolatry? Is he not the companion of Samuel in paradise? Yet while you all dwell in the land of Israel, he is outside of the land. David, accompanied by the scholars and the nobles of his kingdom, at once repaired to Jabesh Gilead, disinterred the remains of Saul and Jonathan, and in solemn procession bore them through the whole land of Israel to the inheritance of the tribe of Benjamin. There they were buried. The tributes of affection paid by the people of Israel to its dead king aroused the compassion of God, and the famine came to an end. The sin against Saul was now absolved, but there still remained Saul's own guilt in his dealings with the Gibeonites, who charged him with having killed 7 of their number. David asked God why he had punished his people on account of proselytes. God's answer to him was, "If thou dost not bring near them that are far off, thou wilt remove them that are near by." To satisfy their vengeful feelings, the Gibeonites demanded the life of 7 members of Saul's family. David sought to mollify them, representing to them that they would derive no benefit from the death of their victims, and offering them silver and gold instead. But though David treated with each one of them individually, the Gibeonites were relentless. When he realized their hardness of heart, he cried out, "3 qualities God gave unto Israel. They are compassionate, chaste, and gracious in the service of their fellow men. The first of these qualities the Gibeonites do not possess, and therefore they must be excluded from communion with Israel." The 7 descendants of Saul to be surrendered to the Gibeonites were determined by letting all his posterity pass by the ark of the law. Those who were arrested before it were the designated victims. Mephibosheth would have been one of the unfortunates, had he not been permitted to pass by unchecked in answer to the prayer of David, to whom he was dear, not only as the son of his friend Jonathan, but also as the teacher who instructed him in the Torah. The cruel fate that befell the descendants of Saul had a wholesome effect. All the heathen who saw and heard exclaimed, "There is no God like unto the God of Israel. There is no nation like unto the nation of Israel. The wrong inflicted upon wretched proselytes has been expiated by the sons of kings." So great was the enthusiasm among the heathen over this manifestation of the Jewish sense of justice that 150,000 of them were converted to Judaism. As for David, his wrong in connection with the famine lay in his not having applied his private wealth to the amelioration of the people's suffering. When David returned victorious from the combat with Goliath, the women of Israel gave him their gold and silver ornaments. He put them aside for use in building the temple, and even during the 3 years' famine, this fund was not touched. God said, "Thou didst refrain from rescuing human beings from death in order to save thy money for the temple. Verily, the temple shall not be built by thee, but by Solomon." David is still more blameworthy on account of the census which he took of the Israelites in defiance of the law in the Pentateuch. When he was charged by the king with the task of numbering the people, Joab used every effort to turn him away from his intention, but in vain. Incensed, David said, "Either thou art king and I am the general, or I am king and thou art the general." Joab had no choice but to obey. He selected the tribe of Gad as the first to be counted because he thought that the Gadites, independent and self-willed, would hinder the execution of the royal order, and David would be forced to give up his plan of taking a census. The Gadites disappointed the expectations of Joab, and he betook himself to the tribe of Dan, hoping that if God's punishment descended, it would strike the idolatrous Danites. Disliking his mission as he did, Joab spent 9 months in executing it, though he might have dispatched it in a much shorter time. Nor did he carry out the king's orders to the letter. He himself warned the people of the census. If he saw the father of a family of 5 sons, he would bid him conceal a few of them. Following the example set by Moses, he omitted the Levites from the enumeration, likewise the tribe of Benjamin, because he entertained particularly grave apprehensions in behalf of this greatly decimated tribe. In the end, David was not informed of the actual number obtained. Joab made 2 lists, intending to give the king a partial list if he found that he had no suspicion of the ruse. The prophet Gad came to David and gave him the choice of famine, oppression by enemies, or the plague as the penalty for the heavy crime of popular census-taking. David was in the position of a sick man who is asked whether he prefers to be buried next to his father or next to his mother. The king considered, "If I choose the calamities of war, the people will say he cares little, he has his warriors to look to. If I choose famine, they will say he cares little, he has his riches to look to. I shall choose the plague, whose scourge strikes all alike." Although the plague raged but a very short time, it claimed a large number of victims. The most serious loss was the death of Abishai, whose piety and learning made him the counterpoise of a host of 75,000. David raised his eyes on high, and he saw the sins of Israel heaped up from earth to heaven. In the same moment an angel descended and slew his 4 sons, the prophet Gad, and the elders who accompanied him. David's terror at this sight, which was but increased when the angel wiped his dripping sword on the king's garments, settled in his limbs, and from that day on they never ceased to tremble. The death of David. David once besought God to tell him when he would die. His petition was not granted, for God has ordained that no man shall foreknow his end. One thing, however, was revealed to David, that his death would occur at the age of 70 on the Sabbath day. David desired that he might be permitted to die on Friday. This wish, too, was denied him because God said that he delighted more in one day passed by David in the study of the Torah than in 1,000 holocausts offered by Solomon in the temple. Then David petitioned that life might be vouchsafed him until Sunday. This too was refused, because God said it would be an infringement of the rights of Solomon, for one reign may not overlap by a hairbreadth the time assigned to another. Thereafter David spent every Sabbath exclusively in the study of the Torah, in order to secure himself against the angel of death, who has no power to slay a man while he is occupied with the fulfillment of God's commandments. The angel of death had to resort to cunning to gain possession of David. One Sabbath day, which happened to be also the Pentecost holiday, the king was absorbed in study, when he heard a sound in the garden. He rose and descended the stairway leading from his palace to the garden to discover the cause of the noise. No sooner had he set foot on the steps than they tumbled in, and David was killed. The angel of death had caused the noise in order to utilize the moment when David should interrupt his study. The king's corpse could not be moved on the Sabbath, which was painful to those with him, as it was lying exposed to the rays of the sun. So Solomon summoned several eagles, and they stood guard over the body, shading it with their outstretched pinions. David in paradise. The death of David did not mean the end of his glory and grandeur. It merely caused a change of scene. In the heavenly realm, as on earth, David ranks among the first. The crown upon his head outshines all others, and whenever he moves out of paradise to present himself before God, suns, stars, angels, seraphim, and other holy beings run to meet him. In the heavenly courtroom, a throne of fire of gigantic dimensions is erected for him directly opposite to the throne of God. Seated on this throne and surrounded by the kings of the house of David and other Israelitish kings, he intones wondrously beautiful psalms. At the end, he always cites the verse, "The Lord reigns forever and ever," to which the archangel Metatron and those with him reply, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts." This is the signal for the holy Hayat and heaven and earth to join in with praise. Finally, the kings of the house of David sing the verse, "And the Lord shall be king over all. In that day shall the Lord be one, and his name one." The greatest distinction to be accorded David is reserved for the judgment day, when God will prepare a great banquet in paradise for all the righteous. At David's petition, God himself will be present at the banquet and will sit on his throne, opposite to which David's throne will be placed. At the end of the banquet, God will pass the wine cup over which grace is said to Abraham with the words, "Pronounce the blessing over the wine, thou who art the father of the pious of the world." Abraham will reply, "I am not worthy to pronounce the blessing, for I am the father also of the Ishmaelites who kindle God's wrath." God will then turn to Isaac, "Say the blessing, for thou wert bound upon the altar as a sacrifice." "I am not worthy," he will reply, "for the children of my son Esau destroyed the temple." Then to Jacob, "Do thou speak the blessing, thou whose children were blameless." Jacob also will decline the honor on the ground that he was married to two sisters at the same time, which later was strictly prohibited by the Torah. God will then turn to Moses, "Say the blessing, for thou didst receive the law and didst fulfill its precepts." Moses will answer, "I am not worthy to do it, seeing that I was not found worthy to enter the Holy Land." God will next offer the honor to Joshua, who both led Israel into the Holy Land and fulfilled the commandments of the law. He too will refuse to pronounce the blessing because he was not found worthy to bring forth a son. Finally, God will turn to David with the words, "Take the cup and say the blessing, thou the sweetest singer in Israel and Israel's king." And David will reply, "Yes, I will pronounce the blessing, for I am worthy of the honor." Then God will take the Torah and read various passages from it, and David will recite a psalm in which both the pious in paradise and the wicked in hell will join with a loud Amen. Thereupon God will send his angels to lead the wicked from hell to paradise. The family of David. David had 6 wives, including Michal, the daughter of Saul, who is called by the pet name Eglah, Calfkin, in the list given in the Bible narrative. Michal was of entrancing beauty and at the same time the model of a loving wife. Not only did she save David out of the hands of her father, but also when Saul, as her father and her king, commanded her to marry another man, she acquiesced only apparently. She entered into a mock marriage in order not to arouse the anger of Saul, who had annulled her union with David on grounds which he thought legal. Michal was good as well as beautiful. She showed such extraordinary kindness to the orphan children of her sister Merab that the Bible speaks of the 5 sons of Michal, whom she bore to Abdriel. Abdriel, however, was her brother-in-law and not her husband, but she had raised his children, treating them as though they were her own. Michal was no less a model of piety. Although the law exempted her as a woman from the duty, still she executed the commandment of using phylacteries. In spite of all these virtues, she was severely punished by God for her scorn of David, whom she reproached with lack of dignity when he had in mind only to do honor to God. Long she remained childless, and at last, when she was blessed with a child, she lost her own life in giving birth to it. But the most important among the wives of David was Abigail, in whom beauty, wisdom, and prophetical gifts were joined. With Sarah, Rahab, and Esther, she forms the quartet of the most beautiful women in history. She was so bewitching that passion was aroused in men by the mere thought of her. Her cleverness showed itself during her first meeting with David, when, though anxious about the life of her husband Nabal, she still, with the utmost tranquillity, put a ritual question to him in his rage. He refused to answer it, because he said it was a question to be investigated by day, not by night. Thereupon Abigail interposed, that sentence of death likewise may be passed upon a man only during the day. Even if David's judgment were right, the law required him to wait until daybreak to execute it upon Nabal. David's objection that a rebel like Nabal had no claim upon due process of law she overruled with the words, "Saul is still alive, and thou art not yet acknowledged king by the world." Her charm would have made David her captive on this occasion, if her moral strength had not kept him in check. By means of the expression, "and this shall not be unto thee," she made him understand that the day had not yet arrived, but that it would come, when a woman, Bathsheba, would play a disastrous part in his life. Thus she manifested her gift of prophecy. Not even Abigail was free from the feminine weakness of coquetry. The words, "Remember thine handmaid," should never have been uttered by her. As a married woman, she should not have sought to direct the attention of a man to herself. In the women's paradise, she supervises the 5th of the 7 divisions into which it is divided, and her domain adjoins that of the wives of the patriarchs, Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah. Among the sons of David, Adonijah, the son of Haggith, must be mentioned, particularly the pretender to the throne. The 50 men whom he prepared to run before him had fitted themselves for the place of heralds by cutting out their spleen and the flesh of the soles of their feet. That Adonijah was not designated for the royal dignity was made manifest by the fact that the crown of David did not fit him. This crown had the remarkable peculiarity of always fitting the legitimate king of the house of David. Chileab was a son worthy of his mother Abigail. The meaning of his name is "like the father," which had been given him because of his striking resemblance to David in appearance, a circumstance that silenced the talk against David's all too hasty marriage with the widow of Nabal. Intellectually, too, Chileab testified to David's paternity. In fact, he excelled his father in learning, as he did even the teacher of David, Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan. On account of his piety, he is one of the few who have entered paradise alive. Tamar cannot be called one of the children of David because she was born before her mother's conversion to Judaism. Consequently, her relation to Amnon is not quite of the grave nature it would have been had they been sister and brother in the strict sense of the terms. To the immediate household of David belonged 400 young squires, the sons of women taken captive in battle. They wore their hair in heathen fashion, and sitting in golden chariots, they formed the vanguard of the army and terrified the enemy by their appearance. His tomb. When David was buried, Solomon put abundant treasures into his tomb. 1,300 years later, the high priest Hyrcanus took 1,000 talents of the money secreted there to use it in preventing the siege of Jerusalem by the Greek king Antiochus. King Herod also abstracted great sums, but none of the marauders could penetrate to the resting place of the kings. Next to David, his successors were interred, for it was sunk into the earth so skillfully that it could not be found. Once on a time, a Moslem pasha visited the mausoleum, and as he was looking through the window in it, a weapon of his ornamented with diamonds and pearls dropped into the tomb. A Mohammedan was lowered through the window to fetch the weapon. When he was drawn up again, he was dead, and 3 other Mohammedans who tried to enter in the same way met the fate of their comrade. At the instigation of the Qadi, the Pasha informed the Rabbi of Jerusalem that the Jews would be held responsible for the restoration of the weapon. The Rabbi ordered a 3 days fast to be spent in prayer. Then lots were cast to designate the messenger who was to be charged with the perilous errand. The lot fell upon the beadle of the synagogue, a pious and upright man. He secured the weapon and returned it to the Pasha, who manifested his gratitude by kindly treatment of the Jews thereafter. The beadle later told his adventures in the tomb to the Hakam Bashi. When he had descended, there suddenly appeared before him an old man of dignified appearance and handed him what he was seeking. Another miraculous tale concerning the tomb of David runs as follows. A poor but very pious Jewish washerwoman was once persuaded by the keeper of the tomb to enter it. Hardly was she within when the man nailed up the entrance and ran to the Qadi to inform him that a Jewess had gone in. Incensed, the Qadi hastened to the spot with the intention of having the woman burnt for her presumptuousness. In her terror, the poor creature had begun to weep and implore God for help. Suddenly a flood of light illumined the dark tomb, and a venerable old man took her by the hand and led her downward under the earth until she reached the open. There he parted from her with the words, "Hasten homeward, and let none know that thou wert away from thy house." The Qadi had the tomb and its surroundings thoroughly searched by his bailiffs, but not a trace of the woman could be discovered, although the keeper again and again swore by the prophet that the woman had entered. Now the messengers whom the Qadi had sent to the house of the woman returned and reported they had found her washing busily, and greatly astonished at their question whether she had been at the tomb of David. The Qadi accordingly decided that for his false statements and his perjury, the keeper must die the very death intended for the innocent woman, and so he was burnt. The people of Jerusalem suspected a miracle, but the woman did not divulge her secret until a few hours before her death. She told her story and then bequeathed her possessions to the congregation under the condition that a scholar recite Kaddish for her on each anniversary of her death. End of Chapter 4, Part 2, David. Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4, by Louis Ginzberg. Solomon punishes Joab. At the youthful age of 12, Solomon succeeded his father David as king. His real name was Jedediah, the friend of God, but it was superseded by the name Solomon on account of the peace that prevailed throughout the realm during his reign. He bore 3 other names besides, Ben, Jakeh, and Ithiel. He was called Ben because he was the builder of the temple, Jakeh because he was the ruler of the whole world, and Ithiel because God was with him. The rebellion Adonijah intended to lead against the future king was suppressed during David's lifetime by having Solomon anointed in public. On that occasion, Solomon rode upon a remarkable she-mule, remarkable because she was not the product of cross-breeding, but of a special act of creation. As soon as he ascended the throne, Solomon set about executing the instructions his father had given him on his deathbed. The first of them was the punishment of Joab. Notwithstanding all his excellent qualities, which fitted him to be not only David's first general, but also the president of the academy, Joab had committed great crimes, which had to be atoned for. Beside the murder of Abner and Amasa, of which he was guilty, he had incurred wrong against David himself. The generals of the army suspected him of having had Uriah the Hittite put out of the way for purposes of his own, whereupon he showed them David's letter dooming Uriah. David might have forgiven Joab, but he wanted him to expiate his sins in this world, so that he might be exempt from punishment in the world to come. When Joab perceived that Solomon intended to have him executed, he sought the protection of the temple. He knew full well that he could not save his life in this way, for the arm of justice reaches beyond the doors of the sanctuary to the altar of God. What he wished was to be accorded a regular trial, and not suffer death by the king's order. In the latter case he would lose fortune as well as life, and he was desirous of leaving his children well provided for. Thereupon Solomon sent word to him that he had no intention of confiscating his estates. Though he was convinced of Joab's guilt, Solomon nevertheless granted him the privilege of defense. The king questioned him, "Why didst thou kill Abner?" Joab, "I was the avenger of my brother Asahel, whom Abner had slain." Solomon, "Why, it was Asahel who sought to kill Abner, and Abner acted in self-defense." Joab, "Abner might have disabled Asahel without going to extremes." Solomon, "That Abner could not do." Joab, "What? Abner aimed directly at Asahel's fifth rib, and thou wouldst say he could not have managed to wound him lightly?" Solomon, "Very well then, we shall drop Abner's case. But why didst thou slay Amasa?" Joab, "He acted rebelliously toward King David. He omitted to execute his order to gather an army within 3 days. For that offense he deserved to suffer the death penalty." Solomon, "Amasa failed to obey the king's order because he had been taught by our sages that even a king's injunctions may be set at defiance if they involve neglect of the study of the Torah, which was the case with the order given to Amasa. And indeed," continued Solomon, "it was not Amasa, but thou thyself who didst rebel against the king, for thou wert about to join Absalom, and if thou didst refrain, it was from fear of David's strong-fisted troops." When Joab saw that death was inevitable, he said to Benaiah, who was charged with the execution of the king's order, "Tell Solomon he cannot inflict 2 punishments upon me. If he expects to take my life, he must remove the curse pronounced by David against me and my descendants on account of the slaying of Abner. If not, he cannot put me to death." Solomon realized the justness of the plea. By executing Joab, he transferred David's curse to his own posterity. Rehoboam, his son, was afflicted with an issue. Uzziah suffered with leprosy. Asa had to lean on a staff when he walked. The pious Josiah fell by the sword of Pharaoh, and Jeconiah lived off charity. So the imprecations of David were accomplished on his own family instead of Joab's. The marriage of Solomon. The next to suffer Joab's fate was Shimei ben Gera, whose treatment of David had outraged every feeling of decency. His death was of evil portent for Solomon himself. So long as Shimei, who was Solomon's teacher, was alive, he did not venture to marry the daughter of Pharaoh. When, after Shimei's death, Solomon took her to wife, the archangel Gabriel descended from heaven and inserted a reed in the sea. About this reed more and more earth was gradually deposited, and on the day on which Jeroboam erected the golden calves, a little hut was built upon the island. This was the first of the dwelling places of Rome. Solomon's wedding feast in celebration of his marriage with the Egyptian princess came on the same day as the consecration of the temple. The rejoicing over the king's marriage was greater than over the completion of the temple. As the proverb has it, all pay flattery to a king. Then it was that God conceived the plan of destroying Jerusalem. It was as the prophet spoke, "This city hath been to me a provocation of mine anger and of my fury from the day that they built it even unto this day." In the nuptial night, Pharaoh's daughter had her attendants play upon 1,000 different musical instruments, which she had brought with her from her home, and as each was used, the name of the idol to which it was dedicated was mentioned aloud. The better to hold the king under the spell of her charms, she spread above his bed a tapestry cover studded with diamonds and pearls, which gleamed and glittered like constellations in the sky. Whenever Solomon wanted to rise, he saw these stars, and thinking it was night still, he slept on until the 4th hour of the morning. The people were plunged in grief, for the daily sacrifice could not be brought on this very morning of the temple dedication, because the temple keys lay under Solomon's pillow, and none dared awaken him. Word was sent to Bathsheba, who forthwith aroused her son and rebuked him for his sloth. "Thy father," she said, "was known to all as a God-fearing man, and now people will say, 'Solomon is the son of Bathsheba. It is his mother's fault if he goes wrong.' Whenever thy father's wives were pregnant, they offered vows and prayed that a son worthy to reign might be born unto them. But my prayer was for a learned son, worthy of the gift of prophecy. Take care, give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to them that destroy kings, for licentiousness confounds the reason of man. Keep well in mind the things that are necessary in the life of a king. Not kings, Lemuel, have naught in common with kings who say, 'What need have we of a God?' It is not meet that thou shouldst do like the kings who drink wine and live in lewdness. Be not like unto them. He to whom the secrets of the world are revealed should not intoxicate himself with wine." Apart from having married a Gentile whose conversion to Judaism was not dictated by pure motives, Solomon transgressed 2 other biblical laws. He kept many horses, which a Jewish king ought not to do, and what the law holds in equal abhorrence. He amassed much silver and gold. Under Solomon's rule, silver and gold were so abundant among the people that their utensils were made of them instead of the baser metals. For all this he had to atone painfully later on. His wisdom. But Solomon's wealth and pomp were as naught in comparison with his wisdom. When God appeared to him in Gibeon in a dream by night and gave him leave to ask what he would, a grace accorded to none beside except King Ahaz of Judah, and promised only to the Messiah in time to come, Solomon chose wisdom, knowing that wisdom, once in his possession, all else would come of itself. His wisdom, the scriptures testify, was greater than the wisdom of Ethan the Ezrahite, and Heman, and Calcol, and Darda, the 3 sons of Mahol. This means that he was wiser than Abraham, Moses, Joseph, and the generation of the desert. He excelled even Adam. His proverbs, which have come down to us, are barely 800 in number. Nevertheless, the scripture counts them equal to 3,000, for the reason that each verse in his book admits of a double and a triple interpretation. In his wisdom, he analyzed the laws revealed to Moses, and he assigned reasons for the ritual and ceremonial ordinances of the Torah, which without his explanation had seemed strange. The 49 gates of wisdom were open to Solomon as they had been to Moses, but the wise king sought to outdo even the wise legislator. He had such confidence in himself that he would have dispensed judgment without resort to witnesses, had he not been prevented by a heavenly voice. The first proof of his wisdom was given in his verdict in the case of the child claimed by 2 mothers as their own. When the women presented their difficulty, the king said that God in his wisdom had foreseen that such a quarrel would arise, and therefore had created the organs of man in pairs, so that neither of the 2 parties to the dispute might be wronged. On hearing these words from the king, Solomon's counselors lamented, "Woe to thee, O land, when thy king is a youth!" In a little while they realized the wisdom of the king, and then they exclaimed, "Happy art thou, O land, when thy king is a free man." The quarrel had of set purpose been brought on by God to the end that Solomon's wisdom might be made known. In reality, the 2 litigants were not women at all, but spirits. That all doubt about the fairness of the verdict might be dispelled, a heavenly voice proclaimed, "This is the mother of the child." During the lifetime of David, when Solomon was still a lad, he had settled another difficult case in an equally brilliant way. A wealthy man had sent his son on a protracted business trip to Africa. On his return, he found that his father had died in the meantime, and his treasures had passed into the possession of a crafty slave, who had succeeded in ridding himself of all the other slaves or intimidating them. In vain the rightful heir urged his claim before King David. As he could not bring witnesses to testify for him, there was no way of dispossessing the slave, who likewise called himself the son of the deceased. The child Solomon heard the case, and he devised a method of arriving at the truth. He had the father's corpse exhumed, and he dyed one of the bones with the blood first of one of the claimants and then of the other. The blood of the slave showed no affinity with the bone, while the blood of the true heir permeated it. So the real son secured his inheritance. After his accession to the throne, a peculiar quarrel among heirs was brought before Solomon for adjudication. Asmodeus, the king of demons, once said to Solomon, "Thou art the wisest of men, yet I shall show thee something thou hast never seen." Thereupon Asmodeus stuck his finger in the ground, and up came a double-headed man. He was one of the Canaanites who lived underground and are altogether different in nature and habit from the denizens of the upper world. When the Canaanite wanted to descend to his dwelling place again, it appeared that he could not return thither. Not even Asmodeus could bring the thing about, so he remained on earth, took unto himself a wife, and begot 7 sons, one of whom resembled his father in having 2 heads. When the Canaanite died, a dispute broke out among his descendants as to how the property was to be divided. The double-headed son claimed 2 portions. Both Solomon and the Sanhedrin were at a loss. They could not discover a precedent to guide them. Then Solomon prayed to God, "O Lord of all, when thou didst appear to me in Gibeon, and didst give me leave to ask a gift of thee, I desired neither silver nor gold, but only wisdom, that I might be able to judge men in justice." God heard his prayer. When the sons of the Canaanite again came before Solomon, he poured hot water on one of the heads of the double-headed monster, whereupon both heads flinched, and both mouths cried out, "We are dying, we are dying, we are but one, not 2. Solomon decided that the double-headed son was, after all, only a single being. On another occasion, Solomon invented a lawsuit in order to elicit the truth in an involved case. 3 men appeared before him, each of whom accused the others of theft. They had been traveling together, and when the Sabbath approached, they halted and prepared to rest and sought a safe hiding place for their money, for it is not allowed to carry money on one's person on the Sabbath. They all 3 together secreted what they had in the same spot, and when the Sabbath was over, they hastened thither, only to find that it had been stolen. It was clear one of the 3 must have been the thief, but which one? Solomon said to them, "I know you to be experienced and thorough businessmen. I should like you to help me decide a suit which the king of Rome has submitted to me. In the Roman kingdom there lived a maiden and a youth, who promised each other under oath never to enter into a marriage without obtaining each other's permission. The parents of the girl betrothed their daughter to a man whom she loved, but she refused to become his wife until the companion of her youth gave his consent. She took much gold and silver and sought him out to bribe him. Setting aside his own love for the girl, he offered her and her lover his congratulations, and refused to accept the slightest return for the permission granted. On their homeward way, the happy couple were surprised by an old highwayman, who was about to rob the young man of his bride and his money. The girl told the brigand the story of her life, closing with these words, "If a youth controlled his passion for me, how much more shouldst thou, an old man, be filled with fear of God, and let me go my way." Her words took effect. The aged highwayman laid hands neither on the girl nor on the money. Now Solomon continued to the 3 litigants, "I was asked to decide which of the 3 persons concerned acted most nobly, the girl, the youth, or the highwayman, and I should like to have your views upon the question." The first of the 3 said, "My praise is for the girl, who kept her oath so faithfully." The second, "I should award the palm to the youth, who kept himself in check and did not permit his passion to prevail." The third said, commend me to the brigand who kept his hands off the money, more especially as he would have been doing all that could be expected of him. If he had surrendered the woman, he might have taken the money." The last answer sufficed to put Solomon on the right track. The man who was inspired with admiration of the virtues of the robber probably was himself filled with greed of money. He had him cross-examined and finally extorted a confession. He had committed the theft, and he designated the spot where he had hidden the money. Even animals submitted their controversies to Solomon's wise judgment. A man with a jug of milk came upon a serpent wailing pitifully in a field. To the man's question, the serpent replied that it was tortured with thirst. "And what art thou carrying in the jug?" asked the serpent. When it heard what it was, it begged for the milk and promised to reward the man by showing him a hidden treasure. The man gave the milk to the serpent and was then led to a great rock. "Under this rock," said the serpent, "lies the treasure." The man rolled the rock aside and was about to take the treasure when suddenly the serpent made a lunge at him and coiled itself about his neck. "What meanest thou by such conduct?" exclaimed the man. "I am going to kill thee," replied the serpent, "because thou art robbing me of all my money." The man proposed that they put their case to King Solomon and obtain his decision as to who was in the wrong. So they did. Solomon asked the serpent to state what it demanded of the man. "I want to kill him," answered the serpent, "because the scriptures command it, saying, 'Thou shalt bruise the heel of man.'" Solomon said, "First release thy hold upon the man's neck and descend." In court, neither party to a lawsuit may enjoy an advantage over the other. The serpent glided to the floor, and Solomon repeated his question and received the same answer as before from the serpent. Then Solomon turned to the man and said, "To thee God's command was to bruise the head of the serpent. Do it." And the man crushed the serpent's head. Sometimes Solomon's assertions and views, though they sprang from profound wisdom, seem strange to the common run of men. In such cases, the wise king did not disdain to illustrate the correctness of his opinions. For instance, both the learned and the ignorant were stung into opposition by Solomon's saying, "One man among 1,000 have I found, but a virtuous woman among all those have I not found." Solomon unhesitatingly pledged himself to prove that he was right. He had his attendants seek out a married couple enjoying a reputation for uprightness and virtue. The husband was cited before him, and Solomon told him that he had decided to appoint him to an exalted office. The king demanded only as an earnest of his loyalty that he murder his wife, so that he might be free to marry the king's daughter, a spouse comporting with the dignity of his new station. With a heavy heart the man went home. His despair grew at sight of his fair wife and his little children. Though determined to do the king's bidding, he still lacked courage to kill his wife while she was awake. He waited until she was tight asleep, but then the child, enfolded in the mother's arms, rekindled his parental and conjugal affection, and he replaced his sword in its sheath, saying to himself, "And if the king were to offer me his whole realm, I would not murder my wife." Thereupon he went to Solomon and told him his final decision. A month later, Solomon sent for the wife and declared his love for her. He told her that their happiness could be consummated if she would but do away with her husband. Then she should be made the first wife in his harem. Solomon gave her a leaden sword which glittered as though fashioned of steel. The woman returned home, resolved to put the sword to its appointed use. Not a quiver of her eyelids betrayed her sinister purpose. On the contrary, by caresses and tender words, she sought to disarm any suspicion that might attach to her. In the night she arose, drew forth the sword, and proceeded to kill her husband. The leaden instrument naturally did no harm, except to awaken her husband, to whom she had to confess her evil intent. The next day both man and wife were summoned before the king, who thus convinced his counselors of the truth of his conviction that no dependence can be placed on woman. The fame of Solomon's wisdom spread far and wide. Many entered the service of the king in the hope of profiting by his wisdom. 3 brothers had served under him for 13 years, and disappointed at not having learnt anything, they made up their minds to quit his service. Solomon gave them the alternative of receiving 100 coins each, or being taught 3 wise saws. they decided to take the money. They had scarcely left the town when the youngest of the three, regardless of the protests of his two brothers, hastened back to Solomon and said to him, "My lord, I did not take service under thee to make money. I wanted to acquire wisdom. Pray take back thy money and teach me wisdom instead." Solomon thereupon imparted the following 3 rules of conduct to him. "When thou travellest abroad, set out on thy journey with the dawn, and turn in for the night before darkness falls. Do not cross a river that is swollen, and never betray a secret to a woman." The man quickly overtook his brothers, but he confided nothing to them of what he had learned from Solomon. They journeyed on together. At the approach of the 9th hour, 3 hours after noon, they reached a suitable spot in which to spend the night. The youngest brother, mindful of Solomon's advice, proposed that they stop there. The others taunted him with his stupidity, which they said he had begun to display when he carried his money back to Solomon. The 2 proceeded on their way, but the youngest arranged his quarters for the night. When darkness came on, and with it nipping cold, he was snug and comfortable, while his brothers were surprised by a snowstorm in which they perished. The following day he continued his journey, and on the road he found the dead bodies of his brothers. Having appropriated their money, he buried them and went on. When he reached a river that was very much swollen, he bore Solomon's advice in mind and delayed to cross until the flood subsided. While standing on the bank, he observed how some of the king's servants were attempting to ford the stream with beasts laden with gold, and how they were borne down by the flood. After the waters had abated, he crossed and appropriated the gold strapped to the drowned animals. When he returned home, wealthy and wise, he told nothing of what he had experienced, even to his wife, who was very curious to find out where her husband had obtained his wealth. Finally, she plied him so closely with questions that Solomon's advice about confiding a secret to a woman was quite forgotten. Once, when his wife was quarreling with him, she cried out, "Not enough that thou didst murder thy brothers, thou desirest to kill me too." Thereupon he was charged with the murder of their husbands by his 2 sisters-in-law. He was tried, condemned to death, and escaped the hangman only when he told the king the story of his life, and was recognized as his former retainer. It was with reference to this man's adventures that Solomon said, "Acquire wisdom, she is better than gold, and much fine gold." Another of his disciples had a similar experience. Annually, a man came from a great distance to pay a visit to the wise king, and when he departed, Solomon was in the habit of bestowing a gift upon him. Once the guest refused the gift and asked the king to teach him the language of the birds and the animals instead. The king was ready to grant his request, but he did not fail to warn him first of the great danger connected with such knowledge. "If thou tellest others a word of what thou hearest from an animal," he said, "thou wilt surely suffer death. Thy destruction is inevitable." Nothing daunted, the visitor persisted in his wish, and the king instructed him in the secret art. Returned home, he overheard a conversation between his ox and his ass. The ass said, "Brother, how farest thou with these people?" The ox, "As thou livest, brother, I pass day and night in hard and painful toil." The ass, "I can give thee relief, brother, if thou wilt follow my advice. Thou shalt live in comfort, and shalt rid thyself of all hard work." The ox, "O brother, may thy heart be inclined toward me to take pity on me and help me. I promise not to depart from thy advice to the right or the left." The ass, "God knows I am speaking to thee in the uprightness of my heart and the purity of my thoughts. My advice to thee is not to eat either straw or fodder this night. When our master notices it, he will suppose that thou art sick. He will put no burdensome work upon thee, and thou canst take a good rest. That is the way I did today." The ox followed the advice of his companion. He touched none of the food thrown to him. The master, suspecting a ruse on the part of the ass, arose during the night, went to the stable, and watched the ass eat his fill from the manger belonging to the ox. He could not help laughing out loud, which greatly amazed his wife, who of course had noticed nothing out of the way. The master evaded her questions. Something ludicrous had just occurred to him. He said by way of explanation, For the sly trick played upon the ox, he determined to punish the ass. He ordered the servant to let the ox rest for the day and make the ass do the work of both animals. At evening the ass trudged into the stable, tired and exhausted. The ox greeted him with the words, "Brother, hast thou heard aught of what our heartless masters propose?" "Yes," replied the ass, "I heard them speak of having thee slaughtered, if thou shouldst refuse to eat this night too. They want to make sure of thy flesh at least." Scarcely had the ox heard the words of the ass, when he threw himself upon his food like a ravenous lion upon his prey. Not a speck did he leave behind, and the master was suddenly moved to uproarious laughter. This time his wife insisted upon knowing the cause. In vain she entreated and supplicated. She swore not to live with him any more if he did not tell her why he laughed. The man loved her so devotedly that he was ready to sacrifice his life to satisfy her whim, but before taking leave of this world, he desired to see his friends and relations once more, and he invited them all to his house. Meantime his dog was made aware of the master's approaching end, and such sadness took possession of the faithful beast that he touched neither food nor drink. The cock, on the other hand, gaily appropriated the food intended for the dog, and he and his wives enjoyed a banquet. Outraged by such unfeeling behavior, the dog said to the cock, "How great is thy impudence, and how insignificant thy modesty! Thy master is but a step from the grave, and thou eatest and makest merry." The cock's reply was, "Is it my fault if our master is a fool and an idiot? I have 10 wives, and I rule them as I will. Not one dares oppose me in my commands. Our master has a single wife, and this one he cannot control and manage." "What ought our master to do?" asked the dog. "Let him take a heavy stick and belabor his wife's back thoroughly," advised the cock, "and I warrant thee she won't plague him any more to reveal his secrets." The husband had overheard this conversation too, and the cock's advice seemed good. He followed it, and death was averted. On many occasions Solomon brought his acumen and wisdom to bear upon foreign rulers who attempted to concoct mischief against him. Solomon needed help in building the temple, and he wrote to Pharaoh asking him to send artists to Jerusalem. Pharaoh complied with his request, but not honestly. He had his astrologers determine which of his men were destined to die within the year. These candidates for the grave he passed over to Solomon. The Jewish king was not slow to discover the trick played upon him. He immediately returned the men to Egypt, each provided with his grave clothes, and wrote to Pharaoh, "I suppose thou hadst no shrouds for these people. Herewith I send thee the men, and what they were in need of." Hiram, king of Tyre, the steadfast friend of the dynasty of David, who had done Solomon such valuable services in connection with the building of the temple, was desirous of testing his wisdom. He was in the habit of sending catch questions and riddles to Solomon with the request that he solve them and help him out of his embarrassment about them. Solomon, of course, succeeded in answering them all. Later on, he made an agreement with Hiram that they were to exchange conundrums and riddles, and a money fine was to be exacted from the one of them who failed to find the proper answer to a question propounded by the other. Naturally, it was Hiram who was always the loser. The Tyrians maintained that finally Solomon found more than his match in one of Hiram's subjects, one Absalom, who put many a riddle to Solomon that baffled his wit. Of Solomon's subtlety in riddle guessing, only a few instances have come down to us, all of them connected with riddles put to him by the Queen of Sheba. The story of this queen, of her relation to Solomon, and what induced her to leave her distant home and journey to the court at Jerusalem, forms an interesting chapter in the eventful life of the wise king. End of Chapter 5, Part 1, Solomon. Chapter 5, Part 2 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4, by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 5, Part 2, Solomon, Queen of Sheba. Solomon, it must be remembered, bore rule not only over men, but also over the beasts of the field, the birds of the air, demons, spirits, and the spectres of the night. He knew the language of all of them, and they understood his language. When Solomon was of good cheer, by reason of wine, he summoned the beasts of the field, the birds of the air, the creeping reptiles, the shades, the spectres, and the ghosts, to perform their dances before the kings, his neighbors, whom he invited to witness his power and greatness. The king's scribes called the animals and the spirits by name, one by one, and they all assembled of their own accord, without fetters or bonds, with no human hand to guide them. On one occasion the hoopoe was missed from among the birds. He could not be found anywhere. The king, full of wrath, ordered him to be produced and chastised for his tardiness. The hoopoe appeared and said, O Lord, King of the world, incline thine ear and hearken to my words. 3 months have gone by since I began to take counsel with myself and resolve upon a course of action. I've eaten no food and drunk no water, in order to fly about in the whole world and see whether there is a domain anywhere which is not subject to my lord the king. And I found a city, the city of Kittor, in the east. Dust is more valuable than gold there, and silver is like the mud of the streets. Its trees are from the beginning of all time, and they suck up water that flows from the Garden of Eden. The city is crowded with men. On their heads they wear garlands wreathed in paradise. They know not how to fight, nor how to shoot with bow and arrow. Their ruler is a woman. She is called the Queen of Sheba. If now it please thee, O Lord and King, I shall gird my loins like a hero, and journey to the city of Kittor in the land of Sheba. Its kings I shall fetter with chains, and its rulers with iron bands, and bring them all before my lord the king. The hoopoe's speech pleased the king. The clerks of his land were summoned, and they wrote a letter and bound it to the hoopoe's wing. The bird rose skyward, uttered his cry, and flew away, followed by all the other birds. And they came to Kittor in the land of Sheba. It was morning, and the queen had gone forth to pay worship to the sun. Suddenly the birds darkened his light. The queen raised her hand and rent her garment, and was sore astonished. Then the hoopoe alighted near her. Seeing that a letter was tied to his wing, she loosed it and read it. And what was written in the letter? From me, King Solomon, peace be with thee, peace with the nobles of thy realm. Know that God has appointed me king over the beasts of the field, the birds of the air, the demons, the spirits, and the spectres. All the kings of the east and the west come to bring me greetings. If thou wilt come and salute me, I shall show thee great honor, more than to any of the kings that attend me. But if thou wilt not pay homage to me, I shall send out kings, legions, and riders against thee. Thou askest, who are these kings, legions, and riders of King Solomon? The beasts of the field are my kings, the birds my riders, the demons, spirit, and shades of the night my legions. The demons will throttle you in your beds at night, while the beasts will slay you in the field, and the birds will consume your flesh. When the queen of Sheba had read the contents of the letter, she again rent her garment, and sent word to her elders and her princes, Know you not what Solomon has written to me? We know nothing of King Solomon, and his dominion we regard as naught. But their words did not reassure the queen. She assembled all the ships of the sea, and loaded them with the finest kinds of wood, and with pearls and precious stones. Together with these she sent Solomon 6,000 youths and maidens, born in the same year, in the same month, on the same day, in the same hour, all of equal stature and size, all clothed in purple garments. They bore a letter to King Solomon as follows. From the city of Kittor to the land of Israel is a journey of 7 years. As it is thy wish and behest that I visit thee, I shall hasten and be in Jerusalem at the end of 3 years. When the time of her arrival drew nigh, Solomon sent Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, to meet her. Benaiah was like unto the flush in the eastern sky at break of day, like unto the evening star that outshines all other stars, like unto the lily growing by brooks of water. When the queen caught sight of him, she descended from her chariot to do him honor. Benaiah asked her why she left her chariot. "Art thou not King Solomon?" she questioned in turn. Benaiah replied, "Not King Solomon am I, only one of his servants that stand in his presence." Thereupon the queen turned to her nobles and said, "If you have not beheld the lion, at least you have seen his lair, and if you have not beheld King Solomon, at least you have seen the beauty of him that stands in his presence." Benaiah conducted the queen to Solomon, who had gone to sit in a house of glass to receive her. The queen was deceived by an illusion. She thought the king was sitting in water, and as she stepped across to him, she raised her garment to keep it dry. On her bared feet the king noticed hair, and he said to her, "Thy beauty is the beauty of a woman, but thy hair is masculine. Hair is an ornament to a man, but it disfigures a woman." Then the queen began and said, "I have heard of thee and thy wisdom. If now I inquire of thee concerning a matter, wilt thou answer me?" He replied, "The Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding." She then said to him, 1. 7 there are that issue, and 9 that enter. 2 yield the draught, and 1 drinks. Said he to her, 7 are the days of a woman's defilement, and 9 the months of pregnancy. 2 are the breasts that yield the draught, and 1 the child that drinks it. Whereupon she said to him, "Thou art wise." 2. Then she questioned him further. A woman said to her son, "Thy father is my father, and thy grandfather my husband. Thou art my son, and I am thy sister." "Assuredly," said he, "it was the daughter of Lot who spake thus to her son." 3. She placed a number of males and females of the same stature and garb before him, and said, "Distinguish between them." Forthwith he made a sign to the eunuchs, who brought him a quantity of nuts and roasted ears of corn. The males, who were not bashful, seized them with bare hands. The females took them, putting forth their gloved hands from beneath their garments. Whereupon he exclaimed, "Those are the males, these the females." 4. She brought a number of men to him, some circumcised and others uncircumcised, and asked him to distinguish between them. He immediately made a sign to the high priest to open the ark of the covenant, whereupon those that were circumcised bowed their bodies to half their height, while their countenances were filled with the radiance of the Shekinah. The uncircumcised fell prone upon their faces. "Those," said he, "are circumcised, these uncircumcised." "Thou art wise indeed," she exclaimed. 5. She put other questions to him, to all of which he gave replies. "Who is he who neither was born nor has died?" "It is the Lord of the world, blessed be he." 6. What land is that which has but once seen the sun? The land upon which, after the creation, the waters were gathered, and the bed of the Red Sea on the day when it was divided. 7. There is an enclosure with 10 doors. When one is open, 9 are shut. When 9 are open, 1 is shut. That enclosure is the womb. The 10 doors are the 10 orifices of man, his eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth, the apertures for the discharge of the excreta and the urine, and the navel. When the child is in the embryonic state, the navel is open, and the other orifices are closed. But when it issues from the womb, the navel is closed, and the others are opened. 8. There is something which, when living, moves not, yet when its head is cut off, it moves. It is the ship in the sea. 9. Which are the 3 that neither ate, nor did they drink, nor did they have bread put into them, yet they saved lives from death? The signet, the cord, and the staff are those 3. 10. 3 entered a cave, and 5 came forth therefrom. Lot and his 2 daughters, and their 2 children. 11. The dead lived, the grave moved, and the dead prayed. What is that? The dead that lived and prayed, Jonah, and the fish, the moving grave. 12. Who were the 3 that ate and drank on the earth, and yet were not born of male and female? The 3 angels who visited Abraham. 13. 4 entered a place of death and came forth alive, and 2 entered a place of life and came forth dead. The 4 were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, and the 2 were Nadab and Abihu. 14. Who was he that was born and died not? Elijah and the Messiah. 15. What was that which was not born, yet life was given to it? The golden calf. 16. What is that which is produced from the ground, yet man produces it, while its food is the fruit of the ground? A wick. 17. A woman was wedded to 2, and bore 2 sons, yet these 4 had one father. Tamar. 18. A house full of dead. No dead one came among them, nor did a living come forth from them. It is the story of Samson and the Philistines. 19. The queen next ordered the sawn trunk of a cedar tree to be brought, and she asked Solomon to point out at which end the root had been, and at which the branches. He bade her cast it into the water, when one end sank and the other floated upon the surface of the water. That part which sank was the root, and that which remained uppermost was the branch end. Then she said to him, Thou exceedest in wisdom and goodness the fame which I heard. Blessed be thy God. The last 3 riddles which the queen of Sheba put to Solomon were the following. 20. What is this? A wooden well with iron buckets, which draw stones and pour out water. The king replied, A rouge tube. 21. What is this? It comes as dust from the earth. Its food is dust. It is poured out like water and lights the house. Naphtha. 22. What is this? It walks ahead of all. It cries out loud and bitterly. Its head is like the reed. It is the glory of the noble, the disgrace of the poor, the glory of the dead, the disgrace of the living, the delight of birds, the distress of fishes. He answered, Flax. Solomon, master of the demons. Never has there lived a man privileged like Solomon to make the demons amenable to his will. God endowed him with the ability to turn the vicious power of demons into a power working to the advantage of men. He invented formulas of incantation by which diseases were alleviated, and others by which demons were exorcised, so that they were banished forever. As his personal attendants, he had spirits and demons whom he could send hither and thither on the instant. He could grow tropical plants in Palestine because his ministering spirits secured water for him from India. As the spirits were subservient to him, so also the animals. He had an eagle upon whose back he was transported to the desert and back again in one day, to build there the city called Tadmor in the Bible. This city must not be confounded with the later Syrian city of Palmyra, also called Tadmor. It was situated near the mountains of darkness, the trysting place of the spirits and demons. Thither the eagle would carry Solomon in the twinkling of an eye, and Solomon would drop a paper inscribed with a verse among the spirits to ward off evil from himself. Then the eagle would reconnoiter the mountains of darkness until he had spied out the spot in which the fallen angels Azza and Azael lie chained with iron fetters, a spot which no one, not even a bird, may visit. When the eagle found the place, he would take Solomon under his left wing and fly to the 2 angels. Through the power of the ring, having the holy name graven upon it, which Solomon put into the eagle's mouth, Azza and Azael were forced to reveal the heavenly mysteries to the king. The demons were of greatest service to Solomon during the erection of the temple. It came about in this wise. When Solomon began the building of the temple, it once happened that a malicious spirit snatched away the money and the food of one of the king's favorite pages. This occurred several times, and Solomon was not able to lay hold on the malefactor. The king besought God fervently to deliver the wicked spirit into his hands. His prayer was granted. The archangel Michael appeared to him and gave him a small ring, having a seal consisting of an engraved stone, and he said to him, Take, O Solomon, king, son of David, the gift which the Lord God, the highest Zebaot, has sent unto thee. With it thou shalt lock up all the demons of the earth, male and female, and with their help thou shalt build up Jerusalem. But thou must wear this seal of God, and this engraving of the seal of the ring sent thee is a pentalpha. Armed with it, Solomon called up all the demons before him, and he asked of each in turn his or her name, as well as the name of the star or constellation or zodiacal sign, and of the particular angel to the influence of which each is subject. One after another the spirits were vanquished and compelled by Solomon to aid in the construction of the temple. Ornias, the vampire spirit who had maltreated Solomon's servant, was the first demon to appear, and he was set to the task of cutting stones near the temple. And Solomon bade Ornias come, and he gave him the seal, saying, Away with thee, and bring me hither the prince of all the demons. Ornias took the finger ring and went to Beelzebul, who has kingship over the demons. He said to him, Hither, Solomon calls thee. But Beelzebul, having heard, said to him, Tell me, who is this Solomon of whom thou speakest to me? Then Ornias threw the ring at the chest of Beelzebul, saying, Solomon the king calls thee. But Beelzebul cried aloud with a mighty voice, and shot out a great burning flame of fire, and he arose and followed Ornias and came to Solomon. Brought before the king, he promised him to gather all the unclean spirits unto him. Beelzebul proceeded to do so, beginning with Onoskelis, that had a very pretty shape and the skin of a fair-hued woman, and he was followed by Asmodeus, both giving an account of themselves. Beelzebul reappeared on the scene, and in his conversation with Solomon declared that he alone survived of the angels who had come down from heaven. He reigned over all who are in Tartarus, and had a child in the Red Sea, which on occasion comes up to Beelzebul, and reveals to him what he has done. Next, the demon of the ashes, Tephros, appeared, and after him a group of 7 female spirits, who declared themselves to be of the 36 elements of the darkness. Solomon bade them dig the foundation of the temple, for the length of it was 250 cubits, and he ordered them to be industrious, and with one united murmur of protest, they began to perform the tasks enjoined. Solomon bade another demon come before him, and there was brought to him a demon having all the limbs of a man, but without a head. The demon said to Solomon, I am called Envy, for I delight to devour heads, being desirous to secure for myself a head. But I do not eat enough, and I am anxious to have such a head as thou hast. A hound-like spirit, whose name was Rabdas, followed, and he revealed to Solomon a green stone, useful for the adornment of the temple. A number of other male and female demons appeared, among them the 36 world rulers of the darkness, whom Solomon commanded to fetch water to the temple. Some of these demons he condemned to do the heavy work on the construction of the temple, others he shut up in prison, and others again he ordered to wrestle with fire in the making of gold and silver, sitting down by lead and spoon, and to make ready places for the other demons in which they should be confined. After Solomon, with the help of the demons, had completed the temple, the rulers, among them the queen of Sheba, who was a sorceress, came from far and near to admire the magnificence and art of the building, and no less the wisdom of its builder. One day an old man appeared before Solomon to complain of his son, whom he accused of having been so impious as to raise his hand against his father and give him a blow. The young man denied the charge, but his father insisted that his life be held forfeit. Suddenly Solomon heard loud laughter. It was the demon Ornias, who was guilty of the disrespectful behavior. Rebuked by Solomon, the demon said, I pray thee, O king, it was not because of thee I laughed, but because of this ill-starred old man and the wretched youth his son. For after 3 days his son will die untimely, and lo, the old man desires to make away with him foully. Solomon delayed his verdict for several days, and when after 5 days he summoned the old father to his presence, it appeared that Ornias had spoken the truth. After some time Solomon received a letter from Adares, the king of Arabia. He begged the Jewish king to deliver his land from an evil spirit, who was doing great mischief, and who could not be caught and made harmless because he appeared in the form of wind. Solomon gave his magic ring and a leather bottle to one of his slaves and sent him into Arabia. The messenger succeeded in confining the spirit in the bottle. A few days later, when Solomon entered the temple, he was not a little astonished to see a bottle walk toward him and bow down reverently before him. It was the bottle in which the spirit was shut up. This same spirit once did Solomon a great service. Assisted by demons, he raised a gigantic stone out of the Red Sea. Neither human beings nor demons could move it, but he carried it to the temple, where it was used as a cornerstone. Through his own fault, Solomon forfeited the power to perform miraculous deeds, which the divine spirit had conferred upon him. He fell in love with the Jebusite woman Samanites. The priests of Moloch and Raphan, the false gods she worshipped, advised her to reject his suit unless he paid homage to these gods. At first Solomon was firm, but when the woman bade him take 5 locusts and crush them in his hands in the name of Moloch, he obeyed her. At once he was bereft of the divine spirit, of his strength and his wisdom. He sank so low that to please his beloved he built temples to Baal and Raphan. The building of the temple. Among the great achievements of Solomon, first place must be assigned to the superb temple built by him. He was long in doubt as to where he was to build it. A heavenly voice directed him to go to Mount Zion at night, to a field owned by 2 brothers jointly. One of the brothers was a bachelor and poor, the other was blessed both with wealth and a large family of children. It was harvesting time. Under cover of night, the poor brother kept adding to the other's heap of grain. For although he was poor, he thought his brother needed more on account of his large family. The rich brother, in the same clandestine way, added to the poor brother's store, thinking that though he had a family to support, the other was without means. This field, Solomon concluded, which had called forth so remarkable a manifestation of brotherly love, was the best site for the temple, and he bought it. Every detail of the equipment and ornamentation of the temple testifies to Solomon's rare wisdom. Next to the required furniture, he planted golden trees, which bore fruit all the time the building stood. When the enemy entered the temple, the fruit dropped from the trees, but they will put forth blossoms again when it is rebuilt in the days of the Messiah. Solomon was so assiduous that the erection of the temple took but 7 years, about half the time for the erection of the king's palace, in spite of the greater magnificence of the sanctuary. In this respect he was the superior of his father David, who first built a house for himself, and then gave thought to a house for God to dwell in. Indeed, it was Solomon's meritorious work in connection with the temple that saved him from being reckoned by the sages as one of the impious kings, among whom his later actions might properly have put him. According to the measure of the zeal displayed by Solomon, were the help and favor shown him by God. During the 7 years it took to build the temple, not a single workman died who was employed about it, nor even did a single one fall sick. And as the workmen were sound and robust from first to last, so the perfection of their tools remained unimpaired until the building stood complete. Thus the work suffered no sort of interruption. After the dedication of the temple, however, the workmen died off, lest they build similar structures for the heathen and their gods. Their wages they were to receive from God in the world to come, and the master workman, Hiram, was rewarded by being permitted to reach paradise alive. The temple was finished in the month of Bul, now called Mar-Heshwan, but the edifice stood closed for nearly a whole year, because it was the will of God that the dedication take place in the month of Abraham's birth. Meantime, the enemies of Solomon rejoiced maliciously. Was it not the son of Bathsheba, they said, who built the temple? How then could God permit his Shekinah to rest upon it? When the consecration of the house took place and the fire came down from heaven, they recognized their mistake. The importance of the temple appeared at once, for the torrential rains, which annually since the deluge had fallen for 40 days beginning with Mar-Heshwan, for the first time failed to come, and thenceforward appeared no more. The joy of the people over the sanctuary was so great that they held the consecration ceremonies on the Day of Atonement. It contributed not a little to their ease of mind that a heavenly voice was heard to proclaim, "You all shall have a share in the world to come." The great house of prayer reflected honor not only on Solomon and the people, but also on King David. The following incident proves it. When the ark was about to be brought into the Holy of Holies, the door of the sacred chamber locked itself, and it was impossible to open it. Solomon prayed fervently to God, but his entreaties had no effect until he pronounced the words, "Remember the good deeds of David thy servant." The Holy of Holies then opened of itself, and the enemies of David had to admit that God had wholly forgiven his sin. In the execution of the temple work, a wish cherished by David was fulfilled. He was averse to having the gold which he had taken as booty from the heathen places of worship during his campaigns used for the sanctuary at Jerusalem, because he feared that the heathen would boast at the destruction of the temple that their gods were courageous and were taking revenge by wrecking the house of the Israelitish God. Fortunately, Solomon was so rich that there was no need to resort to the gold inherited from his father, and so David's wish was fulfilled. The throne of Solomon. Next to the temple in its magnificence is the throne of Solomon that perpetuates the name and fame of the wise king. None before him and none after him could produce a like work of art, and when the kings, his vassals, saw the magnificence of the throne, they fell down and praised God. The throne was covered with fine gold from Ophir, studded with beryls, inlaid with marble, and jeweled with emeralds and rubies and pearls and all manner of gems. On each of its 6 steps there were 2 golden lions and 2 golden eagles, a lion and an eagle to the left and a lion and an eagle to the right, the pair standing face to face so that the right paw of the lion was opposite to the left wing of the eagle and his left paw opposite to the right wing of the eagle. The royal seat was at the top, which was round. On the first step leading to the seat crouched an ox, and opposite to him a lion, on the second a wolf and a lamb, on the third a leopard and a goat, on the fourth perched an eagle and a peacock, on the fifth a falcon and a cock, and on the sixth a hawk and a sparrow, all made of gold. At the very top rested a dove, her claws set upon a hawk, to betoken that the time would come when all peoples and nations shall be delivered into the hands of Israel. Over the seat hung a golden candlestick with golden lamps, pomegranates, snuff dishes, censers, chains, and lilies. 7 branches extended from each side. On the arms to the right were the images of the 7 patriarchs of the world, Adam, Noah, Shem, Job, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And on the arms to the left the images of the 7 pious men of the world, Kohath, Amram, Moses, Aaron, Eldad, Medad, and the prophet Hur. Attached to the top of the candlestick was a golden bowl filled with the purest olive oil to be used for the candlestick in the temple, and below a golden basin, also filled with the purest olive oil for the candlestick over the throne. The basin bore the image of the high priest Eli. Those of his sons Hophni and Phinehas were on the 2 faucets protruding from the basin, and those of Nadab and Abihu on the tubes connecting the faucets with the basin. On the upper part of the throne stood 70 golden chairs for the members of the Sanhedrin, and 2 more for the high priest and his vicar. When the high priest came to do homage to the king, the members of the Sanhedrin also appeared to judge the people, and they took their seats to the right and to the left of the king. At the approach of the witnesses, the machinery of the throne rumbled, the wheels turned, the ox lowed, the lion roared, the wolf howled, the lamb bleated, the leopard growled, the goat cried, the falcon screamed, the peacock gobbled, the cock crowed, the hawk screeched, the sparrow chirped, all to terrify the witnesses and keep them from giving false testimony. When Solomon set foot upon the first step to ascend to his seat, its machinery was put into motion. The golden ox arose and led him to the second step, and there passed him over to the care of the beasts guarding it, and so he was conducted from step to step up to the 6th, where the eagles received him and placed him upon his seat. As soon as he was seated, a great eagle set the royal crown upon his head. Thereupon a huge snake rolled itself up against the machinery, forcing the lions and eagles upward until they encircled the head of the king. A golden dove flew down from a pillar, took the sacred scroll out of a casket, and gave it to the king, so that he might obey the injunction of the Scriptures to have the law with him, and read therein all the days of his life. Above the throne 24 vines interlaced, forming a shady arbor over the head of the king, and sweet aromatic perfumes exhale from 2 golden lions, while Solomon made the ascent to his seat upon the throne. It was the task of 7 heralds to keep Solomon reminded of his duties as king and judge. The first one of the heralds approached him when he set foot on the first step of the throne and began to recite the law for kings. He shall not multiply wives to himself. At the second step, the second herald reminded him, he shall not multiply horses to himself. At the third, the next one of the heralds said, neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. At the fourth step he was told by the fourth herald, thou shalt not wrest judgment. At the fifth step by the fifth herald, thou shalt not respect persons. And at the sixth by the sixth herald, neither shalt thou take a gift. Finally, when he was about to seat himself upon the throne, the seventh herald cried out, know before whom thou standest. The throne did not remain long in the possession of the Israelites. During the life of Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, it was carried to Egypt. Shishak, the father-in-law of Solomon, appropriated it as indemnity for claims which he urged against the Jewish state in behalf of his widowed daughter. When Sennacherib conquered Egypt, he carried the throne away with him. But on his homeward march, during the overthrow of his army before the gates of Jerusalem, he had to part with it to Hezekiah. Now it remained in Palestine until the time of Jehoash, when it was once more carried to Egypt by Pharaoh Necho. His possession of the throne brought him little joy. Unacquainted with its wonderful mechanism, he was injured in the side by one of the lions the first time he attempted to mount it, and forever after he limped, wherefore he was given the surname Necho the Hobbler. Nebuchadnezzar was the next possessor of the throne. It fell to his lot at the conquest of Egypt, but when he attempted to use it in Babylonia, he fared no better than his predecessor in Egypt. The lion standing near the throne gave him so severe a blow that he never again dared ascend it. Through Darius, the throne reached Elam, but knowing what its other owners had suffered, he did not venture to seat himself on it, and his example was imitated by Ahasuerus. The latter tried to have his artificers fashion him a like artistic work, but of course they failed. The Median rulers parted with the throne to the Greek monarchs, and finally it was carried to Rome. End of Chapter 5, Part 2, Solomon. Chapter 5, Part 3 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4, by Louis Ginzberg. Chapter 5, Part 3, Solomon. The Hippodrome. The throne was not the only remarkable sight at the court of the magnificent king. Solomon attracted visitors to his capital by means of games and shows. In every month of the year, the official who was in charge for the month was expected to arrange for a horse race, and once a year a race took place in which the competitors were 10,000 youths, mainly of the tribes of Gad and Naphtali, who lived at the court of the king year in and year out, and were maintained by him. For the scholars, their disciples, the priests, and the Levites, the races were held on the last of the month. On the first day of the month, the residents of Jerusalem were the spectators, and on the second day, strangers. The hippodrome occupied an area of 3 parasangs square, with an inner square measuring 1 parasang on each side, around which the races were run. Within were 2 grills ornamented with all sorts of animals, out of the jaws of 4 gilded lions attached to pillars by 2s, perfumes and spices flowed for the people. The spectators were divided into 4 parties distinguished by the color of their garb. The king and his attendants, the scholars and their disciples, and the priests and Levites were attired in light blue garments. All the rest from Jerusalem wore white. The sightseers from the surrounding towns and villages wore red, and green marked the heathen hailing from afar, who came laden with tribute and presents. The four colors corresponded to the four seasons. In the autumn, the sky is brilliantly blue. In winter, the white snow falls. The color of spring is green like the ocean, because it is the season favorable to voyages, and red is the color of summer, when the fruits grow red and ripe. As the public spectacles were executed with pomp and splendor, so the king's table was royally sumptuous. Regardless of season and climate, it was always laden with the delicacies of all parts of the globe. Game and poultry, even of such varieties as were unknown in Palestine, were not lacking, and daily there came a gorgeous bird from Barbary and settled down before the king's seat at the table. The scriptures tell us of great quantities of food required by Solomon's household, and yet it was not all that was needed. What the Bible mentions covers only the accessories, such as spices and the minor ingredients. The real needs were far greater, as may be judged from the custom that all of Solomon's 1,000 wives arranged a banquet daily, each in the hope of having the king dine with her. Lessons in Humility. Great and powerful as Solomon was, and wise and just, still occasions were not lacking to bring home to him the truth that the wisest and mightiest of mortals may not indulge in pride and arrogance. Solomon had a precious piece of tapestry, 60 miles square, on which he flew through the air so swiftly that he could eat breakfast in Damascus and supper in Media. To carry out his orders, he had at his beck and call Asaph ben Berechiah among men, Ramarat among demons, the lion among beasts, and the eagle among birds. Once it happened that pride possessed Solomon while he was sailing through the air on his carpet, and he said, "There is none like unto me in the world, upon whom God has bestowed sagacity, wisdom, intelligence, and knowledge, besides making me the ruler of the world." The same instant the air stirred, and 40,000 men dropped from the magic carpet. The king ordered the wind to cease from blowing with the word "return," whereupon the wind, "If thou wilt return to God and subdue thy pride, I too will return." The king realized his transgression. On one occasion he strayed into the valley of the ants. In the course of his wanderings, he heard one ant order all the others to withdraw to avoid being crushed by the armies of Solomon. The king halted and summoned the ant that had spoken. She told him that she was the queen of the ants, and she gave her reasons for the order of withdrawal. Solomon wanted to put a question to the ant queen, but she refused to answer unless the king took her up and placed her on his hand. He acquiesced, and then he put his question, "Is there anyone greater than I am in all the world?" "Yes," said the ant. Solomon: "Who?" Ant: "I am." Solomon: "How is that possible?" Ant: "Were I not greater than thou, God would not have led thee hither to put me on thy hand." Exasperated, Solomon threw her to the ground and said, "Thou knowest who I am? I am Solomon, the son of David." Not at all intimidated, the ant reminded the king of his earthly origin and admonished him to humility, and the king went off abashed. Next he came to a magnificent building into which he sought to enter in vain. He could find no door leading into it. After long search, the demons came upon an eagle 700 years old, and he, unable to give them any information, sent him to his 900 years old brother, whose eyrie was higher than his own, and who would probably be in a position to advise them. But he in turn directed them to go to his still older brother. His age counted 1,300 years, and he had more knowledge than himself. This oldest one of the eagles reported that he remembered having heard his father say there was a door on the west side, but it was covered up by the dust of the ages that had passed since it was last used. So it turned out to be. They found an old iron door with the inscription, "We, the dwellers in this palace, for many years lived in comfort and luxury. Then, forced by hunger, we ground pearls into flour instead of wheat, but to no avail. And so, when we were about to die, we bequeathed this palace to the eagles." A second statement contained a detailed description of the wonderful palace and mentioned where the keys for the different chambers were to be found. Following the directions on the door, Solomon inspected the remarkable building, whose apartments were made of pearls and precious stones. Inscribed on the doors he found the following 3 wise proverbs, dealing with the vanity of all earthly things and admonishing men to be humble. 1. O son of man, let not time deceive thee. Thou must wither away, and leave thy place, to rest in the bosom of the earth. 2. Haste thee not, move slowly, for the world is taken from one and bestowed upon another. 3. Furnish thyself with food for the journey. Prepare thy meal while daylight lasts, for thou wilt not remain on earth forever, and thou knowest not the day of thy death. In one of the chambers Solomon saw a number of statues, among them one that looked as though alive. When he approached it, it called out in a loud voice, "Hither, ye Satans! Solomon has come to undo you." Suddenly there arose great noise and tumult among the statues. Solomon pronounced the name, and quiet was restored. The statues were overthrown, and the sons of the Satans ran into the sea and were drowned. From the throat of the lifelike statue he drew a silver plate inscribed with characters which he could not decipher. But a youth from the desert told the king, "These letters are Greek, and the words mean, I, Shedad ben Ad, ruled over 1,000,000 provinces, rode on 1,000,000 horses, had 1,000,000 kings under me, and slew 1,000,000 heroes. And when the angel of death approached me, I was powerless." Asmodeus. When Solomon, in his wealth and prosperity, grew unmindful of his God, and contrary to the injunctions laid down for kings in the Torah, multiplied wives unto himself, and craved the possession of many horses and much gold, the book of Deuteronomy stepped before God and said, "Lo, O Lord of the world, Solomon is seeking to remove a yod from out of me, for thou didst right. The king shall not multiply horses unto himself, nor shall he multiply wives to himself. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. But Solomon has acquired many horses, many wives, and much silver and gold." Hereupon God said, "As thou livest, Solomon and 100 of his kind shall be annihilated, ere a single one of thy letters shall be obliterated." The charge made against Solomon was soon followed by consequences. He had to pay heavily for his sins. It came about in this way. While Solomon was occupied with the temple, he had great difficulty in devising ways of fitting the stone from the quarry into the building, for the Torah explicitly prohibits the use of iron tools in erecting an altar. The scholars told him that Moses had used the shamir, the stone that splits rocks, to engrave the names of the tribes on the precious stones of the ephod worn by the high priest. Solomon's demons could give him no information as to where the shamir could be found. They surmised, however, that Asmodeus, king of demons, was in possession of the secret, and they told Solomon the name of the mountain on which Asmodeus dwelt, and described also his manner of life. On this mountain there was a well from which Asmodeus obtained his drinking water. He closed it up daily with a large rock, and sealed it before going to heaven. whither he went every day to take part in the discussions in the heavenly academy. Thence he would descend again to earth in order to be present, though invisible, at the debates in the earthly houses of learning. Then, after investigating the seal on the well to ascertain if it had been tampered with, he drank of the water. Solomon sent his chief man, Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, to capture Asmodeus. For this purpose he provided him with a chain, the ring on which the name of God was engraved, a bundle of wool, and a skin of wine. Benaiah drew the water from the well through a hole bored from below, and after having stopped up the hole with the wool, he filled the well with wine from above. When Asmodeus descended from heaven, to his astonishment he found wine instead of water in the well, although everything seemed untouched. At first he would not drink of it, and cited the Bible verses that inveigh against wine, to inspire himself with moral courage. At length Asmodeus succumbed to his consuming thirst, and drank till his senses were overpowered, and he fell into a deep sleep. Benaiah, watching him from a tree, then came and drew the chain about Asmodeus' neck. The demon, on awakening, tried to free himself, but Benaiah called to him, "The name of thy Lord is upon thee." Though Asmodeus now permitted himself to be led off unresistingly, he acted most peculiarly on the way to Solomon. He brushed against a palm tree and uprooted it. He knocked against a house and overturned it, and when, at the request of a poor woman, he was turned aside from her hut, he broke a bone. He asked with grim humor, "Is it not written, 'A soft tongue breaketh the bone'?" A blind man going astray he set in the right path, and to a drunkard he did a similar kindness. He wept when a wedding party passed them, and laughed at a man who asked his shoemaker to make him shoes to last for 7 years, and at a magician who was publicly showing his skill. Having finally arrived at the end of the journey, Asmodeus, after several days of waiting, was led before Solomon, who questioned him about his strange conduct on the journey. Asmodeus answered that he judged persons and things according to their real character, and not according to their appearance in the eyes of human beings. He cried when he saw the wedding company, because he knew the bridegroom had not a month to live, and he laughed at him who wanted shoes to last 7 years, because the man would not own them for 7 days. Also at the magician who pretended to disclose secrets, because he did not know that a buried treasure lay under his very feet. The blind man whom he set in the right path was one of the perfect pious, and he wanted to be kind to him. On the other hand, the drunkard to whom he did a similar kindness was known in heaven as a very wicked man, but he happened to have done a good deed once, and he was rewarded accordingly. Asmodeus told Solomon that the shamir was given by God to the angel of the sea, and that angel entrusted none with the shamir except the moor-hen, which had taken an oath to watch the shamir carefully. The moor-hen takes the shamir with her to mountains which are not inhabited by men, splits them by means of the shamir, and injects seeds which grow and cover the naked rocks, and then they can be inhabited. Solomon sent one of his servants to seek the nest of the bird and lay a piece of glass over it. When the moor-hen came and could not reach her young, she flew away and fetched the shamir and placed it on the glass. Then the man shouted and so terrified the bird that she dropped the shamir and flew away. By this means the man obtained possession of the coveted shamir and bore it to Solomon. But the moor-hen was so distressed at having broken her oath to the angel of the sea that she committed suicide. Although Asmodeus was captured only for the purpose of getting the shamir, Solomon nevertheless kept him after the completion of the temple. One day the king told Asmodeus that he did not understand wherein the greatness of the demons lay, if their king could be kept in bonds by a mortal. Asmodeus replied that if Solomon would remove his chains and lend him the magic ring, he would prove his own greatness. Solomon agreed. The demon stood before him with one wing touching heaven and the other reaching to the earth. Snatching up Solomon, who had parted with his protecting ring, he flung him 400 parasangs away from Jerusalem, and then palmed himself off as the king. Solomon as beggar. Banished from his home, deprived of his realm, Solomon wandered about in far-off lands, among strangers, begging his daily bread. Nor did his humiliation end there. People thought him a lunatic because he never tired of assuring them that he was Solomon, Judah's great and mighty king. Naturally, that seemed a preposterous claim to the people. The lowest depth of despair he reached, however, when he met someone who recognized him. The recollections and associations that stirred within him then made his present misery almost unendurable. It happened that once on his peregrinations he met an old acquaintance, a rich and well-considered man, who gave a sumptuous banquet in honor of Solomon. At the meal his host spoke to Solomon constantly of the magnificence and splendor he had once seen with his own eyes at the court of the king. These reminiscences moved the king to tears, and he wept so bitterly that when he rose from the banquet he was satiated not with the rich food but with salt tears. The following day it again happened that Solomon met an acquaintance of former days, this time a poor man, who nevertheless entreated Solomon to do him the honor and break bread under his roof. All that the poor man could offer his distinguished guest was a meager dish of greens, but he tried in every way to assuage the grief that oppressed Solomon. He said, "O my lord and king, God hath sworn unto David he would never let the royal dignity depart from his house. But it is the way of God to reprove those he loves if they sin. Rest assured he will restore thee in good time to thy kingdom." These words of his poor host were more grateful to Solomon's bruised heart than the banquet the rich man had prepared for him. It was to the contrast between the consolations of the two men that he applied the verse in Proverbs, "Better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith." For 3 long years Solomon journeyed about, begging his way from city to city and from country to country, atoning for the 3 sins of his life by which he had set aside the commandment laid upon kings in Deuteronomy, not to multiply horses and wives and silver and gold. At the end of that time God took mercy upon him for the sake of his father David, and for the sake of the pious princess Naamah, the daughter of the Ammonite king, destined by God to be the ancestress of the Messiah. The time was approaching when she was to become the wife of Solomon and reign as queen in Jerusalem. God therefore led the royal wanderer to the capital city of Ammon. Solomon took service as an underling with the cook in the royal household, and he proved himself so proficient in the culinary art that the king of Ammon raised him to the post of chief cook. Thus he came under the notice of the king's daughter Naamah, who fell in love with her father's cook. In vain her parents endeavored to persuade her to choose a husband befitting her rank. Not even the king's threat to have her and her beloved executed availed to turn her thoughts away from Solomon. The Ammonite king had the lovers taken to a barren desert in the hope that they would die of starvation there. Solomon and his wife wandered through the desert until they came to a city situated by the seashore. They purchased a fish to stave off death. When Naamah prepared the fish, she found in its belly the magic ring belonging to her husband, which he had given to Asmodeus, and which, thrown into the sea by the demon, had been swallowed by a fish. Solomon recognized his ring, put it on his finger, and in the twinkling of an eye he transported himself to Jerusalem. Asmodeus, who had been posing as King Solomon during the 3 years, he drove out and himself ascended the throne again. Later on he cited the king of Ammon before his tribunal and called him to account for the disappearance of the cook and the cook's wife, accusing him of having killed them. The king of Ammon protested that he had not killed, but only banished them. Then Solomon had the queen appear, and to his great astonishment and still greater joy, the king of Ammon recognized his daughter. Solomon succeeded in regaining his throne only after undergoing many hardships. The people of Jerusalem considered him a lunatic because he said that he was Solomon. After some time, the members of the Sanhedrin noticed his peculiar behavior, and they investigated the matter. They found that a long time had passed since Benaiah, the confidant of the king, had been permitted to enter the presence of the usurper. Furthermore, the wives of Solomon and his mother, Bathsheba, informed them that the behavior of the king had completely changed. It was not befitting royalty and in no respect like Solomon's former manner. It was also very strange that the king never by any chance allowed his foot to be seen, for fear, of course, of betraying his demon origin. The Sanhedrin therefore gave the king's magic ring to the wandering beggar who called himself King Solomon, and had him appear before the pretender on the throne. As soon as Asmodeus caught sight of the true king protected by his magic ring, he flew away precipitately. Solomon did not escape unscathed. The sight of Asmodeus in all his forbidding ugliness had so terrified him that henceforth he surrounded his couch at night with all the valiant heroes among the people. The court of Solomon. As David had been surrounded by great scholars and heroes of repute, so the court of Solomon was the gathering place of the great of his people. The most important of them all, doubtless, was Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, who had no peer for learning and piety either in the time of the first or the second temple. In his capacity as the chancellor of Solomon, he was the object of the king's special favor. He was frequently invited to be the companion of the king in his games of chess. The wise king naturally was always the winner. One day Solomon left the chessboard for a moment. Benaiah used his absence to remove one of the king's chessmen, and the king lost the game. Solomon gave much thought to the occurrence. He came to the conclusion that his chancellor had dealt dishonestly with him, and he was determined to give him a lesson. Some days later, Solomon noticed two suspicious characters hanging about the palace. Acting at once upon an idea that occurred to him, he put on the clothes of one of his servants and joined the two suspects. The three of them, he proposed, should make the attempt to rob the royal palace, and he drew forth a key which would facilitate their entrance. While the thieves were occupied in gathering booty, the king roused his servants, and the malefactors were taken into custody. Next morning Solomon appeared before the Sanhedrin, which was presided over by Benaiah at the time, and he desired to know from the court what punishment was meted out to a thief. Benaiah, seeing no delinquents before him, and unwilling to believe that the king would concern himself about the apprehension of thieves, was convinced that Solomon was bent on punishing him for his dishonest play. He fell at the feet of the king, confessed his guilt, and begged his pardon. Solomon was pleased to have his supposition confirmed, and also to have Benaiah acknowledge his wrongdoing. He assured him he harbored no evil designs against him, and that when he asked this question of the Sanhedrin, he had had real thieves in mind who had broken into the palace during the night. Another interesting incident happened in which Benaiah played a part. The king of Persia was very ill, and his physician told him he could be cured by nothing but the milk of a lioness. The king accordingly sent a deputation bearing rich presents to Solomon, the only being in the world who might, in his wisdom, discover means to obtain lion's milk. Solomon charged Benaiah to fulfill the Persian king's wish. Benaiah took a number of kids and repaired to a lion's den. Daily he threw a kid to the lioness, and after some time the beasts became familiar with him, and finally he could approach the lioness close enough to draw milk from her udders. On the way back to the Persian king, the physician who had recommended the milk cure dreamed a dream. All the organs of his body, his hands, feet, eyes, mouth, and tongue, were quarreling with one another, each claiming the greatest share of credit in procuring the remedy for the Persian monarch. When the tongue set forth its own contribution to the cause of the king's service, the other organs rejected its claim as totally unfounded. The physician did not forget the dream, and when he appeared before the king, he spoke, "Here is the dog's milk, which we went to fetch for you." The king, enraged, ordered the physician to be hanged, because he had brought the milk of a bitch instead of the milk of a lion's dam. During the preliminaries to the execution, all the limbs and organs of the physician began to tremble, whereupon the tongue said, "Did I not tell you that you all are of no good? If you will acknowledge my superiority, I shall even now save you from death." They all made the admission it demanded, and the physician requested the executioner to take him to the king. Once, in the presence of his master, he begged him as a special favor to drink of the milk he had brought. The king granted his wish, recovered from his sickness, and dismissed the physician in peace. So it came about that all the organs of the body acknowledge the supremacy of the tongue. Besides Benaiah, Solomon's two scribes, Elihoreph and Ahijah, the sons of Shisha, deserve mention. They both met their death in a most peculiar way. Solomon once upon a time noticed a careworn expression on the countenance of the angel of death. When he asked the reason, he received the answer that he had been charged with the task of bringing the two scribes to the next world. Solomon was desirous of stealing a march upon the angel of death, as well as keeping his secretaries alive. He ordered the demons to carry Elihoreph and Ahijah to Luz, the only spot on earth in which the angel of death has no power. In a jiffy, the demons had done his bidding, but the two secretaries expired at the very moment of reaching the gates of Luz. Next day, the angel of death appeared before Solomon in very good humor, and said to him, "Thou didst transport those two men to the very spot in which I wanted them. The fate destined for them was to die at the gates of Luz, and the angel of death had been at a loss how to get them there." A most interesting incident in Solomon's own family circle is connected with one of his daughters. She was of extraordinary beauty, and in the stars he read that she was to marry an extremely poor youth. To prevent the undesirable union, Solomon had a high tower erected in the sea, and to this he sent his daughter. 70 eunuchs were to guard her, and a huge quantity of food was stored in the tower for her use. The poor youth whom fate had appointed to be her husband was traveling one cold night. He did not know where to rest his head, when he espied the rent carcass of an ox lying in the field. In this he lay down to keep warm. When he was ensconced in it, there came a large bird, which took the carcass, bore it, together with the youth stretched out in it, to the roof of the tower in which the princess lived, and settling down there, began to devour the flesh of the ox. In the morning, the princess, according to her wont, ascended to the roof to look out upon the sea, and she caught sight of the youth. She asked him who he was, and who had brought him thither. He told her that he was a Jew from Akko, and had been carried to the tower by a bird. She showed him to a chamber where he could wash and anoint himself and array himself in a fresh garb. Then it appeared that he possessed unusual beauty. Besides, he was a scholar of great attainments and of acute mind. So it came about that the princess fell in love with him. She asked him whether he would have her to wife, and he assented gladly. He opened one of his veins and wrote the marriage contract with his own blood. Then he pronounced the formula of betrothal, taking God and the two archangels, Michael and Gabriel, as witnesses, and she became his wife, legally married to him. After some time, the eunuchs noticed that she was pregnant. Their questions elicited the suspected truth from the princess, and they sent for Solomon. His daughter admitted her marriage, and the king, though he recognized in her husband the poor man predicted in the constellations, yet he thanked God for his son-in-law, distinguished no less for learning than for his handsome person. End of Chapter 5, Part 3, Solomon.
Chapter 6, Judah and Israel, of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 4, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4 by Louis Ginzberg. The Division of the Kingdom. The division of the kingdom into Judah and Israel, which took place soon after the death of Solomon, had cast its shadow before. When Solomon, on the day after his marriage with the Egyptian princess, disturbed the regular course of the temple service by sleeping late with his head on the pillow under which lay the key of the temple, Jeroboam with 80,000 Ephraimites approached the king and publicly called him to account for his negligence. God administered a reproof to Jeroboam. "Why dost thou reproach a prince of Israel? As thou livest, thou shalt have a taste of his rulership, and thou wilt see thou art not equal to its responsibilities." On another occasion a clash occurred between Jeroboam and Solomon. The latter ordered his men to close the openings David had made in the city walls to facilitate the approach of the pilgrims to Jerusalem. This forced them all to walk through the gates and pay toll. The tax thus collected Solomon gave to his wife, the daughter of Pharaoh, as pin money. Indignant at this, Jeroboam questioned the king about it in public. In other ways, too, he failed to pay Solomon the respect due to royal position, as his father before him, Sheba, the son of Bichri, had rebelled against David, misled by signs and tokens which he had falsely interpreted as pointing to his own elevation to royal dignity, when in reality they concerned themselves with his son. It was when Jeroboam was preparing to depart from Jerusalem forever in order to escape the dangers to which Solomon's displeasure exposed him, that Ahijah of Shiloh met him with the divine tidings of his elevation to the kingship. The prophet Ahijah of the tribe of Levi was venerable not only by reason of his hoary age. His birth occurred at least 60 years before the exodus from Egypt, but because his piety was so profound that a saint of the exalted standing of Simon ben Yochai associated Ahijah with himself. Simon once exclaimed, "My merits and Ahijah together suffice to atone for the iniquity of all sinners, from the time of Abraham until the advent of the Messiah." Jeroboam was the true disciple of this great prophet. His doctrine was as pure as the new garment Ahijah wore when he met Jeroboam near Jerusalem, and his learning exceeded that of all the scholars of his time, except his own teacher Ahijah alone. The prophet was in the habit of discussing secret love with Jeroboam and subjects in the Torah whose existence was wholly unknown to others. Had Jeroboam proved himself worthy of his high position, the length of his reign would have equaled David's. It was his pride that led him into destruction. He set up the golden calves as objects to be worshipped by the people, in order to wean them from their habit of going on pilgrimages to Jerusalem. He knew that in the temple only members of the royal house of David were privileged to sit down. No exception would be made in favor of Jeroboam, and so he would have to stand while Rehoboam would be seated. Rather than appear in public as the subordinate of the Judean king, he introduced the worship of idols, which secured him full royal prerogatives. In the execution of his plan, he proceeded with great cunning, and his reputation as a profound scholar and pious saint stood him in good stead. This was his method. He seated an impious man next to a pious man, and then said to each couple, Will you put your signature to anything I intend to do? The two would give an affirmative answer. Do you want me as king? He would then ask, only to receive an affirmative answer again. And you will do whatever I order, he continued. Yes, was the reply. I am to infer then that you will even pay worship to idols if I command it, said Jeroboam. God forbid, the pious member of the couple would exclaim, whereupon his impious companion, who was in league with the king, would turn upon him. Canst thou really suppose for an instant that a man like Jeroboam would serve idols? He only wishes to put our loyalty to the test. Through such machinations, he succeeded in obtaining the signatures of the most pious, even the signature of the prophet Ahijah. Now Jeroboam had the people in his power. He could exact the vilest deeds from them. So entrenched, Jeroboam brought about the division between Judah and Israel, a consummation which his father, Sheba the son of Bichri, had not been able to compass under David, because God desired to have the temple erected before the split occurred. Not yet satisfied, Jeroboam sought to involve the 10 tribes in a war against Judah and Jerusalem. But the people of the northern kingdom refused to enter into hostilities with their brethren, and with the ruler of their brethren, a descendant of David. Jeroboam appealed to the elders of the Israelites, and they referred him to the Danites, the most efficient of their warriors. But they swore by the head of Dan, the ancestor of their tribe, that they would never consent to shed blood of their brethren. They were even on the point of rising against Jeroboam, and the clash between them and the followers of Jeroboam was prevented only because God prompted the Danites to leave Palestine. Their first plan was to journey to Egypt and take possession of the land. They gave it up when their princes reminded them of the biblical prohibition against dwelling in Egypt. Likewise, they were restrained from attacking the Edomites, Ammonites, and Moabites, for the Torah commands considerate treatment of them. Finally, they decided to go to Egypt, but not to stay there, only to pass through to Ethiopia. The Egyptians were in great terror of the Danites, and their hardiest warriors occupied the roads traveled by them. Arrived in Ethiopia, the Danites slew a part of the population and exacted tribute from the rest. The departure of the Danites relieved Judah from the apprehended invasion by Jeroboam, but danger arose from another quarter. Shishak, the ruler of Egypt, who was the father-in-law of Solomon, came to Jerusalem and demanded his daughter's jointure. He carried off the throne of Solomon, and also the treasure which the Israelites had taken from the Egyptians at the time of the Exodus. So the Egyptian money returned to its source. The two Abijahs. Jeroboam did not entirely forego his plan of a campaign against Judah, but it was not executed until Abijah had succeeded his father Rehoboam on the throne of Jerusalem. The Judean king was victorious. However, he could not long enjoy the fruits of his victory. Shortly after occurred his death, brought on by his own crimes. In his war against Jeroboam, he had indulged in excessive cruelty. He ordered the corpses of the enemy to be mutilated, and permitted them to be buried only after putrefaction had set in. Such savagery was all the more execrable as it prevented many widows from entering into a second marriage. Mutilating the corpses had made identification impossible, and so it was left doubtful whether their husbands were among the dead. Moreover, Abijah used most disrespectful language about the prophet Abijah the Shilonite. He called him a son of Belial in his address to the people on Mount Zemaraim. That in itself merited severe punishment. Finally, his zeal for true worship of God, which Abijah had urged as the reason of the war between himself and Jeroboam, cooled quickly. When he obtained possession of Bethel, he failed to do away with the golden calves. In this respect, his namesake, the Israelitish king Abijah, the son of Jeroboam, was by far his superior. By removing the guards stationed at the frontier, he bade defiance to the command of his father, who had decreed the death penalty for pilgrimages to Jerusalem. More than this, he himself ventured to go up to Jerusalem in fulfillment of his religious duty. Asa, the son of Abijah of Judah, was a worthier and more pious ruler than his father had been. He did away with the gross worship of Priapus, to which his mother was devoted. To reward him for his piety, God gave him the victory over Zerah, the king of the Ethiopians. As a result of this victory, he came again into possession of the throne of Solomon and of the treasures Shishak had taken from his grandfather, which Zerah in turn had wrested from Shishak. Asa himself did not long keep them. Baasha, the king of Israel, together with Ben-Hadad, the Aramean king, attacked Asa, who tried to propitiate Ben-Hadad by giving him his lately reacquired treasures. The prophet justly rebuked him for trusting in princes rather than in God, and that in spite of the fact that divine help had been visible in his conflicts with the Ethiopians and the Lubim, for there had been no need for him to engage in battle with them. In response to his mere prayer, God had slain the enemy. In general, Asa showed little confidence in God. He rather trusted his own skill. Accordingly, he made even the scholars of his realm enlist in the army sent out against Baasha. He was punished by being afflicted with gout, he of all men who was distinguished on account of the strength residing in his feet. Furthermore, the division between Judah and Israel was made permanent, though God had at first intended to limit the exclusion of David's house from Israel to only 36 years. Had Asa shown himself deserving, he would have been accorded dominion over the whole of Israel. In point of fact, Asa, through his connection by marriage with the house of Omri, contributed to the stability of the Israelitish dynasty, for as a result of the support given by the southern ruler Omri, succeeded in putting his rival Tibni out of the way. Then it was that God resolved that the descendants of Asa should perish simultaneously with the descendants of Omri. This doom was accomplished when Jehu killed the king of Judah on account of his friendship and kinship with Joram, the king of Samaria. Jehoshaphat and Ahab. The successors of Omri and Asa, each in his way, were worthy of their fathers. Jehoshaphat, the son of Asa, was very wealthy. The treasures which his father had sent to the Aramean ruler reverted to him in consequence of his victory over the Ammonites, themselves the conquerors of the Arameans, whom they had despoiled of their possessions. His power was exceedingly great. Each division of his army counted no less than 160,000 warriors. Yet, rich and powerful as he was so modest that he refused to don his royal apparel when he went to the house of the prophet Elisha to consult him. He appeared before him in the attire of one of the people. Unlike his father, who had little consideration for scholars, Jehoshaphat was particularly gracious toward them. When a scholar appeared before him, he arose, hastened to meet him, and kissing and embracing him, greeted him with "Rabbi, Rabbi." Jehoshaphat concerned himself greatly about the purity and sanctification of the temple. He was the author of the ordinance forbidding anyone to ascend the Temple Mount whose term of uncleanliness had not expired, even though he had taken the ritual bath. His implicit trust in God made him a complete contrast to his skeptical father. He turned to God and implored his help when to human reason help seemed an utter impossibility. In the war with the Arameans, an enemy held his sword at Jehoshaphat's very throat, ready to deal the fatal blow, but the king entreated help of God, and it was granted. In power and wealth, Ahab, king of Samaria, outstripped his friend Jehoshaphat, for Ahab is one of that small number of kings who have ruled over the whole world. No less than 252 kingdoms acknowledged his dominion. As for his wealth, it was so abundant that each of his 140 children possessed several ivory palaces, summer and winter residences. But what gives Ahab his prominence among the Jewish kings is neither his power nor his wealth, but his sinful conduct. For him, the gravest transgressions committed by Jeroboam were slight peccadilloes. At his order, the gates of Samaria bore the inscription, "Ahab denies the God of Israel." He was so devoted to idolatry, to which he was led astray by his wife Jezebel, that the fields of Palestine were full of idols. But he was not wholly wicked. He possessed some good qualities. He was liberal toward scholars, and he showed great reverence for the Torah, which he studied zealously. When Ben-Hadad exacted all he possessed, his wealth, his wives, his children, he acceded to his demands regarding everything except the Torah, that he refused peremptorily to surrender. In the war that followed between him and the Syrians, he was so indignant at the presumptuousness of the Aramean upstart, that he himself saddled his war horse for the battle. His zeal was rewarded by God. He gained a brilliant victory in a battle in which no less than 100,000 of the Syrians were slain, as the prophet Micaiah had foretold to him. The same seer admonished him not to deal gently with Ben-Hadad. God's word to him had been, "Know that I had to set many a pitfall and trap to deliver him into thy hand. If thou lettest him escape, thy life will be forfeit for his." Nevertheless, the disastrous end of Ahab is not to be ascribed to his disregard of the prophet's warning, for he finally liberated Ben-Hadad, but chiefly to the murder of his kinsman Naboth, whose execution on the charge of treason he had ordered, so that he might put himself in possession of Naboth's wealth. His victim was a pious man, and in the habit of going on pilgrimages to Jerusalem on the festivals. As he was a great singer, his presence in the holy city attracted many other pilgrims thither. Once Naboth failed to go on his customary pilgrimage. Then it was that his false conviction took place, a very severe punishment for the transgression, but not wholly unjustifiable. Under Jehoshaphat's influence and counsel, Ahab did penance for his crime, and the punishment God meted out to him was thereby mitigated to the extent that his dynasty was not cut off from the throne at his death. In the heavenly court of justice, at Ahab's trial, the accusing witnesses and his defenders exactly balanced each other in number and statements, until the spirit of Naboth appeared and turned the scale against Ahab. The spirit of Naboth, it had been two that had led astray the prophets of Ahab, making them all use the very same words in prophesying a victory at Ramoth Gilead. This literal unanimity aroused Jehoshaphat's suspicion and caused him to ask for a prophet of the Lord, for the rule is, the same thought is revealed to many prophets, but no two prophets express it in the same words. Jehoshaphat's mistrust was justified by the issue of war. Ahab was slain in a miraculous way by Naaman, at the time only a common soldier of the rank and file. God permitted Naaman's missile to penetrate Ahab's armor, though the latter was harder than the former. The mourning for Ahab was so great that the memory of it reached posterity. The funeral procession was unusually impressive. No less than 36,000 warriors, their shoulders bared, marched before his bier. Ahab is one of the few in Israel who have no portion in the world to come. He dwells in the fifth division of the netherworld, which is under the supervision of the angel Othniel. However, he is exempt from the tortures inflicted upon his heathen associates. Jezebel. Wicked as Ahab was, his wife Jezebel was incomparably worse. Indeed, she is in great part the cause of his suffering, and Ahab realized it. Once Rabbi Levi expounded the scriptural verse in which the iniquity of Ahab and the influence of his wife over him are discussed, dwelling upon the first half for 2 months. Ahab visited him in a dream, and reproached him with expatiating of the first half of the verse to the exclusion of the latter half. Thereupon the rabbi took the second half of the verse as the text of his lectures for the next 2 months, demonstrating all the time that Jezebel was the instigator of Ahab's sins. Her misdeeds are told in the scriptures. To those there recounted must be added her practice of attaching unchaste images to Ahab's chariots for the purpose of stimulating his carnal desires. Therefore, those parts of his chariot were splattered with his blood when he fell at the hand of the enemy. She had her husband weighed every day, and the increase of his weight in gold she sacrificed to the idol. Jezebel was not only the daughter and the wife of a king, she was also co-regent with her husband, the only reigning queen in Jewish history, except Athaliah. Hardened sinner though Jezebel was, even she had good qualities. One of them was her capacity for sympathy with others in joy and sorrow. When a funeral cortege passed the royal palace, Jezebel would descend and join the ranks of the mourners, and also, when a marriage procession went by, she took part in the merry-making in honor of the bridal couple. By way of reward, the limbs and organs with which she had executed these good deeds were left intact by the horses that trampled her to death in the portion of Jezreel. Joram of Israel. Of Joram, the son of Ahab, it can only be said that he had his father's faults without his father's virtues. Ahab was liberal, Joram miserly. Nay, he even indulged in usurious practices. From Obadiah, the pious protector of the prophets in hiding, He exacted a high rate of interest on the money needed for their support. As a consequence, at his death he fell pierced between his arms, the arrow going out at his heart, for he had stretched out his arms to receive usury, and had hardened his heart against compassion. In his reign, only one event deserves mention: his campaign against Moab, undertaken in alliance with the kings of Judah and Edom, and ending with a splendid victory won by the allied kings. Joram and his people, it need hardly be said, failed to derive the proper lesson from the war. Their disobedience to God's commands went on as before. The king of Moab, on the other hand, in his way sought to come nearer to God. He assembled his astrologers and inquired of them why it was that the Moabites, successful in their warlike enterprises against other nations, could not measure up to the standard of the Israelites. They explained that God was gracious to Israel because his ancestor Abraham had been ready to sacrifice Isaac at his bidding. Then the Moabite king reasoned that if God set so high a value upon mere good intention, how much greater would be the reward for its actual execution. And he, who ordinarily was a sun worshipper, proceeded to sacrifice his son, the successor to the throne, to the God of Israel. God said, "The heathen do not know me, and their wrongdoing arises from ignorance. But you, Israelites, know me, and yet you act rebelliously toward me." As a result of the 7 years' famine, conditions in Samaria were frightful during the great part of Joram's reign. In the first year, everything stored in the houses was eaten up. In the second, the people supported themselves with what they could scrape together in the fields. The flesh of the clean animals sufficed for the third year. In the fourth, the sufferers resorted to the unclean animals. In the fifth, the reptiles and insects. And in the sixth, the monstrous thing happened that women crazed by hunger consumed their own children as food. But the acme of distress was reached in the seventh year, when men sought to know the flesh from their own bones. To these occurrences the prophecies of Joel apply, for he lived in the awful days of the famine in Joram's reign. Luckily, God revealed to Joel at the same time how Israel would be rescued from the famine. The winter following the 7 years of dearth brought no relief, for the rain held back until the first day of the month of Nisan. When it began to fall, the prophet said to the people, "Go forth and sow seed." But they remonstrated with him. "Shall one who hath saved a measure of wheat or 2 measures of barley not use his store for food and live, rather than for seed and die?" But the prophet urged them, "Nay, go forth and sow seed." And the miracle happened. In the ant hills and mouse holes they found enough grain for seed, and there cast it upon the ground on the second, the third, and the fourth day of Nisan. On the fifth day of the month rain fell again. 11 days later the grain was ripe, and the offering of the Omer could be brought at the appointed time on the 16th of the month. Of this the psalmist was thinking when he said, "They that sow in tears shall reap in joy." End of chapter 6, read by Mark Chulsky, Massachusetts.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legends of the Jews, Volume 4 by Louis Ginzberg, Chapter 11, Elijah before his translation. The biblical account of the prophet Elijah, of his life and work during the reigns of Ahab and his son Joram, gives but a faint idea of a personage whose history begins with Israel's sojourn in Egypt, and will end only when Israel, under the leadership of the Messiah, shall have taken up his abode again in Palestine. The Scripture tells us only the name of Elijah's home, but it must be added that he was a priest, identical with Phinehas, the priest zealous for the honor of God, who distinguished himself on the journey through the desert and played a prominent role again in the time of the judges. Elijah's first appearance in the period of the kings was his meeting with Ahab in the house of Hiel, the Bethelite, the commander-in-chief of the Israelitish army, whom he was visiting to condole with him for the loss of his sons. God himself had charged the prophet to offer sympathy to Hiel, whose position demanded that honor be paid him. Elijah at first refused to seek out the sinner who had violated the divine injunction against rebuilding Jericho, for he said that the blasphemous talk of such evildoers always called forth his rage. Thereupon God promised Elijah that fulfillment should attend whatever imprecation might in his wrath escape him against the godless for their unholy speech. As the prophet entered the general's house, he heard Hiel utter these words, "Blessed be the Lord God of the pious, who grants fulfillment to the words of the pious." Hiel thus acknowledged that he had been justly afflicted with Joshua's curse against him who should rebuild Jericho. Ahab mockingly asked him, "Was not Moses greater than Joshua, and did he not say that God would let no rain descend upon the earth if Israel served and worshipped idols? There is not an idol known to which I do not pay homage, yet we enjoy all that is goodly and desirable. Dost thou believe that if the words of Moses remain unfulfilled, the words of Joshua will come true?" Elijah rejoined, "Be it as thou sayest. As the Lord, the God of Israel, liveth, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, but according to my word." In pursuance of his promise, God could not but execute the words of Elijah, and neither dew nor rain watered the land. A famine ensued, and Ahab sought to wreak his vengeance upon the prophet. To escape the king's persecutions, Elijah hid himself. He was sustained with food brought from the larder of the pious King Jehoshaphat by ravens, which at the same time would not approach near to the house of the iniquitous Ahab. God, who has compassion even upon the impious, tried to induce the prophet to release him from his promise. To influence him, he made the brook run dry, whence Elijah drew water for his thirst. As this failed to soften the inflexible prophet, God resorted to the expedient of causing him pain through the death of the son of the widow with whom Elijah was abiding, and by whom he had been received with great honor. When her son, who was later to be known as the prophet Jonah, died, she thought God had formerly been gracious to her on account of her great worthiness as compared with the merits of her neighbors and of the inhabitants of the city, and now he had abandoned her because her virtues had become as naught in the presence of the great prophet. In his distress, Elijah supplicated God to revive the child. Now God had the prophet in his power. He could give heed unto Elijah's prayer only provided the prophet released him from the promise about a drought, for resuscitation from death is brought about by means of dew, and this remedy was precluded so long as Elijah kept God to his word, withholding dew and rain from the earth. Elijah saw there was nothing for it but to yield. However, he first betook himself to Ahab with the purpose of overcoming the obduracy of the people, upon whom the famine had made no impression. Manifest wonders displayed before their eyes were to teach them wisdom. The combat between Good and Baal took place on Carmel. The mount that had esteemed itself the proper place for the greatest event in Israelitish history, the revelation of the law, was compensated by the many miracles now performed upon it for its disappointment at Sinai's having been preferred to it. The first wonder occurred in connection with the choice of the bullocks. According to Elijah's arrangement with Ahab, one was to be sacrificed to God, and then one to Baal. A pair of twins raised together were brought before the contestants, and it was decided by lot which belonged to God and which to Baal. Elijah had no difficulty with his offering. Quickly he led it to his altar. But all the priests of Baal, 850 in number, could not make their victim stir a foot. When Elijah began to speak persuasively to the bullock of Baal, urging it to follow the idolatrous priests, it opened its mouth and said, "We two, yonder bullock and myself, came forth from the same womb. We took our food from the same manger, and now he has been destined for God as an instrument for the glorification of the divine name, while I am to be used for Baal as an instrument to enrage my Creator." Elijah urged, "Do thou but follow the priests of Baal, that they may have no excuse, and then thou wilt have a share in that glorification of God for which my bullock will be used." The bullock: "So dost thou advise, but I swear I will not move from the spot, unless thou with thine own hands wilt deliver me up." Elijah thereupon led the bullock to the priests of Baal. In spite of this miracle, the priests sought to deceive the people. They undermined the altar, and Hiel hid himself under it with the purpose of igniting a fire at the mention of the word Baal. But God sent a serpent to kill him. In vain the false priests cried and called Baal, Baal. The expected flame did not shoot up. To add to the confusion of the idolaters, God had imposed silence upon the whole world. The powers of the upper and of the nether regions were dumb. The universe seemed deserted and desolate, as if without a living creature. If a single sound had made itself heard, the priest would have said, "It is the voice of Baal." That all preparations might be completed in one day, the erection of the altar, the digging of the trench, and whatever else was necessary, Elijah commanded the sun to stand still. "For Joshua," he said, "thou didst stand still, that Israel might conquer his enemies. Now stand thou still, neither for my sake, nor for the sake of Israel, but that the name of God may be exalted." And the sun obeyed his words. Toward evening Elijah summoned his disciple Elisha and bade him pour water over his hands. A miracle happened. Water flowed out from Elijah's fingers until the whole trench was filled. Then the prophet prayed to God to let fire descend, but in such wise that the people would know it to be a wonder from heaven, and not think it a magician's trick. He spoke, "Lord of the world, thou wilt send me as a messenger at the end of time. But if my words do not meet with fulfillment now, the Jews cannot be expected to believe me in the latter days." His pleading was heard on high, and fire fell from heaven upon the altar, a fire that not only consumed what it touched, but also licked up the water. Nor was that all. His prayer for rain was also granted. Scarcely had these words dropped from his lips, "Though we have no other merits, yet remember the sign of the covenant which the Israelites bear upon their bodies," when the rain fell to earth. In spite of all these miracles, the people persisted in their idolatrous ways and thoughts. Even the 7,000 who had not bowed down unto Baal were unworthy sons of Israel, for they paid homage to the golden calves of Jeroboam. The misdeeds of the people had swelled to such number that they could no longer reckon upon the merits of the fathers to intercede for them. They had overdrawn their account. When they sank to the point of degradation at which they gave up the sign of the covenant, Elijah could control his wrath no longer, and he accused Israel before God. In the cleft of the rock, in which God had once aforetimes appeared to Moses and revealed himself as compassionate and long-suffering, he now met with Elijah and conveyed to him by various signs that it had been better to defend Israel than accuse him. But Elijah, in his zeal for God, was inexorable. Then God commanded him to appoint Elisha as his successor, for he said, I cannot do as thou wouldst have me. Furthermore, God charged him, instead of accusing my children, journey to Damascus, where the Gentiles have an idol for each day of the year. Though Israel hath thrown down my altars and slain my prophets, what concern is it of thine? The four phenomena that God sent before his appearance, wind, earthquake, fire, and a still small voice, were to instruct Elijah about the destiny of man. God told Elijah that these four represent the worlds through which man must pass. The first stands for this world, fleeting as the wind. The earthquake is the day of death, which makes the human body to tremble and quake. Fire is the tribunal in Gehenna, and the still small voice is the last judgment, when there will be none but God alone. About 3 years later, Elijah was taken up into heaven, but not without first undergoing a struggle with the angel of death. He refused to let Elijah enter heaven at his translation, on the ground that he exercised jurisdiction over all mankind, Elijah not excepted. God maintained that at the creation of heaven and earth he had explicitly ordered the angel of death to grant entrance to the living prophet, but the angel of death insisted that by Elijah's translation God had given just cause for complaint to all other men who could not escape the doom of death. Thereupon God, Elijah is not like other men. He is able to banish thee from the world, only thou dost not recognize his strength. With the consent of God, a combat took place between Elijah and the angel of death. The prophet was victorious, and if God had not restrained him, he would have annihilated his opponent. Holding his defeated enemy under his feet, Elijah ascended heavenward. In heaven he goes on living for all time. There he sits recording the deeds of men and the chronicles of the world. He has another office besides. He is the psychopomp, whose duty is to stand at the crossways in paradise and guide the pious to their appointed places, who brings the souls of sinners up from Gehenna at the approach of the Sabbath, and leads them back again to their merited punishment when the day of rest is about to depart, and who conducts these same souls, after they have atoned for their sins, to the place of everlasting bliss. Elijah's miraculous deeds will be better understood if we remember that he had been an angel from the very first, even before the end of his earthly career. When God was about to create man, Elijah said to him, Master of the world, if it be pleasing in thine eyes, I will descend to earth and make myself serviceable to the sons of men. Then God changed his angel name, and later, under Ahab, he permitted him to abide among men on earth, that he might convert the world to the belief that the Lord is God. His mission fulfilled, God took him again into heaven, and said to him, Be thou the guardian spirit of my children forever, and spread the belief in me abroad in the whole world. His angel name is Sandalphon, one of the greatest and mightiest of the fiery angel host. As such, it is his duty to wreathe garlands for God out of the prayers sent aloft by Israel. Besides, he must offer up sacrifices in the invisible sanctuary, for the temple was destroyed only apparently. In reality, it went on existing, hidden from the sight of ordinary mortals. After his translation, Elijah's removal from earth, so far from being an interruption to his relations with men, rather marks the beginning of his real activity as a helper in time of need, as a teacher and as a guide. At first his intervention in sublunar affairs was not frequent. 7 years after his translation, he wrote a letter to the wicked king Joram, who reigned over Judah. The next occasion on which he took part in an earthly occurrence was at the time of Ahasuerus, when he did the Jews a good turn by assuming the guise of the courtier Harbona, in a favorable moment inciting the king against Haman. It was reserved for later days, however, for Talmudic times, the golden age of the great scholars, the Tanaim and the Amoraim. to enjoy Elijah's special vigilance as protector of the innocent, as a friend in need who hovers over the just and the pious, ever present to guard them against evil or snatch them out of danger. With 4 strokes of his wings, Elijah can traverse the world. Hence no spot on earth is too far removed for his help. As an angel, he enjoys the power of assuming the most various appearances to accomplish his purposes. Sometimes he looks like an ordinary man, sometimes he takes the appearance of an Arab, sometimes of a horseman. Now he is a Roman court official, now he is a harlot. Once upon a time, it happened that when Nahum, the great and pious teacher, was journeying to Rome on a political mission, he was without knowledge, robbed of the gift he bore to the emperor as an offering from the Jews. When he handed the casket to the ruler, it was found to contain common earth, which the thieves had substituted for the jewels they had abstracted. The emperor thought the Jews were mocking at him, and their representative Nahum was condemned to suffer death. In his piety, the rabbi did not lose confidence in God. He only said, "This too is for good." And so it turned out to be. Suddenly Elijah appeared, and assuming the guise of a court official, he said, "Perhaps the earth in this casket is like that used by Abraham for purposes of war. A handful will do the work of swords and bows." At his insistence, the virtues of the earth were tested in the attack upon a city that had long resisted Roman courage and strength. His supposition was verified. The contents of the casket proved more efficacious than all the weapons of the army, and the Romans were victorious. Nahum was dismissed, laden with honors and treasures, and the thieves who had betrayed themselves by claiming the precious earth were executed, for naturally enough Elijah works no wonder for evildoers. Another time, for the purpose of rescuing Rabbi Shelah, Elijah pretended to be a Persian. An informer had announced the rabbi with the Persian government, accusing him of administering the law according to the Jewish code. Elijah appeared as witness for the rabbi and against the informer, and Shelah was honorably dismissed. When the Roman bailiffs were pursuing Rabbi Meir, Elijah joined him in the guise of a harlot. The Roman emissaries desisted from their pursuit, for they could not believe that Rabbi Meir would choose such a companion. A contemporary of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Simon ben Yohai, who spent 13 years in a cave to escape the vengeance of the Romans, was informed by Elijah of the death of the Jew-baiting emperor, so that he could leave his hiding place. Equally characteristic is the help Elijah afforded the worthy poor. Frequently he brought them great wealth. Rabbi Kahana was so needy that he had to support himself by peddling with household utensils. Once a lady of high standing endeavored to force him to commit an immoral act, and Kahana, preferring death to iniquity, threw himself from a loft. Though Elijah was at a distance of 400 parasangs, he hastened to the post in time to catch the rabbi before he touched the ground. Besides, he gave him means enough to enable him to abandon an occupation beset with perils. The rabbi Bar Abahu likewise was a victim of poverty. He admitted to Elijah that on account of his small means he had no time to devote to his studies. Thereupon Elijah led him into paradise, bade him remove his mantle and fill it with leaves grown in the regions of the blessed. When the rabbi was about to quit paradise, his garment full of leaves, a voice was heard to say, "Who desires to anticipate his share in the world to come during his earthly days, as the rabbi Bar Abahu is doing?" The rabbi quickly cast the leaves away. Nevertheless, he received 12,000 denarii for his upper garment, because it retained the wondrous fragrance of the leaves of paradise. Elijah's help was not confined to poor teachers of the law. All who were in need and were worthy of his assistance had a claim upon him. A poor man, the father of a family, in his distress, once prayed to God, "O Lord of the world, thou knowest, there is none to whom I can tell my tale of woe, none who will have pity upon me. I have neither brother nor kinsman nor friend, and my starving little ones are crying with hunger. Then do thou have mercy and be compassionate, or let death come and put an end to our suffering." His words found a hearing with God, for as he finished, Elijah stood before the poor man and sympathetically inquired why he was weeping. When the prophet had heard the tale of his troubles, he said, "Take me and sell me as a slave. The proceeds will suffice for thy needs." At first The poor man refused to accept the sacrifice, but finally yielded, and Elijah was sold to a prince for 80 denarii. This sum formed the nucleus of the fortune which the poor man amassed and enjoyed until the end of his days. The prince who had purchased Elijah intended to build a palace, and he rejoiced to hear that his new slave was an architect. He promised Elijah liberty if within 6 months he completed the edifice. After nightfall of the same day, Elijah offered a prayer, and instantaneously the palace stood in its place in complete perfection. Elijah disappeared. The next morning the prince was not a little astonished to see the palace finished, but when he sought his slave to reward him and sought him in vain, he realized that he had had dealings with an angel. Elijah meantime repaired to the man who had sold him and related his story to him, that he might know he had not cheated the purchaser out of his price. On the contrary, he had enriched him, since the palace was worth 100 times more than the money paid for the pretended slave. A similar thing happened to a well-to-do man who lost his fortune and became so poor that he had to do manual labor in the field of another. Once, when he was at work, he was accosted by Elijah, who had assumed the appearance of an Arab. "Thou art destined to enjoy 7 good years. Dost thou want them now, or at the closing years of thy life?" The man replied, "Thou art a wizard. Go in peace. I have nothing for thee." 3 times the same question was put. 3 times the same reply was given. Finally the man said, "I shall ask the advice of my wife." When Elijah came again and repeated his question, the man, following the counsel of his wife, said, "See to it that 7 good years come to us at once." Elijah replied, "Go home. Before thou crossest thy threshold, thy good fortune will have filled thy house." And so it was. His children had found a treasure in the ground, and as he was about to enter his house, his wife met him and reported the lucky find. His wife was an estimable, pious woman, and she said to her husband, "We shall enjoy 7 good years. Let us use this time to practice as much charity as possible. Perhaps God will lengthen out our period of prosperity." After the lapse of 7 years, during which man and wife used every opportunity of doing good, Elijah appeared again and announced to the man that the time had come to take away what he had given him. The man responded, "When I accepted thy gift, it was after consultation with my wife. I should not like to return it without first acquainting her with what is about to happen." His wife charged him to say to the old man who had come to resume possession of his property, "If thou canst find any who will be more conscientious stewards of the pledges entrusted to us than we have been, I shall willingly yield them up to thee." God recognized that these people had made a proper use of their wealth, and he granted it to them as a perpetual possession. If Elijah was not able to lighten the poverty of the pious, he at least sought to inspire them with hope and confidence. Rabbi Akiba, the great scholar, lived in dire poverty before he became the famous rabbi. His rich father-in-law would have nothing to do with him or his wife, because the daughter had married Akiba against her father's will. On a bitter cold winter night, Akiba could offer his wife, who had been accustomed to the luxuries wealth can buy, nothing but straw as a bed to sleep upon, and he tried to comfort her with assurances of his love for the privations she was suffering. At that moment Elijah appeared before their hut and cried out in supplicating tones, "O good people, give me, I pray you, a little bundle of straw. My wife has been delivered of a child, and I am so poor I haven't even enough straw to make a bed for her." Now Akiba could console his wife with the fact that their own misery was not so great as it might have been, and thus Elijah had attained his end, to sustain the courage of the pious. In the form of an Arab, he once appeared before a very poor man whose piety equaled his poverty. He gave him 2 shekels. These 2 coins brought him such good fortune that he attained great wealth. But in his zeal to gather worldly treasures, he had no time for deeds of piety and charity. Elijah again appeared before him and took away the 2 shekels. In a short time the man was as poor as before. A third time Elijah came to him. He was crying bitterly and complaining of his misfortune, and the prophet said, "I shall make thee rich once more, if thou wilt promise me under oath thou wilt not let wealth ruin thy character." He promised. The 2 shekels were restored to him. He regained his wealth, and he remained in possession of it for all time, because his piety was not curtailed by his riches. Poverty was not the only form of distress Elijah relieved. He exercised the functions of a physician upon Rabbi Shimi bar Ashi, who had swallowed a noxious reptile. Elijah appeared to him as an awe-inspiring horseman, and forced him to apply the preventives against the disease to be expected in these circumstances. He also cured Rabbi Judah ha-Nasi of long-continued toothache by laying his hand on the sufferer, and at the same time he brought about the reconciliation of Rabbi Judah with Rabbi Heah, whose form he had assumed. Rabbi Judah paid the highest respect to Rabbi Heah after he found out that Elijah had considered him worthy of taking his appearance. On another occasion Elijah re-established harmony between a husband and his wife. The woman had come home very late on Friday evening, having allowed herself to be detained by the sermon preached by Rabbi Meir. Her autocratic husband swore she should not enter the house until she had spat in the very face of the highly esteemed rabbi. Meantime Elijah went to Rabbi Meir and told him a pious woman had fallen into a sore predicament on his account. To help the poor woman, the rabbi resorted to a ruse. He announced that he was looking for one who knew how to cast spells, which was done by spitting into the eye of the afflicted one. When he caught sight of the woman designated by Elijah, he asked her to try her power upon him. Thus she was able to comply with her husband's requirement without disrespect to the rabbi, and through the instrumentality of Elijah, conjugal happiness was restored to an innocent wife. Elijah's versatility is shown in the following occurrence. A pious man bequeathed a spice garden to his 3 sons. They took turns in guarding it against thieves. The first night the oldest son watched the garden. Elijah appeared to him and asked him, "My son, what wilt thou have knowledge of the Torah, or great wealth, or a beautiful wife?" He chose wealth, great wealth. Accordingly Elijah gave him a coin, and he became rich. The second son to whom Elijah appeared the second night chose knowledge of the Torah. Elijah gave him a book, and he knew the whole Torah. The third son on the third night, when Elijah put the same choice before him as before his brothers, wished for a beautiful wife. Elijah invited his third brother to go on a journey with him. Their first night was passed at the house of a notorious villain who had a daughter. During the night Elijah overheard the chickens and the geese say to one another, "What a terrible sin that young man must have committed, that he should be destined to marry the daughter of so great a villain." The 2 travelers journeyed on. The second night the experiences of the first were repeated. The third night they lodged with a man who had a pretty daughter. During the night Elijah heard the chickens and the geese say to one another, "How great must be the virtues of this young man if he is privileged to marry so beautiful and pious a wife." In the morning, when Elijah arose, he at once became a matchmaker. The young man married the pretty maiden, and husband and wife journeyed homeward in joy. If it became necessary, Elijah was ready to do even the services of a sexton. When Rabbi Akiba died in prison, Elijah betook himself to the dead man's faithful disciple, Rabbi Joshua, and the 2 together went to the prison. There was none to forbid their entrance. A deep sleep had fallen upon the turnkeys and the prisoners alike. Elijah and Rabbi Joshua took the corpse with them, Elijah bearing it upon his shoulder. Rabbi Joshua, in astonishment, demanded how he, a priest, dared defile himself upon a corpse. The answer was, "God forbid, the pious can never cause defilement." All night the 2 walked on with their burden. At break of day they found themselves near Caesarea. A cave opened before their eyes, and within they saw a bed, a chair, a table, and a lamp. They deposited the corpse upon the bed and left the cave, which closed up behind them. Only the light of the lamp, which had lit itself after they left, shone through the chinks. Whereupon Elijah said, "Hail, ye just! Hail to you who devote yourselves to the study of the law! Hail to you, ye God-fearing men! For your places are set aside and kept and guarded in paradise for the time to come. Hail to thee, Rabbi Akiba, that thy lifeless body found lodgment for a night in a lovely spot." End of chapter 11, part 1, Elijah.